Chapter 113. By the time everyone had surrounded the Medusa, it had already fallen to the ground and was motionless. Trunks leapt onto the Medusa's body with his sword and sliced open the Medusa's head. He took out the most precious item on the Medusa's body with a face full of joy. Trunks dug out the crystal core of a level 1 magical beast, along with the blue blood that was wrapped around the crystal core. By the time Han Shuo had arrived from afar, everything had already been completed. Even the Medusa's body had been pushed into the depths of the trap. The elf in the distance walked over behind Nia and stuck her head out to look at the Medusa in the trap. She exclaimed softly, "How can this ugly fellow have such a pleasant voice? Angelica, you should hurry back. We still have other things to do." Nia frowned involuntarily when she saw the little female elf's face full of curiosity. "I'm not going back. Sister Nia, let me stay with you guys. This place is much more fun than Grandpa's." Angelica smiled sweetly at Nia and shook her head as she spoke tenderly. When Han Shuo arrived, Trunks took out the magical core and the most precious blood from the Medusa's brain. He handed them over to Han Shuo and said, "I'll keep 10 drops of the Medusa's blue blood. You can distribute the rest." A translucent white bottle filled with the Medusa's blue blood was shoved into Han Shuo's hands, along with the Medusa's magical core. Grasping the items that Trunks had handed over, Han Shuo asked, "How many drops of blood does Odysseus need to completely recover?" "I think 5 drops of the Medusa's essence blood should be enough to help Odysseus recover. This essence blood has miraculous effects. Not only can it speed up the recovery of injuries, but it can also reattach severed limbs. If someone has a severed limb, they can regrow it as long as they have the Medusa's essence blood. It won't affect their movements in the future, so the Medusa's essence blood is extremely valuable." Trunks looked at Han Shuo and solemnly explained the value of the Medusa's essence blood to Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo also took out a medicine bottle and poured half of the Medusa's essence blood into it. He then handed the remaining half of the bottle along with the level 1 magical core to Aphrodite, saying, "These things are what you deserve. After this matter is over, you can split it with the others." Aphrodite looked in surprise at Han Shuo and said, "Isn't it a bit too much to give us? I feel that we only need one of the Medusa's essence, blood, and magical beast core. After all, the 2 of you put in the most effort in this operation against the Medusa. We only acted as a distraction. Take it for now. We still have other matters to attend to. If you have any doubts, why don't you wait until you see Odysseus? Odysseus previously told you to temporarily listen to me. I think you should remember that." The Medusa's magical beast core could be made into some mysterious musical instruments and could also have the effect of bewitching people's hearts. If it was sold, it would absolutely fetch a very high price. But to Han Shuo, his goal this time wasn't the Medusa, but the fruit of Dagmar that would be of great use to Han Shuo. As valuable as the items on the Medusa's body were, they didn't have any direct use to Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo was quite generous in splitting the spoils from the Medusa's body. Han Shuo did this in the hopes that he'd have a greater chance of obtaining the most fruits of Dagmar after obtaining the fruit of Dagmar. This was what Han Shuo needed the most right now. The Medusa in the swamp has already been cleared out. There are only some man-eating plants and spreading poisonous gas left in the swamp. It's rumored that the fruit of Dagmar grows in those man-eating plants. We can think of a way to search for the fruit of Dagmar. Trunks looked at Han Shuo and suggested. Nodding, Han Shuo didn't say anything else and walked towards the swamp on his own. When he arrived at the edge of the swamp, Han Shuo randomly picked up a small rock from the shore and threw it towards the swamp in the distance. The rock sank into the swamp in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. There wasn't a single person in this group who could fly. Only Han Shuo's 3 original demons could patrol the surroundings of the swamp. When they arrived, Han Shuo sat down cross-legged with a dark expression and focused his attention on controlling the 3 original demons. They danced around the wide swamp and attempted to search for for the fruit of Dagmar. Trunks and the others rushed over and saw Han Shuo sitting down cross-legged without a word. Even his eyes were closed. They all felt that it was rather baffling. "Sister Nia, what's wrong with this bad guy?" The pure and beautiful female elf Angelica looked at Han Shuo with surprise and asked Nia in a sweet voice. Nia also didn't know what Han Shuo was doing and shook her head when she heard Angelica's question. She said oddly, "I don't know either, but Han is an amazing person. I think he must be doing some amazing things again." Trunks understood that Han Shuo was hiding some unknown secrets on his body. These secrets could even make a powerful sword master like him feel extremely wary of Han Shuo. When he saw Han Shuo's strange behavior this time, his heart immediately raced, and he guessed that Han Shuo must be doing some amazing things again. He immediately focused all of his attention on observing Han Shuo's body, including some of the abnormalities in his surroundings, in an attempt to find the mystery surrounding him. It was a pity that despite Trunks' extraordinary strength and extraordinary insight into fighting aura and magical power, the original demons that didn't have any fighting aura within their bodies and didn't rely on magical power to support themselves made Trunks' observation fruitless. He couldn't figure out what Han Shuo was doing at all. One of the original demons landed in the middle of the most flourishing man-eating plants. It suddenly discovered a plant that looked like a person in the shape of a human in a patch of red mud. This plant was the same as a normal person and also had arms, legs, a waist, and a cheeks. However, the area below its waist was like a root that was buried in the mud. The exposed neck had 3 heads that didn't seem to be covered in skin and flesh. The shape of these 3 heads was exactly the same as the fruit of Dagmar that everyone had described. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with the light of excitement. He said, "I've found it. The fruit of Dagmar is in the middle of the man-eating plants. It has the body of a person, but it has a fruit that looks like 3 heads. But the fruit of Dagmar is in the middle of the mud. How should we get there?" Aphrodite was first overjoyed when she heard this, but then couldn't help but frown as she spoke. "Yeah, none of us here are archmages. We have no way of flying to the surface of the swamp." Gordon frowned and also spoke powerlessly. Trunks looked at Han Shuo, who was deep in thought, and thought for a moment. "Han, the swamp is filled with all kinds of poisonous vermin. There's also a slow-acting poisonous mist in the air. If we accidentally fall into the swamp, it's very unrealistic to think of leaving alive." I thought for a moment, and the only way is to use some of the towering trees on the side. If we borrow the slender branches of the trees and suddenly float out, we can fly across the center of the swamp for a short period of time. However, I can't guarantee that the floating power of those branches will be enough to send people directly to the other side. In addition, it'll only take the blink of an eye to float across the center of the swamp. I think it's impossible to get close to the fruit of Dagmar in that amount of time and obtain the fruit of Dagmar under the attacks of the man-eating plants. Han Shuo continued to furrow his brow in silence after Trunks had spoken. After a while, Han Shuo suddenly revealed a faint smile and stared at the female elf Angelica with a face full of smiles. He spoke amiably, like a big bad wolf asking a little white rabbit. "Beautiful and adorable elf, did you cast a wind blade spell on me just now?" Pulling the slightly panicked Angelica behind her, Nia looked a bit oddly at Han Shuo like a mother hen protecting her chicks. "Han, don't tell me you've taken what happened just now to heart and are planning to take revenge on Angelica? Angelica's status is noble among us elves, so I advise you not to provoke her. In addition, I won't allow you to target her. A smiling face isn't a good thing. That's what Grandpa told me. I feel quite awkward when I see his smile. He's definitely not a good thing." Angelica hid behind Nia and glared at Han Shuo, pouting coquettishly, shaking his head with a wry smile. Han Shuo said to Nia, "What are you thinking?" "I need Angelica to help me with a little if she's a wind mage." Nia let out a sigh of relief after hearing Han Shuo's words and turned to look at Angelica in a friendly manner. She said with a smile, he's not a bad person. You just cast a wind blade spell. What level of wind mage are you? I'm only of the mid-level, I can't fly. Don't make me go get that fruit, I'll fall. Angelica shrieked as her two slender legs shook and her body floated into the air. She held her breath, and her delicate little face was flushed red. She seemed to have used all her strength to leap into the air twice, and then fell to the ground with a thud. She spread out her hands towards the crowd and revealed a helpless expression. Her performance just now seemed to be telling everyone that she really couldn't do it, and that she would fall like this. I just need you to cast a mid-level Grimwind spell in a bit. Is there a need for you to put on such a show in front of us to prove your incompetence? Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at this odd little elf and asked in a strange tone. Abruptly sitting up from the ground, Angelica patted the dust off her body and puffed out her small chest, saying proudly, "So it's just a hurricane spell. I, Angelica, promise to help you. What do you plan on doing?" Trunks and the others all gathered curiously around Han Shua at this moment, waiting for Han Shua's response. Han Shua's face was grave as he looked deeply at Angelica and said lowly, "In a bit, as soon as I leave the tree branch, immediately cast a grim wind spell at me. Remember to cast it when I leave the branch, and you have to grasp the timing well." "Han, are you really planning on doing this? The force from the swinging branch won't be able to support you to the other side at all. Even with the help of the grim wind spell, it's quite unrealistic. In addition, the grim wind spell will only speed up your flight. You won't have a chance to retrieve the fruit of Dagmar then. I advise you to find another way." Trunks frowned as he looked at Han Shua and tried to persuade Han Shua. Shaking his head, Han Shua's expression was resolute as he said to Trunks, "No need. I wouldn't do this if I didn't have the confidence. Don't worry, I have other methods." After he finished speaking, Han Shua took out a tent from his space ring amidst everyone's astonishment. With a ferocious swipe of the demon's lair edge in his hand, the tent tore apart. Then Han Shua pondered for a moment before taking out some tough ropes to tie up the tent. After a while, Han Shua stopped and said with a smile, "I've created a simple and crude tool. With the help of this tool and the aid of the grim wind, I'm confident that I'll be able to cross this swamp, and I'll be able to cross it at a slow speed." "Han, what is this strange thing? You say it can help you cross this swamp? I really can't believe it." Aphrodite looked suspiciously at the item in Han Shua's hand and said in disbelief, "This is called a glider, can do it." Han Shua held the simple glider made from a tent and slowly climbed to the tallest and most luxuriant tree on the edge of the swamp under everyone's doubtful gazes. "Have you really decided?" Although Trunks didn't quite believe it, he couldn't see through the wonders of Han Shua's body, so he didn't try to persuade him. Seeing that Han Shua had climbed to the highest point and had prepared everything after holding onto a sturdy soft branch, he finally opened his mouth to ask, "I'm ready. Angelica, are you ready?" Han Shua nodded and spoke to the beautiful female elf Angelica in the distance. Angelica nodded proudly and said with great confidence, "No problem. You can begin." Chapter 114. Grabbing onto the soft branch, Han Shua exerted force to fly out, his body drawing a semicircle in midair. When he returned to his starting point, Han Shua's two legs kicked the tree trunk fiercely, his body once again leaping out like lightning. After swaying a few times like this, Han Shua's body's range of flight grew larger and larger, and his speed also increased. The group looked at Han Shua with astonishment, their hearts in turmoil following Han Shua's swaying. Just when Han Shua felt that he'd reached the peak of his swaying speed, he suddenly called out loudly, "Angelica, prepare to cast the grim wind." Han Shua suddenly let go of the branch as soon as he'd finished speaking, and abruptly flew towards the other side of the swamp under the enormous force of inertia. At the same time, the simple and crude glider that he'd put away in his space ring had already appeared. Han Shua grasped it beneath his body as if he'd suddenly grown a pair of wings. At the same time, Angelica confidently chanted the grim wind spell, and a fierce gust of wind blew up where Han Shuo was, carrying Han Shuo towards the swamp. If it wasn't for the existence of the glider, Han Shuo would certainly have flown out like a bolt of lightning, and perhaps also fallen into the depths of the swamp amidst the lightning. However, with the assistance of the glider and the blowing of the grim wind spell, Han Shuo magically and slowly floated towards the center of the swamp. He wasn't in a hurry in terms of speed. Oh my gosh, he really did it! Nia cried out in surprise, her face full of incredulity. The other observers were also quite surprised, and only Trunks maintained his calm. He said lowly with a grave expression, "The poisonous air in the center of the swamp is the heaviest, and the man-eating plants there aren't easy to deal with either. It won't be that easy to obtain the fruit in a short amount of time. I hope he can get what he wishes for." After Trunks' words, everyone seemed to suddenly remember that Han Shuo's goal this time wasn't just to cross the swamp, but more importantly to obtain the fruit of Dagmar. After pouring cold water on Trunks, everyone's expressions became heavy. As he slowly approached the center of the swamp, Han Shuo's attention was unprecedentedly focused. The demon's lair edge in his hand had long since been tightly gripped, but his eyes were tightly shut, relying on the original demons to pay attention to all abnormal movements in the center. Finally, the demon's lair edge flew out of Han Shuo's palm with an ear-piercing whistle. When the demon's lair edge entered the swamp, the man-eating plants all extended their life-reaping branches and leaves, attempting to entangle the demon's lair edge into the swamp. However, the sharpness of the demon's lair edge didn't disappoint Han Shuo. Large patches of thick branches and leaves fell into the swamp as the demon's lair edge danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, a large patch of man-eating plants around the fruit of Dagmar had been cleared. As Han Shuo's glider neared, the demon's lair edge cut through everything as it pleased under Han Shuo's mental control. At this moment, Han Shuo, with his eyes closed, seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding with the demon's lair edge. It was as if Han Shuo himself had suddenly become that indestructible demon's lair edge. The three original demons appeared in that area at the same time, observing all the changes in the surroundings of the fruit of Dagmar from three different directions. As Han Shuo slowly approached, the man-eating plants in that area were all chopped up by the demon's lair edge. When Han Shuo was a few meters away from that area, Han Shuo, who'd been tightly shut all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, he tilted his body and grabbed a noose in his hand, focusing all his attention on the fruit of Dagmar. He turned a deaf ear to the man-eating plants in the surroundings, as well as the faint poisonous mist slowly spreading out, as if these dangers didn't exist at all. Those observing from the outside were also a bit nervous by now. Angelica's breathing grew heavier, and her face flushed red with excitement, seeming to find the situation exceedingly exciting. The noose suddenly flew out with a whoosh. The demon's lair edge that had just been chopping up the surrounding man-eating plants suddenly flew upside down. Under Han Shuo's will, the tip of the demon's lair edge and the noose flew towards the neck of the fruit of Dagmar's human form. A foul stench suddenly filled Han Shuo's surroundings. Han Shuo felt a tightness in his chest in that moment, and his mind became temporarily dizzy. The demon's lair edge that had been moving towards the fruit of Dagmar suddenly fell downwards, without direction, following Han Shuo's momentary lapse of concentration. "Careful, hang in there." Aphrodite suddenly called out from the shore, reminding Han Shuo to stay focused. The magical yuan automatically circulated to his chest, and wherever the magical yuan passed, the tightness in Han Shuo's chest disappeared bit by bit. His slightly dizzy mind once again returned to normal. With a thought, the demon's lair edge that was about to fall into the swamp suddenly whistled sharply. The sharp edge trembled and flew towards the fruit of Dagmar like lightning, bringing the noose with the tail of the demon's lair edge towards the neck of the fruit of Dagmar's human form. Delighted, Han Shuo took a deep breath and pulled forcefully with his large hands, tightening the noose. Branches and leaves of the man-eating plants that had come over once again were chopped off by the demon's lair edge that had completed its mission. Some of the branches and leaves even had colorful fluids flowing out of them. The fruit of Dagmar slowly left the swamp amidst everyone's trepidation. Han Shuo exerted more and more force, and with the help of the demon's lair edge, it cut off the fruit of Dagmar from the waist down. Han Shuo abruptly lifted it up, and the fruit of Dagmar, along with the neck and the human form's upper limbs, flew out of the swamp. Slowly exerting force in his hand, the fruit of Dagmar gradually retracted. The glider carried Han Shuo across the center of the swamp and slowly flew towards the other side. Rob them. A sharp cry suddenly sounded at this moment, and then 4 arrows with flames burning on them shot towards Han Shuo's body. At the same time, an enormous hand suddenly formed from the mud, grabbing towards Han Shuo's legs. "Oh, damn it, there's an enemy!" Trunks suddenly cursed from the shore and shouted loudly. Han Shuo, who was on the glider, was only a dozen or so meters away from the opposite shore. The enormous hand formed from the mud was the greatest threat, so Han Shuo had no choice but to call back the demon's lair edge to deal with it. Of the 4 burning arrows, 2 were aimed at Han Shuo, and the other 2 were aimed at the glider beneath Han Shuo. At this moment, Han Shuo would rather be injured than let the glider ignite and fall. He took out a dagger from his space ring and fiercely brandished it to block the 4 incoming arrows. The 4 burning arrows were obviously not easy to deal with. Han Shuo had no foothold on the glider and was in a rather sorry state. He finally managed to block 2 arrows with difficulty, but one still landed on Han Shuo's calf, bringing scorching pain to Han Shuo. Han Shuo could only stop the other arrow from deviating slightly, but it still landed below the glider and set the glider ablaze. "Be careful, he's coming ashore." There were a dozen or so people standing on the swamp on the opposite shore, all of them waiting for Han Shuo to come over. These people were dressed like mercenaries, but also seemed to be part of a private group. There were people of all professions mixed in. His heart was filled with boundless rage, and Han Shuo wanted nothing more than to exterminate these people on the opposite shore. It looked like these people had coincidentally arrived on the opposite shore because Trunks and the others were separated by a large swamp. From the other side of the river, plus Trunks and the others were paying too much attention to Han Shuo. His vigilance had dropped, and he hadn't discovered the existence of these people. In the end, these people had ambushed him. During this process, the fruit of Dagmar had finally been put away into Han Shuo's space ring. It was very painful for Han Shuo to have the arrow stuck in his calf, and the glider had also slowly started to burn. Han Shuo's sleeves had already been scorched, causing Han Shuo to endure the heart-wrenching pain of being burned. However, with the burning Han Shuo and the glider still continued to land unimpeded on the opposite shore. However, these people were vicious enough, and some more set up their bows and arrows, attempting to shoot Han Shuo to death in midair. The Manticore's roar suddenly sounded at this moment, and then Han Shuo saw a murderous Trunks charge directly at the group with his sword in hand. Not far away, Aphrodite and the other adventurers were also enraged to the extreme as they quickly approached the opposite shore. Under the effects of the demon's lair edge, the giant hand of sludge that had just been formed by the Earth Mage had already calmed down. The demon's lair edge finally returned to Han Shuo's side when the whistling sounds of arrows rang out, helping Han Shuo smash the string of arrows into pieces. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, Han Shuo's hands had been largely burned, and his hair had also been charred black. With a deep-rooted hatred, the glider finally landed on the opposite bank, which was burning fiercely. When Han Shuo had forcibly pulled out the arrow stuck in his calf, Han Shuo's expression was a bit frightening as he stood up resolutely. A pair of bone-chilling and extremely dangerous eyes shot onto the ambushers. Chapter 115. Who are you people? Trunks first breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Han Shuo was fine, and then looked coldly at the strangers. Don't care who we are. Leave behind the Medusa's core and blood, as well as the fruit of Dagmar, and we can spare your lives. An adept mage in the front held a staff in his hand and spoke with a dark face. Leon, it can't be that simple. Ha! Look! There's 3 beautiful girls running over. We haven't touched women in a long time. These 3 girls need to stay behind and let us have some fun. Another adept swordsman with a body as sturdy as an orangutan carried a broadsword on his shoulder and smiled obscenely. Angelo, your words make a bit of sense. I didn't see these 3 girls just now. Ha! Leave behind the 3 beautiful girls and everything else. Strength reigns supreme in the dark forest. If you want to live, then get the hell out of here. Adept mage Leon also looked with great interest at Nia, Aphrodite, and Angelica running over from afar and spoke merrily. There were more than 10 people in this group. Not only were there mages and swordsmen, there were also archers, priests, and thieves. All of them were experienced men with extraordinary strength. Do you think you're worthy? Han Shuo walked over from afar at this moment. Han Shuo's body exuded an exceedingly dangerous presence without any restraint. Han Shuo's features were savage and terrifying after his body had been set aflame. These people were a bit frightened as he walked over step by step. Han, are you all right? Trunks couldn't help but ask when he saw Han Shuo's exaggerated appearance. This ugly thing is an eyesore, but his life force is quite tenacious. He hasn't died yet. Brothers, let's get rid of him first. Angelo called out with a cold face and spoke directly. Gordon, Aphrodite, and the others had finally arrived at this time. Han Shuo didn't say another word as his body suddenly flashed out at high speed, heading straight for Angelo. A faint black magical aura slowly seeped out from Han Shuo's body. Due to the unprecedented rise in killing intent and anger, Han Shuo's molded spirit realm mind had become unstable. His body instantly changed. The dark, demonic aura spilled out under the influence of the demonic yuan. Han Shuo's mind instantly became muddled, and all that was left in his heart was the violent desire to kill and destroy everything. His pupils turned a frighteningly ghastly white, with no more black pupils. This kid is a bit odd. Everyone be careful. Angelo was startled by Han Shuo's demonic appearance and immediately cried out in alarm. Although Trunks and the others couldn't see Han Shuo's expression from behind, they could feel that something was wrong with Han Shuo. The wisps of black demonic aura that were overflowing from Han Shuo's body were mixed with an evil and terrifying aura. This aura made everyone instinctively feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Let's go! Help Han Shuo kill these fellows who are taking advantage of his misfortune. Gadon roared and took the lead to rush out. When the people behind him saw that Gadon had moved, they did not hesitate at all and began to attack. Only Angelica stood there, seeming a bit at a loss as to what to do. She said to Nia, who was looking for a large tree to hide behind, "Hey, Sister Nia, do you need my help?" "Just protect yourself. The situation is too dangerous right now." Nia called out lightly with impatience. She had already knocked an arrow and aimed at a human archer in the distance. A shrill, soul-sucking shriek, like the despairing cry of a demon from the depths of hell, filled the entire battlefield in an instant. Everyone's minds trembled as they felt a chill on their skin. They were shocked by this strange, soul-sucking shriek as they frantically looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. The sound's coming from that kid. Angelo was startled as the veins on his forehead bulged. He called out loudly as he looked at Han Shuo charging over. It was only after he spoke up that everyone noticed the source of the sound. It was the Demon's Lair edge that was flying close to Han Shuo's body. At this moment, the Demon's Lair edge's blade was emitting thick, demonic aura, circling around Han Shuo's body. The black, demonic aura danced around the Demon's Lair edge like a demon that could devour everything, giving everyone an extremely evil visual impact. Kill him first. Angelo was truly panicking now. An extremely uneasy feeling rose in his heart as he suddenly started shouting. Everyone could see that something was wrong with Han Shuo. Even Trunks, who had been through the baptism of battle, felt a chill in his heart when he saw Han Shuo's current state. He couldn't figure out just what was happening to Han Shuo. These enemies were naturally even more afraid. The only solution they could think of to deal with this unknown danger was to directly destroy him. Suddenly, several fierce magical attacks flew through the air with bows and arrows between them, all shooting towards Han Shuo's head. It was likely that even Trunks wouldn't have an easy time dealing with such a fierce wave of attacks. But at this moment, Han Shuo strangely let out a low, beast-like roar. He pushed off with both feet, and his body actually soared several meters into the air, as if he was really flying through the air. He directly leaped over the onslaught of attacks and suddenly shot towards Angelo like a bolt of lightning. There were several arrows and a few magical attacks stuck in the area where Han Shuo had just used his strength and a pair of footprints that had sunk into the ground. Damn it! Angelo frowned. He suddenly discovered that the ferocious and terrifying Han Shuo was actually charging towards him through the air. Angelo only had the adept mage Leon by his side and couldn't do anything at all. He could only unsheath his broadsword and take a stance, intending to give Han Shuo a painful blow. The Demon's Lair edge, which had been mysteriously circling around Han Shuo all this time, suddenly flew out first with a soul-sucking howl. It shot towards Angelo like an evil spirit nibbling away at its prey. Angelo's heart chilled as he suddenly exerted force, the broadsword in his hand exploding with dark green fighting aura. The fighting aura formed the shape of a cross, striking towards the Demon's Lair edge that was descending from the sky. The sonorous sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded from between the Demon's Lair edge and Angelo. The Demon's Lair edge actually miraculously swung to the side after a sharp howl, along with the cracked Demon's Lair edge. Under Angelo's astonishment, Han Shuo's body that had fallen from the sky crashed onto Angelo's body. A mournful cry instantly emitted from Angelo's mouth. Angelo, who had been extremely proud and domineering just a moment ago, now let out a pained cry. Han Shuo, who was like an evil god possessed by a demon, straddled Angelo's body, madly attacking and tearing apart Angelo's body. Angelo's counterattack, mixed with fighting aura, landed on Han Shuo's body, but Han Shuo didn't react at all. He only attacked Angelo even more fiercely. A pair of slender palms seemed to have become sharp weapons, forcibly tearing apart Angelo's ears. The bridge of his nose was deeply sunk into his cheeks, and his eyes were a bloody mess. His eyeballs had already exploded into a viscous mass of blood that flowed out. The flesh on his chest was torn apart by Han Shuo's frenzied tearing. Large pieces of flesh were torn apart with fresh blood. Such a scene made one's scalp go numb. "Save me! Save me!" At this moment, Angelo's face had become flat. It was even more terrifying than Han Shuo's malevolence. Only his mouth was still able to let out a mournful cry for help. Han Shuo, who had fallen into a demonic state, only had the pleasure of killing and destruction in his heart. He no longer had the peace and patience that he usually had. He seemed a little impatient at Angelo's cries. He punched straight at Angelo's mouth. The sound of teeth breaking suddenly rang out. Angelo whimpered weakly, then spat out his broken tongue mixed with teeth. "Oh, my God! How did we provoke such a madman?" Leon, who was not far away, saw the cruel process of Han Shuo's violence. He felt a chill in his heart. His body trembled a little, and he couldn't help but scream. Punch after punch, Han Shuo's fist still landed on Angelo's cheeks and neck. Angelo, who had been whimpering incessantly, now had his chest facing the sky, but his face was already facing the ground. This posture showed that his neck had obviously been broken. Angelo was long dead. What's wrong with Han? Why is he so cruel? On the other side, Aphrodite and the others, who had been preparing to attack, were all scared silly. They even forgot to continue attacking the enemies and only stared blankly at Han Shua's violence. "Angelica, stay there and don't come over." Nia saw that the curious Angelica wanted to come over and see what was going on. She suddenly yelled out and stopped Angelica from approaching. She didn't want her to see this kind of scene. "Don't let them get away. Han's a bit off right now, but we should help him now." Although Trunks had also killed countless people, Han Shua's atrocities made his scalp go numb. However, Trunks was someone who had weathered through great storms and waves and understood what he had to do at this time. After Trunks charged over with the manticore, milky white fighting aura blossomed from his long sword and immediately killed an enemy thief and archer. The milky white fighting aura represented the identity of a sword master, and the appearance of the manticore signified Trunks' status. It was only now that these people realized that they'd provoked Trunks from the dark forest. Leon groaned and said painfully, "Damn it, why are we so unlucky? It's one thing to run into a terrifying madman, but we've also run into this kind of infamous, malefic star. Damn it, why is it Trunks? Everyone hurry and run." Another swordsman also called out with a bit of fear. There were more than 10 people in the group, and 4 of them were senior swordsmen and adept mages. Add to that the balance of the various professions. This kind of strength was actually quite tyrannical. Even with the addition of Trunks, they still wouldn't necessarily have absolute confidence in winning against them. But because of Trunks' reputation on one hand and Han Shua's exaggerated actions on the other, these people were finally shocked enough to make the decision to retreat. "You guys stay here, I'll give chase." Trunks suddenly called out when he saw that Aphrodite and the others were attempting to chase after them. Just as his voice left his mouth, before he could finish speaking, the demonized Han Shua had already leapt up from Anglo's corpse and flew out with the demon's lair edge. His speed was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the escaping Leon. "That demon has caught up. Leon, why did you think of provoking them? You've caused our deaths." A swordsman turned his head and complained bitterly to Leon when he saw Han Shua appear. Everyone split up. "Although I can't see through that demon's strength, it looks like he's not much weaker than Trunks if he was able to kill Anglo like this. You better hope you don't run into him, or you'll surely be tortured to death." Leon immediately changed directions after shouting. Everyone had just witnessed Han Shua's brutality and didn't need Leon's reminder at this time. All of them suddenly changed directions and gathered in 2s and 3s, fleeing in different directions. Although they'd heard of Trunks' strength, they knew that Trunks had never killed someone so cruelly before. Therefore, they would rather run into Trunks than the extremely sinister and cruel demon Han Shua, whose strength and identity were unknown. With a whoosh, Han Shua appeared in this place and didn't stop, directly charging forward. In front of a river, 2 journeyman swordsmen and a lightning adept mage were finally caught up by Han Shua. When the 3 saw that the newcomer was actually Han Shua, they all revealed expressions of fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Seeing that Han Shua was rapidly approaching, the adept mage finally couldn't help but yell, "Mother *her, fight him to the death, or we'll definitely be tortured to death by him." As soon as the lightning adept mage said so, a magic incantation came out of his mouth. 5 bolts of lightning slithered through the air like dragons and snakes, winding and entangling towards Han Shua. The 2 journeyman swordsmen held their long swords, appearing somewhat nervous due to fear. It wasn't until Han Shua arrived in front of the 3, dodging 3 bolts of lightning and being struck by 2 bolts, that the 2 swordsmen and the mage were overjoyed. The 2 swordsmen moved forward while the mage followed behind, intending to kill Han Shua. Unfortunately, they just couldn't understand the toughness of Han Shua's body. After being struck by 2 bolts of lightning, Han Shua's body was even more injured, but he didn't feel any pain due to his demonization. After demonization, Han Shua suddenly rushed into the middle of the 2 swordsmen and the mage, immediately launching a life and death struggle. After a few breaths, relying on a crazy fighting spirit, Han Shuo forcefully endured 2 waves of sword light from the 2 swordsmen and killed the lightning adept mage who had miscalculated Han Shuo's physical condition. Afterwards, he used the last of his magical yuan to severely injure a swordsman. Finally, his body completely lost all strength and collapsed weakly to the ground. He can't hold on anymore. Help me kill him, quickly. The heavily injured journeyman swordsman shouted to the other person as he lay in a pool of blood. The only remaining journeyman swordsman had a gloomy face and excited eyes as he raised his sword and walked step by step towards the paralyzed Han Shuo, who no longer had any magical yuan or physical strength left in his body. Chapter 116. Hurry up and kill that madman. Another fallen swordsman abruptly yelled out harshly, "Shut your mouth!" The swordsman, who'd been walking towards Han Shuo, suddenly turned his head and glared coldly at the person behind him. He said stiffly, "If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll kill you as well." The person suddenly froze in place when these words were spoken and looked at him with a completely unfamiliar gaze. He opened his mouth and asked in confusion, "Francis, what's wrong with you?" Francis' face was full of excitement and greed as he walked towards Han Shuo with his sword in hand. His gaze was focused on Han Shuo as he said agitatedly, "I'm going to make a fortune. You better not block my way, or I'll make you die with him." The person finally understood what was going on at this moment. Francis had been drowned in greed by now, and there were no longer any companions in his mind. All that was left was the desire to make a fortune. Han Shuo slowly awoke from his demonic state under the stabbing pain in his head. After a brief moment of confusion, Han Shuo remembered everything that had just happened and immediately realized the urgency of the situation. The spoils of war on the Medusa and the fruit of Dagmar will all be mine soon. You evil madman, go die! Francis' gaze was fixed on the space ring on Han Shuo's hand as he spoke with a darkened face and excitement. Francis raised the long sword in his hand as soon as he'd finished speaking and stabbed towards the powerless Han Shuo's chest. It looked like Francis was planning on taking Han Shuo's life first, and then taking the space ring to study its contents. Han Shuo quickly chanted a necromancy incantation, and a bone dagger suddenly appeared to block the sword in Francis's hand as it stabbed towards Han Shuo's chest. "Actually, I'm a necromancer." Han Shuo looked oddly at the shocked Francis and said coldly. In the midst of Felon's terror, the little bone knife pushed and Felon's body involuntarily retreated. Then a little skull with a huge eye patch on one eye swiftly approached Ferenc with a bone knife in hand. Amidst the sounds of metal clashing, the heroic little skull beheaded the already injured Ferenc with his little bone knife. The other heavily injured swordsman who had been yelling to kill Han Shuo was naturally mercilessly killed by the little skull after Han Shuo gave the order. From the moment this group of people appeared, they had used despicable means to deal with him. From the beginning to the end, they had not shown any mercy. Han Shuo was not a naive person. He naturally understood that an eye for an eye was the most suitable ending for them. The little skull's appearance had saved Han Shuo, who was about to be killed, and had completely reversed the situation that should have been happening. Wielding the bone knife, the little skull skillfully arranged the corpses of the 3, collecting all the valuable items on them and giving them to Han Shuo to store in his space ring. Of the 3, only the Thunder Adept Mage had some belongings, including an expensive magic staff, a few hundred gold coins, and 2 or 3 level 3 and 4 magical creature cores. The 2 swordsmen had nothing but a poor quality sword and some scraps of gold coins. Lying limply on the ground, Han Shuo understood that his mind would immediately sink into a murderous frenzy after entering demonhood. He would never wake up until his magical yuan and stamina were completely exhausted. Not only was Han Shuo's magical yuan and stamina depleted after entering demonhood, but his body had also suffered all kinds of blows. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered, even more serious than Odysseus' attack from the Manticore. It was a good thing that Han Shua's physical strength was far superior to Odysseus. Therefore, even though Han Shua was so weak that he couldn't even stand up, he was well aware of his body's condition. He would be able to recover in a short amount of time, even without the aid of any medicine. All this time, Han Shua hadn't revealed his identity as a necromancer. This was because he was hiding some secrets that could save his life at critical moments. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shua still had mental strength to use when facing the ambushers this time, he would have been hard-pressed to escape death. If these people had known beforehand that Han Shua was also a necromancer, the current outcome would likely have been different. Lines of magical incantations appeared from his mouth as several zombie warriors and skeletal warriors suddenly appeared around Han Shua's body. They all raised their weapons and surrounded Han Shua, planning to deal with any changes that might occur at any time. Han Shua, who had awakened, immediately made contact with the original demons. Through the original demons' observation, Han Shua saw that Trunks had already met up with Aphrodite and the others. They were currently searching for traces of him in this area. The physically weak Han Shua was not only unable to move or speak loudly, but he had a large number of dark creatures at his disposal. After the order was given, the little skull made a huge ruckus in the area, sending shrubbery flying everywhere. "There's movement over there. Let's go take a look." Trunks' ears were quite sharp and immediately detected the commotion. After pointing out the direction, he led the group towards Han Shua's location. The dark creatures that had just been summoned were immediately sent back to the other dimension by Han Shua's mental strength. It didn't take long before the group, led by Trunks, finally arrived in front of Han Shua. "How is it?" Trunks exclaimed and immediately ran towards Han Shua with large strides. Han Shua was in an extremely sorry state now. His entire body was scorched, and there were many places on his body that had been burned by the fire. His face was so black that it was almost impossible to make out his original appearance. It was rather difficult for Trunks to still recognize Han Shua at a glance. "I'm fine. I didn't think that I would run into this group of people on the way." Han Shua's voice was a bit weak as he laughed wryly and said softly, "I was careless this time. I was surprised by your novel actions and let down my guard for a moment, resulting in this situation. But it's no big deal. These things happen every day in the dark forest. I've long since grown used to everything here." Trunks breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Han Shua was still alive and shrugged his shoulders. Afra, Gordon, and the others came over and greeted Han Shua one by one. Afra then said with a bit of emotion, "It looks like it's as Caspian said, Trunks is a good person. At least last time, Trunks only wanted the spoils of war from the twin-headed dragon and didn't ambush us from the start. He didn't want to kill us, and he didn't harbor any lustful thoughts. I finally understand what Caspian meant when I compare him to them. I'd thought he was joking before." Everyone thought back to their encounter with Trunks after Afra's words, and thought back to those people's actions just now. They suddenly felt that Trunks was actually quite merciful. "I'm actually not as good as you think I am, and I'm constantly changing. When I first arrived in the dark forest, I was once as simple as you all, and I also trusted the companions beside me greatly. However, after repeated actions, I've realized that I can trust no one but myself in the dark forest. Danger is everywhere, and you must harden your heart and face everything around you. Otherwise, if you show any benevolence or weakness, it's very likely that you'll lose your life." Trunks shrugged and explained dashingly, "What happened to you just now?" After hesitating for a moment, Nia looked at Han Shua and asked with a bit of lingering fear. Everyone's gazes all focused on Han Shua when Nia's words left her mouth, seeming to wait for Han Shua to give a reasonable explanation. After all, Han Shua's methods had been a bit brutal just now, and his expression was also vastly different from usual. Everyone couldn't help but have this question. Because the martial arts techniques I've trained in are a bit incomplete, I may fall into a terrifying situation that even I can't control once I'm strongly stimulated. I'm very sorry that my anger just now has caused everyone some confusion. I didn't want this to happen either, but this isn't something I can control. Han Shuo couldn't explain anything to them at all regarding the situation of him falling into a demonic trance and could only say this. So that's how it is. Your performance just now was very frightening. If you can't control this kind of martial arts technique, then it's best if you give up early, because if you continue like this, it may lead to unpredictable consequences. Afra looked sincerely at Han Shuo and advised kindly. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't take Afra's advice to heart. If the situation of him falling into a demonic trance could be effectively controlled, then it wouldn't be called falling into a demonic trance. This kind of falling into a demonic trance didn't happen so easily. This was all caused when one's realm reached a certain level due to their state of mind and other reasons. For Han Shuo, he could only be vigilant and on guard, but he wouldn't give up training in demonic magic because of this. All right, we should first get rid of Han Shuo and meet up with Odysseus before discussing other matters. Trunks first looked strangely at Han Shuo and then opened his mouth to speak to Afra. Trunks' suggestion was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Gordon and the other two swordsmen then made a simple stretcher and lifted Han Shuo up, walking towards Odysseus' location. Along the way, Han Shuo learned from Trunks that this group of people seemed to be the private guards of the McGrady Guild. Trunks had chased after them and killed quite a few people in a row, until he discovered that they had met up with even more guards. He sensed that the other party's strength wasn't something that he could deal with alone and returned because he was worried about Han Shuo's situation. Han Shuo had heard of the McGrady Guild before. It was a large guild that existed on the same level as the Bust Guild. Phoebe had been vexed for a while because of this guild last time. It was said that this guild specialized in smuggling and sold all kinds of contraband goods between countries. They had close relationships with the nobles of various countries. The McGrady Guild didn't belong to the Lancelot Empire, but rather belonged to the Brute Merchant Alliance established by mercenary merchants. They seemed to have quite a reputation in the Brute Merchant Alliance and had only recently entered and exited the Lancelot Empire frequently, causing quite a bit of damage to Phoebe's Bust Merchant Alliance. The injuries on Han Shuo's body could be said to be too severe to look at. If such heavy injuries had landed on an ordinary person's body, in addition to the constant bumpy journey, any normal person would absolutely have cried out in pain. But after half an hour of bumpy travel, Han Shuo's wounds had been treated simply, and he hadn't let out a single cry of pain from beginning to end as he lay on the stretcher. This made everyone ineffably admire Han Shuo's astonishing endurance. Not only that, but Han Shuo actually still had the energy to converse continuously with Trunks, asking him about the McGrady Guild situation. It was as if the scalp-numbing injuries on his body weren't something he was enduring at all. When they arrived at a cave that everyone had worked together to dig and moved away the layers of rocks, Gordon finally couldn't hold it in any longer and looked at Han Shuo with an unbearable expression, voicing everyone's thoughts. Han Shuo, what kind of monster are you? Laughing involuntarily, Han Shuo, whose tolerance for pain had already reached a monstrous level, really didn't know how to respond to Gordon. He could only smile wryly and shake his head, saying, I'm just a bit more thick-skinned than you guys. When Odysseus came out, Nia recounted the course of events. Having recovered a lot, Odysseus felt his heart skip a beat as he listened. He was extremely shocked at his encounter with the group. Sister Nia, I think I should go back. My grandfather must be worried. Angelica tilted her head in thought when she saw that no one was paying attention to her. She seemed a bit bored as she spoke. Nia abruptly slapped her head when she heard Angelica's words and said with sudden realization, I almost forgot about you. Let's go. I'll immediately send you to your grandfather's. The dark forest is too dangerous. Don't sneak off next time. Nodding, Angelica smiled sweetly as she bid farewell to everyone. She waved her hand when she reached Han Shuo and said, Goodbye, bad guys. Nia, you'll be fine by yourself, right? Gordon, go with her. Odysseus creased his brow and said to Nia. Shaking her head, Nia smiled faintly. No need, Captain. Her grandfather is nearby. I'll yell out if anything happens. Nia quickly left with Angelica after saying these words, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. I think I've fulfilled my promise to you. It's time to leave now. Trunks looked at Han Shoa and opened his mouth to speak to Han Shoa. After spending some time together, Han Shoa discovered that Trunks wasn't as unbearable as the rumor said. At least, Trunks' actions during this time didn't make Han Shoa feel any discomfort. In Han Shoa's heart, he'd even unconsciously treated Trunks as a companion. He wasn't quite used to hearing that Trunks was about to leave immediately. Let's do a good deed to the end. Look at me now that I've suffered such heavy injuries. You should stay and take care of me for a while no matter what. It won't be too late for you to leave after we leave this dangerous place. Han Shoa looked at Trunks and said with a cheeky smile, This isn't what I promised you earlier. Actually, I fulfilled my promise from the moment I obtained the fruit. Helping you deal with the enemies later on is already an extra. Don't be too greedy. Look at me, I'm injured and Odysseus can't make a move right now. It'll be very difficult for the rest of us to walk out of this dangerous area unscathed. I don't think you'll be so cruel as to abandon us. Trunks was silent for a while after saying this and finally said, How about this, Han? Promise me one thing and I'll protect you and send you to a relatively safe place. What is it? Han Shoa started and asked Trunks. I won't say it for now. Just remember to promise me. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Ha ha! I'm someone with no credibility. I believe you. Trunks stared deeply into Han Shoa's eyes as he spoke word by word. Han Shoa suddenly grew silent and met Trunks' gaze. Han Shoa was still smiling cheekily, but he nodded and said, All right, I promise you. Odysseus looked at the two with a face full of gratification. He suddenly felt that the two of them were quite similar in this moment. Both had mysterious origins, both were strong, and both had tenacious personalities. They were calm and collected in the face of trouble, and showed no mercy when they needed to act. As Odysseus stared at Han Shoa also looked at Odysseus. Han Shoa thought for a moment and then spoke to Odysseus with a serious expression. Your goal in coming to the dark forest this time is for the fruit of Dagmar. I know that you didn't hold much hope in the beginning and didn't seem to value the fruit of Dagmar as much as I'd imagined. As a friend, I'd like to ask you, Odysseus, do you really need the fruit of Dagmar? Not really. Our main goal in coming to the dark forest is to train our own strength. Of course, if we're lucky, we hope to obtain some valuable items. I think we've completely achieved our goals now. The fruit of Dagmar was just an empty goal to begin with, and we didn't really think we'd be able to obtain it. Ordinary people will go crazy if they eat this fruit, so we have no use for it. We just casually promised someone else and came here to try our luck. Odysseus explained seriously when he saw Han Shoa's grave expression. He then looked questioningly at Han Shoa and asked, Han, why are you asking this? Heaving a sigh of relief, Han Shoa nodded with a faint smile and said, Because I want to take the fruit of Dagmar for myself. The martial arts technique I practice will cause my mind to become muddled, just like they said just now. But if I have the fruit of Dagmar, I can improve this situation. So if you don't really need it, I'd like to take all 3 pieces of the fruit of Dagmar, but I can compensate you with gold coins. Then you can take it all for yourself. Haha, we've already gotten too much. You've given us all the cores of the twin-headed dragon and the Medusa. These can be exchanged for enough gold coins. If you want the fruit of Dagmar, then take it all. There's no point in bringing up gold coins. Odysseus smiled freely and spoke sincerely to Han Shoa, Aphrodite, Gordon, and the others indicated that Han Shoa absolutely didn't need the fruit of Dagmar. They all said things like they didn't really need the fruit of Dagmar anyways. All right, since this is the case, I won't hold back. Han Shoa really did need the fruit of Dagmar for this level of molded spirit. Therefore, he didn't put on too many false pretenses and readily agreed. In the next few days, Han Shua's original demons scouted all around, and Trunks' protection allowed the group to return the way they'd come, planning on leaving the depths of the dark forest as soon as possible. In just a few days, Han Shua, who'd been so weak that he could only be carried by the group, had actually gotten off the stretcher. A pair of slender arms and jade-white cheeks were once again revealed after a layer of old skin had retreated from his severely burned arms and cheeks. There wasn't the slightest trace of being burned. The charred skin on his body and his hair had also returned to normal in the span of a few days, miraculously causing Odysseus and the others to once again wonder, "What kind of monster are you?" His magical yuan was also rapidly recovering. Han Shua carefully stored the fruit of Dagmar during this process and prepared to eat it when he was alone and quiet after returning to the cemetery of death. The injuries within his body also quickly healed as the magical yuan circulated. As the days passed, Han Shua's injuries quickly healed. On this day, Han Shua's original demons spied a large group of people walking with earth dragons in the distance. They actually discovered traces of adept mage Leon, and suddenly realized that those people should be from the McGrady Guild. After calculating the days and distance, Han Shua discovered that they were almost close to where the forest troll lived. He suddenly remembered that these infamous bandits were still waiting for their great goddess Datara's instructions. When he thought of the despicable things that the guards of the McGrady Guild had done to him, Han Shua's lips couldn't help but blossom into a cold, vicious smile. Chapter 117. Odysseus, we met here, so let's part here as well. Han Shua smiled faintly at Odysseus and the others at the place where he'd met Odysseus and the others. This place was close to where the forest troll lived, and Odysseus could guarantee a full recovery from his injuries after experiencing the Medusa's essence blood. Han Shua's injuries had more or less healed after these days of recovery. It wasn't too dangerous to leave at this time, so Han Shua brought up the suggestion of parting. All good things must come to an end, and Odysseus and the others also knew that this place was relatively safer. Odysseus nodded helplessly after Han Shua's suggestion and said, "Since this is the case, then let's part ways here. I hope we can meet again in the future." The group bid farewell to Han Shua and Trunks with some reluctance, and finally, gradually, left this place after Han Shua and Trunks waved their hands, heading towards the outskirts of the dark forest. Trunks finally spoke up when Odysseus and the others had disappeared. "With your current condition, I don't think you need my protection anymore. It looks like it's time for me to leave." Seeing Trunks shake his head, Han Shua smiled and said, "You can't leave yet." "Why?" "I'm quite angry at the harm the McGrady Guild has done to me. My anger won't die until that Earth Adept Mage Leon has died in my hands. Haha, I've discovered that your manticore often disappears for a period of time recently. Have you already discovered traces of the McGrady Guild and are planning on slowly making a move against them?" Trunks said with astonishment when these words were spoken, "It looks like there's something mysterious on you, as if nothing can be hidden from you." "That's right. I'm planning on making a move against the McGrady Guild, but there's an archmage holding down the fort and many other helpers. I can only move stealthily and absolutely don't dare face them head-on. You're still injured, so you won't be of much use if you really do fight. That's why I've excluded you." Looking deeply at Trunks, Han Shua mused for a moment and then said, "I have a way to deal with the McGrady Guild. I also know they'll pass through here, and it'll be difficult for me to deal with the archmage. As long as you help me deal with the archmage, I'll take care of the rest." "Are you crazy? The McGrady Guild uses earth dragons to travel, and there are more than 100 attendants and guards of all sizes. There are 60 to 70 guards of all professions in this group. Do you think you can deal with so many people with your strength alone?" Trunks stared at Han Shua and exclaimed in confusion. Smiling faintly and enigmatically, Han Shua said, "You don't need to worry about that. You'll know why I can deal with them when I show up. From now on, follow the McGrady Guild. You'll see them pay the price before long." After saying these words, Han Shua didn't wait for Trunks to continue asking and left with a long laugh, walking in another direction, leaving behind a baffled Trunks. When he arrived at the Forest Troll's holy land, Han Shua summoned the Little Skull and had the Forest Troll guarding this place take out the hidden bamboo raft, bringing him down the river to where the Forest Troll lived. The Little Skull's appearance immediately sent the silent Forest Troll tribe into a state of panic. The Forest Troll warrior who'd led Han Shua here immediately sprinted inside when he arrived. Before long, an excited old priest scrambled and crawled in front of the Little Skull and knelt down, kowtowing loudly. "The great goddess Dadera commands you to arm yourselves to the teeth and prepare. The great goddess Dadera plans to bring you to do a big business and rob a large human guild that's passing by." Han Shua raised his head high and gave his orders arrogantly. When they heard that they were going to rob, all the Forest Troll, whether old, women, or children, immediately became excited. They waved their weapons with one hand and waved the pockets they carried on their bodies with the other as they yelled loudly. It looked like the robbing nature of this race was something that no one could change. "Thank you, great goddess Dadera. Thank you, great goddess Dadera, for your guidance." The old priest was beyond excited and immediately turned around to give orders to the strong troll leader who was running over from afar. When the Forest Troll leader heard that they were going to rob, he raised a long spear and stood on a high place, mobilizing his men. All sorts of young and strong Forest Troll automatically lined up in long lines, separated by the troll warriors, hunters, and priests. Before long, 500 to 600 Forest Troll were all ready to go. Seeing that they were all ready, Han Shua nodded and didn't say anything else. He gave an order to Little Skull. The high-spirited Little Skull stood on a high place like the Forest Troll leader, waving the bone knife in his hand high in the air. Little Skull, who was wearing a pirate's eye patch, had the demeanor of a bandit at this moment. Under the old priest's yell, the palanquin that had transported Little Skull last time was brought out again and placed Little Skull inside. Han Shua took out a black magic robe and wrapped it around his body and head, leading the way towards the path that the McGrady Guild would definitely take. Because the Forest Troll's reputation was too bad, it would definitely bring him trouble if he were to be found out in the future. Therefore, after some consideration, Han Shua decided to conceal himself as much as possible. The reason why he sent Odysseus and the others away was because Han Shua knew that they were too kind and simple. Not only would their presence not be of any use, they might even affect him a little. Therefore, he had no choice but to let them leave first. Han Shua was very clear about the McGrady Guild's location with the original demon's constant observation. He brought 500 to 600 Forest Troll to a Tanai mountain. Under Han Shua's orders, the Forest Troll began to skillfully set up traps and obstruct their advance. After everything was in place, the oily green-skinned Forest Troll stood in the thicket at the side and became one with the trees. It would be very difficult to find traces of them if one didn't look closely. Trunks rode his manticore and followed far behind this group of people. Because there were archmages present, Trunks didn't dare make any rash movements and only followed according to Han Shua's previous orders. After half an hour, the group of people led by the enormous earth dragons gradually appeared. The earth dragons huffed and puffed as they moved forward, the goods on their bodies swaying continuously. Guards of all professions walked at the very front, their vigilant gazes patrolling all around. Han Shua was quite familiar with 2 of them and recognized them as the ones who had attacked him in the swamp. Apart from the 2 earth dragons, there were also a few enormous lizard camels in this wave of McGrady Guild people. A few richly dressed merchants were inside, surrounded by experienced guards. It was no wonder that even Trunks didn't dare act rashly. When they walked into the mountain valley, the soles of the guards in front of them suddenly gave way and they fell into a trap. Rocks rolled down from the surrounding hills and completely blocked their path. Javelins and spears were thrown from both sides, and nailed into the ground beneath these people's feet. Loud cheers suddenly sounded from all directions. The excited forest troll took off the concealment on their bodies. 500 to 600 forest troll hurried over and surrounded the McGrady Guild people. Dadera, Dadera! At this moment, the forest troll discovered that this batch of prey was indeed very large. They all thought that this was indeed a gift from the great goddess Dadera and couldn't help but shout out. The old priest even knelt devoutly in front of Little Skull's palanquin and used an ancient incantation to express his gratitude. Damn it, it's the annoying forest troll. All sorts of complaints suddenly sounded from the McGrady Guild people. When they saw that the newcomers were forest troll, and such a large number of forest troll at that, the McGrady Guild people felt a great headache coming on. Now that the front and back of the caravan were blocked, it didn't look like they could get out of this peacefully. A beautiful, voluptuous woman wearing a gorgeous magic robe and holding a magic staff embedded with many gems slowly walked out from a palanquin at the back. The symbol of the magic staff on her body proved her identity as an archmage. The beautiful woman walked over with a smile and called out in a soft voice, "Hi, is there anyone I can talk to? Emissary, do you want to talk to her?" The old priest, who was still kowtowing to Little Skull, couldn't help but turn to stare at Han Shua, who was hidden in a corner of the palanquin and wrapped in a black magic robe, when he heard the beautiful woman's call. "Go ask her what she wants." Han Shua nodded and said, "Under Han Shua's orders." The old priest stood far away in front of the beautiful woman under the protection of the forest troll leader. The old priest opened his mouth to ask, "Ugly human girl, what do you have to say?" The beautiful woman had been smiling merrily at first, but her face immediately darkened when she heard the old priest speak. However, it was only for a moment before her expression returned to normal, and a smile once again hung on her face. She said, "We're from the McGrady Guild. I know that you forest troll are strong, so I want to negotiate with you. We're willing to pay 10,000 gold coins in the hope that we can leave this place safely. We have a lot of people on our side, so you'll definitely suffer losses if we fight. What do you think? Ugly human girl, don't you know that the appetites of our race have always been large?" The old priest looked at the mature, flirtatious woman arrogantly and said in a stiff, cold voice, "From Han Shua's perspective, this beautiful woman had a lithe figure and gorgeous features. She was full of the aura of a mature woman and held a strong attraction for normal human males. It was a pity that the old priest and the others were forest troll and that the aesthetic standards of humans were completely different from theirs." The beauty in Han Shua's eyes became a synonym for ugliness in the old priest's eyes. The beautiful woman took another deep breath and controlled herself under the repeated blows of ugly human girl. However, her gaze was no longer as kind as before, as she stared at the old priest and said, "Then, what do you want?" The old priest puffed out his chest and was about to speak when he suddenly remembered Han Shua's existence and said, "We need to discuss this." The old priest quickly walked towards Han Shua after saying these words. A few forest troll warriors blocked Han Shua, so the people around them couldn't even see Han Shua's existence. The old priest came to Han Shua's side and looked at Han Shua. "Emissary, what should we do?" Frowning and looking into the distance, Han Shua saw Leon appear at the back. The McGrady Guild specialized in smuggling and had some disputes with Phoebe's Guild of Buzd. Add to that the fact that these people's previous evil deeds had offended Han Shua, and so Han Shua only hesitated for a moment before saying coldly, "There's nothing to say. According to the rules of our race, rob them all. If anyone resists, kill them all." When these words were spoken, the old priest said excitedly, "The emissary is wise, the emissary is wise." The old priest didn't say anything else and walked out from the encirclement of the forest troll warriors, nodding towards the forest troll leader in the distance. The forest troll leader raised the long spear in his hand and gave a high-pitched call. The forest troll warriors surged out from all directions, and after the priests cast magic from the back, they charged fearlessly towards the guards of the guild. Damn it, these greedy forest troll, let's fight it out with them. Angry shouts rang out from within the guild. The smile on that coquettish mature beauty's face had also disappeared at this moment. She chanted an incantation and waved the magic staff in her beautiful hand. A grayish-brown ball of air flew out of the magic staff and formed the head of a demon in the air, entangling the forest troll warriors that were charging over first. More than 10 grayish-brown balls of air continuously changed shape in the air and fell into the bodies of the forest troll warriors without any resistance. The troll warriors' rapid running speed suddenly slowed down, as if something strange was happening within their bodies. Sarcomas quickly appeared one after another, swelling and throbbing. They looked very frightening. With a pew, the sarcomas on the body of the first forest troll exploded, and dark black liquid seeped out from within. The liquid remained on their bodies and carried an incredibly strong corrosive effect, causing the forest troll to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves as their bodies gradually melted into liquid. The other forest troll that was splashed by the liquid also emitted thick, white smoke from their bodies, appearing to be in great pain. When Han Shuo, who was at the back of the group, saw this archmage's attack, he recalled some of Fanny's magic explanations and recognized that this was the high-level dark magic, Devil's Haunt. He also finally knew that this flirtatious mature woman was actually a terrifying dark archmage. The tragic deaths of the first 10 forest troll warriors had caused a certain degree of panic among the forest troll. However, it was a good thing that the forest troll race had always survived in the midst of cruel pillaging. Although there was a short period of panic, they still continued to advance due to their large numbers. A sharp whistle suddenly emitted from Han Shuo's mouth. When Trunks, who had been observing everything from the shadows, heard Han Shuo's signal, he was a bit confused. This was because Han Shuo's whistle had come from within the forest troll. No matter how Trunks imagined, he would never have thought that Han Shuo would be mixed in with the forest troll. However, out of his trust in Han Shuo, Trunks still abruptly dashed out from his hiding place, according to their previous agreement, and charged towards the female dark archmage, who was wreaking havoc on the forest troll. Trunks, who was riding on his manticore, gripped his long sword and locked onto the female archmage. Taking advantage of everyone's panic and confusion, he charged towards the female archmage, planning to first entangle her because the power of her dark magic was too great. Normal people wouldn't be able to defend against it. It's that Trunks. Everyone stop him. Don't let him near me no matter what. The female dark archmage actually quickly discovered Trunks and immediately yelled out in a high voice. 5 or 6 senior swordsmen, archers, and other mages immediately ran over from all directions to block the dark archmage when they heard the female dark archmage's yell. This group of people immediately launched their attacks, forcing Trunks to be unable to easily approach. The female archmage didn't pay attention to Trunks as she released one powerful dark magic after another with her back facing Trunks. The dozens of troll warriors that had rushed over fell one by one. Not a single one was able to approach the female archmage. Emissary, what should we do? The old priest saw the forest troll warriors die one by one and scrambled to Han Shuo's side, asking in a panic. Staring at the frightening female archmage for a long time, Han Shuo felt that he would still be hard-pressed to escape death if he rushed over. The invasion of the dark magic on the physical body was too frightening. It looked like perhaps only the little skull, which was purely made up of bones, wouldn't need to fear the invasion of the dark magic. Look, the great goddess Dadera has come out. Pointing at the little skull that had stepped out of the palanquin, Han Shuo comforted the old priest. Chapter 118. Seeing the little skull walk out of the palanquin, the old priest let out a sigh of relief and shouted excitedly, "Dadera! Dadera!" Amidst the old priest's excited shouts, the originally timid forest troll once again blossomed with fighting spirit and followed behind the little skull, once again rushing towards the female dark archmage. The little skull, with a bone knife in his hand and a single eye patch on his smooth skull, nimbly rushed towards the coquettish female archmage. "Oh, hee, so it's just a funny skeleton warrior." When the female archmage saw the forest troll's courage rise, she thought that she had some strong reinforcements. When she realized that the one rushing towards her was only a low-level dark creature, the skeleton warrior, she immediately began to laugh. When the little skull arrived in front of her, she then said to the journeyman swordsman beside her, "Take care of that funny little skull." "Yes, Madam Emily." The swordsman replied respectfully in a low voice and strode towards the little skull with a sinister smile on his face. Unfortunately, before the journeyman swordsman could get close, the little skull, who was originally moving at a normal speed, suddenly bounced his 2 calf bones and magically flew close to the ground. His speed suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The small bone knife in his hand suddenly shot out, aiming directly at the journeyman swordsman who was trying to block his way. The small bone knife flew out of his hand and made an arc. To the astonishment of the journeyman swordsman, it had already made a full circle around his neck. Frightened out of his wits, the journeyman swordsman's body suddenly stopped and desperately used his sword to defend against the bone knife's attack. With a soft clang, the bone knife hit the long sword in the journeyman swordsman's hand, causing the journeyman swordsman to involuntarily take a step back. When the journeyman swordsman saw that he had blocked the bone knife, although he was shocked and took a step back, he finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he was temporarily out of danger. However, something that he couldn't understand before his death suddenly happened. The small bone knife that fell to the ground suddenly stabbed at his chest again, just as he was about to rush forward. It completely surpassed his understanding and opened up a bloody hole in his chest, killing him. The little skeleton didn't pause for even a moment as he flew over. He reached out with his left hand, and the little bone dagger that had just stabbed the journeyman swordsman to death landed miraculously in his hand. Then, the little skulls remaining empty, I stared at the horrified female Magister Emily. Oh heavens! That skeleton warrior actually killed an intermediate swordsman. In the distance, although Trunks was constantly attacking the enemy, he still noticed the little skull's movements. When he discovered that the little skull had killed an intermediate swordsman, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "Stop him! Stop him!" Emily had also witnessed the little skull's miraculous performance. The mocking smile that had just bloomed on her face had long since disappeared, and her heart was in a mess as she cried out delicately. Several intermediate and advanced dark magic spells were suddenly chanted by her quickly. These dark magic spells directly fell on the little skull's body. However, the little skull, whose body was completely composed of bones and had been repeatedly forged by Han Shua's magical arts, didn't react at all. It just stood there in a daze and looked at Emily in confusion, as if wondering why Emily's attacks were so powerless. Goddess Dadera has already shown her might. What are you all still standing there for? Han Shua, who had been hiding in the distance, suddenly yelled out coldly at this moment and gave the little skull another order to attack the female Magister Emily. A burst of gibberish suddenly came from the mouths of the old priest and the troll leader. When the troll warriors behind the little skull saw that the terrifying Emily couldn't do anything to the little skull, they all shouted Dadera in excitement and once again charged at them without fear of death. The troll hunters in the distance shot out a dense barrage of javelins and spears at the McGrady Guild's guards. Some of the archers and priests who had their bows drawn were hit by the row of javelins and spears. Their bodies were riddled with holes as they fell to the ground, foaming with blood. Block that damned skeletal warrior for me. Emily was a bit flustered when she saw that the little skull was chasing after her. After a few dark spells had no effect on the little skull, Emily finally realized that this strange little skull had an extremely strong defense against dark spells. As she yelled, Emily held onto her magic robe with her hands and fled in a sorry state. Her plump buttocks swayed continuously, and she no longer had time to cast the powerful and terrifying dark spells. Because of Emily's retreat, the pressure on the troll warriors was greatly reduced. coupled with the strong morale boosted by the little skull. These faithful religious believers didn't care about the casualties around them as they charged at the McGrady Guild's guards like a tide. At this moment, the troll warriors who hadn't approached them all this time finally surged towards the McGrady Guild after paying the price of a few dozen troll warriors. They were entangled with the guards of various professions. The low roars of the earth dragons, the stomping of the lizard beasts, the panicked shouts of the merchants, and the sounds of fighting between the troll warriors and the guards filled the entire field in an instant. The advantage in numbers quickly showed itself. Although the forest troll couldn't compare to the guards in terms of individual strength, the forest troll were more disciplined than the messy guards. They didn't seem to panic after charging over, and each of them was fierce and unafraid of death. In just an instant, the forest troll, which was made up of pure young warriors and more than 5 times the number, had already gained the upper hand. Han Shua stayed at the back and used the little skull to chase after the female Archmage Emily as he commanded the troll hunters behind him to shoot. The rows of spears and javelins then bombarded the bodies of the earth dragons and lizard beasts, causing the deaths of the merchants on them one by one. The earth dragons and lizard beasts, which were mainly used to transport goods, ran around as if they'd gone mad after being injured. Their huge hooves trampled down, causing the deaths of many guards. Finally, seeing that they couldn't obtain victory, the merchants in the McGrady Guild took the lead and chose to break out of the encirclement in fear. With a few personal guards protecting them, the merchants shouted loudly and said that they would give up on their goods as they split into several directions to break out of the encirclement. Now that the situation was under control, Han Shua no longer deliberately hid his tracks. He walked out from the middle rank group of forest troll warriors and stared at the earth adept mage Leon who had attacked him earlier. The female dark Archmage Emily was frightened out of her wits by the little skull's continuous pursuit. She tried to fly in the air earlier, but under Han Shua's command, the female Archmage Emily had become the target of a multitude of attacks. She'd immediately suffered the attacks of dozens of javelins and spears. Even though she'd put up a dark magic barrier at the critical moment, being a live target Emily didn't seem to have it easy. The magic barrier had blocked this wave of attacks, but it had also greatly depleted her mental strength, even causing her to spit out blood. Having learned her lesson, Emily didn't dare fly in the air again within such a short distance. She could only try her best to hide among the McGrady guards, calling out continuously for help and asking others to help her fend off the little skull. It was a pity that the entire scene was in chaos at this moment. No one would care about the life or death of others in a situation where they couldn't even protect themselves. This directly caused her to run for her life. "Who are you?" The earth adept mage Leon suddenly discovered that someone had blocked his way in the middle of his escape. Han Shua was wearing a black magic robe, and even his head was covered, making it impossible to see his true appearance. He appeared quite mysterious and strange. After a low growl, Trunks also arrived at Han Shua's side on his manticore. Trunks stared oddly at Han Shua and said, "Han, why are you dressed like this?" How did you know it would be me?" After revealing his head, Han Shua looked at Trunks in surprise and asked, "I didn't completely recognize you, but it could." Trunks shrugged with a smile and pointed at the manticore beneath him. Nodding, Han Shua said, "So that's how it is." "It's you guys. What do you want?" Leon immediately recognized the Han Shua that was still fresh in his memory when he saw Han Shua reveal his appearance. He called out with a bit of fear in his voice, "Of course I want you to die. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. The harm you've done to me should be repaid now, right?" Han Shua looked coldly at Leon and was about to charge at Leon after saying these words in a casual manner. "Han, leave this person to me. You haven't fully recovered from your injuries, so it's best if you don't act rashly." When Trunks saw that Han Shua was about to make a move, he suddenly called out to stop him. He didn't wait for Han Shua to respond and had already urged his manticore to charge at Leon. The earth adept mage Leon immediately chanted a magical incantation when he saw Trunks approach with his manticore. The ground in front of him suddenly began to churn violently, and a wall of earth quickly formed, blocking the path that Trunks was charging at. Leon, who'd cast the earth wall, understood that one Trunks was enough to take his life, not to mention that there was also a Han Shuo of unknown strength nearby. He didn't dare linger at all, and hurriedly fled for his life as soon as the earth wall appeared. "Don't worry, I'll kill him." Trunks smiled faintly at Han Shuo as he rode on his manticore and charged at the earth wall with the manticore. Under the brandishing of the manticore and the long sword in his hand, the earth wall that had just formed collapsed with a loud rumble. After leaping over the earth wall, Trunks chased after the fleeing Leon unhurriedly, appearing to be quite relaxed. The original demons were scattered in 3 directions, and Han Shuo observed the entire situation through the observation of the original demons. He discovered that the forest troll, who had the advantage in numbers, had completely grasped the situation as the cowardly merchant group took the lead in fleeing. Following their attacks, the guards of the merchant group retreated step by step. No one else risked their lives to protect this batch of goods, and only did their utmost to break out of the encirclement. Little Skull followed Han Shuo's orders and chased after the female dark archmage with unyielding determination. A few forest troll followed closely behind their great god Dadera and dealt with the female archmage together with Little Skull. With Little Skull leading the charge, the female archmage was unable to use dark magic and was blocked by the forest troll from all directions. In the end, the female archmage, Emily, was forced to fall into a trap and was caught in a large net made of tree branches. "I have something you need. You can't kill me. You can't." Emily suddenly yelled, just as the javelins and spears were about to fire at the female archmage. Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately gave an order to Little Skull. After Little Skull received the order, he raised his empty left hand and made a pause gesture to the surrounding forest troll. Then, under Emily's horrified gaze, Little Skull walked towards her with a bone dagger in hand. He casually tore the clothes off the corpse of a nearby guard and arrived in front of Emily. He stuffed the cloth strip into her mouth and tied Emily's hands and feet with rope at the same time. After this female dark archmage's bright red mouth was stuffed, she continuously let out woo-woo sounds, but no one paid any attention to her. Little Skull held the bone dagger and stood guard on the side. Han Shuo made use of the inspection of the original demons to continuously give orders to the forest troll, pointing them in the direction of the escapees and allowing them to spread the spoils of battle to the greatest extent. The scattered sounds of fighting in the surroundings all ceased after half an hour. When the manticore in the distance approached, the forest troll tried to kill Trunks, but stopped under Han Shuo's orders. When Trunks spurred the manticore to Han Shuo's side, he suddenly understood something when he saw the forest troll on the side looking at Han Shuo with a humble and respectful expression. "I'll explain it to you in detail in a moment. Trunks, you must believe me." Han Shuo also saw the odd look in Trunks' eyes and opened his mouth to speak apologetically. Trunks smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll wait for you to explain when I have time." Looking gratefully at Trunks, Han Shuo walked towards the female dark archmage and roughly tore off the cloth in her mouth. He lowered his body to look at Emily and said coldly, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Chapter 119. Emily, with her hands and feet bound, suddenly moved with all her might when Han Shuo approached her. Her bright red lips left a red mark on Han Shuo's left cheek with a pew sound. "Oh, ha! You've been hit by my curse. If I die, you'll be cursed until your entire body rots away and you die." Emily immediately looked at Han Shuo calmly and said with a smile. A strange energy instantly flowed into Han Shuo's body from the place where Emily had kissed him. When Han Shuo wanted to investigate the location of the energy, he suddenly discovered that the strange energy had already disappeared without a trace. Curse magic was the most bizarre and mysterious magic of the Dark Major. Many ancient legends had described the terror and mysteriousness of curse magic. When that strange energy had flowed into Han Shua's body just now, Han Shua had clearly felt it. He understood that this dark archmage, Emily, wasn't just shooting at random. Han Shua's expression wavered as he looked at Emily, who was extraordinarily pleased with herself. He seemed to be hesitating on whether or not to kill her. With magical yuan protecting him, Han Shua didn't think that this kind of curse magic would be able to stop him, but he still didn't dare take the risk. Han, it's best if you don't act blindly without thinking. The Dark Mage's curse magic is one of the most mysterious types of magic. It can often achieve some truly terrifying things. We can leave this woman alive for now, and it won't be too late to kill her when we find a way to dispel the curse. Trunks thought for a moment when he saw Han Shua furrow his brow in thought. Nodding, Han Shua chuckled oddly as his eyes roamed over Emily's voluptuous, alluring, and mature body with ill intent. Emily's figure was lithe and graceful, especially the pair of heavy, full breasts that looked like they would burst out of her clothes at any moment. Her sexy lips were bright red, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a slutty smile. It was full of naked carnal temptation to men. Emily giggled delicately under Han Shua's odd gaze as her body swayed within the net. The sturdy tree branches tightened around her body, making her curves appear even more wonderful and exuding a strong sense of temptation. Not bad, not bad. I won't let you die, but I still have many ways to slowly make you help me dispel the curse. Han Shua stared deeply at Emily and said evilly to the old priest, I think this beautiful and mature woman should be shared with our strong forest troll warriors. When these words were said, Emily, who had been giggling in delight, immediately screamed, You can't do this! Haha, why can't I? I'll have the forest troll be careful when they rape you. They definitely won't kill you. Don't worry. Smirking evilly as he looked at the shocked Emily, it was now Han Shua's turn to be calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. Emily was inconsolably shocked, her eyes fearfully looking at the extremely ugly forest troll around her, but each and every one of them had extremely valiant bodies. She didn't dare say anything more. Emissary, I beg you, don't let us do this. This human woman is so ugly, the children will definitely have nightmares if they enjoy her. We are all the people of the great goddess Dadera. Emissary, you can't be so cruel. At this moment, the old priest suddenly knelt down in front of Han Shua and begged Han Shua with a pained expression. You blind dog! How dare you sully my beauty like this? I'm going to kill you, you disgusting old maggot. Before Han Shua could react, Emily, who had just been trembling in fear, immediately began to move within the net in a rage, cursing viciously and fiercely at the old priest. Han Shua was speechless. He hadn't thought that Emily would be such an ugly woman in the eyes of the forest troll. It looked like giving Emily to them to enjoy was actually a form of torture for them. This made Han Shua feel like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Han, I think it's time for you to get down to business. Trunks smiled faintly as he looked at Han Shua and opened his mouth. Nodding, Han Shua said, Bring all the spoils of this time back to the tribe. Gag this woman's mouth and bring her back to the tribe to be well protected, but don't touch her for now. When the old priest heard that he didn't need to endure torture, he immediately called out to the forest troll and had them collect all the spoils of war in the surroundings according to Han Shua's orders. Han Shua left the little skull at Emily's side to watch over, ready to give Emily a strong blow at any moment. Han Shua gestured to Trunks, and the two left the area. After avoiding the forest troll and finding a quiet place, Han Shua finally stopped and explained everything to Trunks. Of course, Han Shua didn't tell Trunks everything about the cemetery of death and the refinement of the little skull. He only told Trunks what he could say. When Han Shua had finished speaking, Trunks stared blankly for a while before looking at Han Shua in confusion. So you're saying that you're a necromancer as well? Nodding, Han Shua smiled. Of course, I'm a bona fide necromancer. It's just that the skeletal warrior I summoned was a bit odd, which was why the forest troll mistook it for their great god Dadera. Although these forest troll are loathsome and greedy, since they're now under my control, then rather than letting them do as they please, it's better to control them to rob people that they should rob. So I've temporarily kept them. If you can make use of them appropriately, these forest troll will be a great help. I hadn't thought that you'd be a necromancer as well. You have so many wondrous things on you. Just how many more things are you hiding from me? Not too much. Everyone has their own secrets. Haven't you never mentioned anything about yourself? All right, then I won't ask any more. Continue with your matters. I need to train in the depths of the dark forest. Remember what you promised me. I'll have you help me when I feel the time is right. I think we'll have many more chances to meet in the future. When I finish taking care of the matters on hand, I'll also train in the depths of the dark forest. I'll think of a way to find you then. By now, the two of them had truly treated each other as friends. However, everyone had their own secrets. Han Shua's current base of operations was the Cemetery of Death, and he still had necromancy magic to study. In addition, he needed to report to the Dark Mantle organization from the Empire, and he also needed to prepare the dwarves' rations. He couldn't go to the depths of the dark forest for the time being. There wasn't too much sadness in parting ways with Trunks. After Han Shua sensed the location of the original demon and the little skull, he walked in the direction of the forest troll. He met up with the forest troll and returned to the forest troll clan together. This time the forest troll had mobilized 500 to 600 people, each of them carrying a sack specifically for looting. After everyone had set off, they brought all the spoils of war back to the forest troll clan in one go. The McGrady merchant caravan had transported luxurious silks, soft and comfortable carpets, and other luxuries enjoyed by nobles. Apart from that, there were also some enormous chariots and siege equipment. The luxuries were still manageable, but the chariots and siege equipment could cause great trouble if they weren't being supplied to the Empire's military when they were transported to the Empire. Han Shua had learned from Phoebe that the McGrady merchant caravan was involved in smuggling. It looked like those things weren't being supplied to the Empire's military. It looked like the McGrady merchant caravan was quite bold indeed. The luxuries were usually stored in the space rings of the dead merchants. The enormous chariots and siege equipment couldn't be stored in space rings, so they were transported by earth dragons. After returning to the forest troll clan, Han Shua made an inventory of the resources. The forest troll had filled 2 warehouses full of luxuries and 3 warehouses full of warhorses and siege equipment. Looking at the 5 warehouses full of resources, Han Shua didn't know what to do with them. The space ring on his hand was already filled with some gemstones and gold from the forest troll's holy land, and there was no way for it to hold any more things. Staring at the forest troll's warehouses full of resources, Han Shua couldn't help but smile wryly. Right. How do you usually deal with the things you've looted? The forest troll weren't a race with high intelligence that knew how to enjoy life. So Han Shua wanted to ask the forest troll what they'd done in the past when he saw these items. Someone will come specifically and use food, weapons, and daily necessities to trade for these resources with us. The things we have no use for, but others need them dearly. This much is enough for us to trade for a whole winter's worth of food and necessities. Many thanks to the great goddess Dadera's grace. It was the great goddess Dadera who pointed us in the right direction. The old priest explained to Han Shua. Nodding, Han Shua thought that this was indeed the case. The merchants who traded with the forest troll must have obtained the forest troll's trust and brought the food and necessities they needed, including weapons, to trade for these priceless items. The value of food and necessities wasn't high within the Empire. If they were transported here to trade for the expensive items the forest troll had plundered, the merchants would surely be able to earn an eye-watering profit. It was no wonder that so many merchants would still rush into the dark forest with no regard for their lives, despite the dangers lurking everywhere. The dark forest would be very cold when winter arrived, and many magical creatures wouldn't appear then. Some merchants and adventurers wouldn't easily enter the dark forest during the winter when the roads were blocked by snow. Therefore, every race had to prepare food and necessities for the winter as early as possible. Otherwise, it would be very difficult when winter arrived. This was why the dwarves were worried, and why the forest troll had to plunder and replenish their supplies for the winter. Don't trade these items with anyone in the future. Keep them all in the storehouse. As the emissary of the great goddess Dadera, I will help you trade these items for enough food and necessities for you to enjoy, including weapons. Do you understand? Don't let the goodies flow out to outsiders. Han Shuo felt a pang of heartache when he thought of the unscrupulous merchants using crude rations to trade for large amounts of good stuff from the foolish forest troll. Therefore, he used Dadera's name to give the old priest another order. The old priest started and nodded to indicate that he understood Han Shuo's orders. He seemed to feel that Han Shuo's orders were a bit baffling, but the old priest was used to obedience and didn't ask any further questions. Don't move out again in this period of time. The great goddess Dadera and I will take a look around. When we find a better target, we'll notify you to move out. The next time I come, I'll bring some rations and necessities for you to use. Don't worry. Han Shuo said to the old priest after thinking for a bit, "Emissary, what should we do with that ugly woman?" The old priest nodded in agreement and asked about the thorny matter of Emily. Han Shuo also felt a bit of a headache when he asked this. He thought for a bit and said, "I'll take her away." Han Shuo only removed Emily's blindfold and mouth when they arrived at a pool a few miles away from the forest troll's territory. 2 zombie warriors carried Emily in the net along the way, and Han Shuo completely ignored her whimpers along the way. The location of the forest troll's territory couldn't be exposed no matter what. Therefore, Han Shuo had no choice but to use this method. When they arrived at the side of the pool and the bindings on her eyes and mouth were removed, Emily cursed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo turned a blind eye to Emily's incantations and unbuttoned his clothes to reveal a well-proportioned and robust body. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, a bit of panic appeared in Emily's eyes when she saw Han Shuo take off his clothes without saying a word. She hurriedly said, What are you doing?" Han Shuo had only wanted to go into the pool to take a bath, but when he saw the panic in Emily's eyes, a plan formed in his mind. A lewd smile immediately appeared at the corners of his lips, and he chuckled oddly as he approached Emily step by step. His eyes wandered wantonly over Emily's mature and well-rounded body as he asked in return, "What do you think I'm doing?" Ah. Chapter 120. Emily's body was lithe and graceful, her twin peaks full. Her mature body's curves were revealed after the net was tightened, possessing a fatal allure to men. The panic in Emily's eyes increased this allure even further. Han Shuo had originally only intended to intimidate Emily, but as he slowly approached, an uncontrollable desire suddenly burst forth from the bottom of his heart. It was as hard to control as a landslide. The speed at which the magical yuan circulated was much faster than usual. Panting heavily, Han Shuo's mind suddenly became muddled, and his mind slowly became muddled. "No, please let me go. I'll help you remove the curse." Emily was truly panicking now. She could no longer suppress the fear in her heart as she watched Han Shuo pounce towards her like a wild beast. She began to cry out in panic. Unfortunately, the only response she got was a low growl from Han Shuo. Han Shuo had already rushed in front of her in the next moment, violently picking up another rag and gagging her crimson lips. With her hands and feet bound by ropes, Emily could only emit panicked whimpers after her lips were gagged. What followed the whimpers was the falling of the net that bound her body, as well as the sound of her gorgeous clothes being roughly torn apart. Han Shuo, with his well-proportioned muscles, had eyes as red as a wolf's as he exerted force with his hands, causing Emily's undergarments to fly off piece by piece, revealing Emily's heavy, white, and full breasts. After being injured, Han Shuo's mind was the hardest to control in the molded spirit realm. Under such strong allure, he finally lost control of his mind and pounced forward. Emily, with her hands and feet bound by ropes, was caught in Han Shua's arms and pushed against a nearby tree. One of his hands started to rub Ai Mili's voluptuous breasts without any restraint. He couldn't even grasp them with one hand. Ai Mili's left breast kept changing shape in his hand, and her right breast bounced up and down beautifully. His other hand violently tore at Emily's lower body's clothing. When her perky buttocks were exposed to the air, Emily knew that her undergarments had also been torn. She shook her head even more frantically and began to struggle fiercely in Han Shua's tight hold. Unfortunately, a mage was still a mage, even if she had reached the level of a magister. Even an archmage like her was far inferior to Han Shua's. Emily's struggles were extremely powerless, and her breasts rammed against Han Shua's chest as she struggled. Her firm and slender thighs were also entangled with Han Shua's legs due to her twisting. Her powerless struggles actually encouraged Han Shua's ruthlessness. Her gorgeous satin undergarments were torn into strips, hanging on her white skin. Most of her heavy, plump breasts and smooth buttocks were already exposed in front of Han Shua. With a soft ripping sound, Han Shua's clothes were also torn apart by himself. Immediately after, Han Shua, who was tightly pressed against Emily, used his knees to forcefully separate Emily's thighs and fiercely thrust his vicious-looking object inside. A woo-woo sound mixed with intense pain once again came out of Emily's mouth. Tears instantly filled Emily's eyes, and 2 lines of sparkling tears flowed down her cheeks and into her neck. Han Shua, who had already sunk into madness, didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. His body, which had been repeatedly forged by demonic magic, had unimaginable stamina and capital. Amidst Emily's woo-woo sounds, Han Shua released his boundless stamina to his heart's content, venting the energy he had accumulated over the years on Emily's mature and wonderful body. After a long time, his mind gradually became clear. Han Shua seemed to have experienced a great battle, and his entire body was filled with indescribable joy and comfort. Many red handprints appeared on Emily's naked body as she was tightly held against the tree. It was obvious that she had been clawed. Although there were 2 lines of tear stains on her beautiful face, they were an intoxicating bright red. She was unconscious with an extremely satisfied expression. Han Shua slowly recalled everything that had happened. At this moment, his lower body was still in the warm, smooth, and soft hole. Han Shua maintained this position and thought for a while. He pulled his lower body away from Emily's private area and silently took out a loose robe from his space ring to cover Emily's naked body. When he got up and walked to the side of the pool, Han Shua suddenly felt refreshed. The heavy injuries he had suffered a few days ago seemed to have suddenly recovered. When he walked into the pool to wash his body, Han Shua suddenly noticed that there were actually red bloodstains on his lower body and legs. Immediately startled, Han Shua's gaze fell on the fainted Emily's body. Emily, who had a well-developed, mature, and graceful figure, looked like a beautiful woman. Her behavior also seemed to be a bit dissolute. Originally, Han Shua thought that she must have been on the battlefield for a long time, but he didn't expect that it was actually her first time. This was really too unimaginable. No wonder Emily's eyes appeared to be so flustered when she saw him reveal his obscene expression at the beginning. No wonder Emily would whimper in pain at the beginning and only let out involuntary moans later on. In the end, Emily was also in a delirious state and constantly responded to him. If this Emily's body was already dirty, Han Shua wouldn't have too much of a burden. A mature woman shouldn't care too much about this. But now, Emily's physical condition clearly proved that Han Shua was actually her first man. This immediately made the nature of this matter a bit different. Han Shua, who was washing his body, had a terrible headache thinking about how to deal with it. For a moment, his mind was in a mess, and he couldn't find a suitable way to deal with this matter no matter what. Just like this, Han Shuo unconsciously washed his body in the pool. It wasn't until a low moan sounded that Han Shuo suddenly woke up. On the opposite side, both of Emily's hands were tied, and her mouth was still stuffed with a bundle of rags. She seemed to have just woken up, and at this moment, she was looking at Han Shuo with a terrifying gaze. Emily's bright eyes were filled with hatred, grief, and hesitation. She stared coldly at Han Shuo in the water without blinking. Scratching his head awkwardly, Han Shuo felt his scalp go a bit numb. He hesitated and hesitated again, and finally walked out of the pool. He took out a new set of clothes from his space ring and put them on. He smiled sheepishly at Emily and said, "I didn't do it on purpose. It was just an accident." Emily was still looking at Han Shuo with that terrifying gaze. When Han Shuo arrived in front of her, he suddenly remembered that her mouth was still stuffed, and she probably couldn't speak. Taking a deep breath, he first summoned the little skull, and then Han Shuo removed the bundle of rags from Emily's mouth. As expected, when the rags were removed from Emily's mouth, a string of angry curses shot out from Emily's mouth like cannonballs. With a choked-up voice, Emily used all sorts of vicious words to curse Han Shuo for being shameless and worse than a beast. She cursed for half an hour and only stopped when she couldn't take it anymore. She then sobbed softly and said a few words that Han Shuo couldn't hear clearly. Seeing that Emily's out-of-control emotions were slowly calming down, Han Shuo's drooping head finally opened his mouth and said awkwardly, "We're all adults, and it was my first time as well. You didn't lose out anyway, so let's just let it go. Let go of me, let go of me. You damned brat, I'll kill you." Emily had finally managed to control herself, but when she heard Han Shuo's words, she struggled as if she wanted to fight to the death with Han Shuo. His scalp tingling as he took a step back, Han Shuo smiled wryly and spread out his hands. He asked Emily, "How did I know it was your first time? Now that it's happened, what do you think I should do? You brat who's worse than a beast. You shamelessly raped me. What do you think I should do?" Emily's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire as she glared at Han Shuo and yelled angrily, "Although you were in a bit of pain at first, I saw that you were quite comfortable later on. It was my first time anyways, so you didn't lose out too much. If worst comes to worst, I'll let you go, and then we'll go our separate ways and pretend we don't know each other." Han Shuo furrowed his brow and thought carefully for a moment before suggesting to Emily, "Shut up." Emily yelled out, giving Han Shuo fright. Emily was silent for a moment, first showing a weak expression of resignation. She then stared directly into Han Shuo's eyes and said with a calm expression, "If you don't give me an explanation, I'll immediately commit suicide. As soon as I die, the curse will take effect and you'll be hard-pressed to escape death." Scratching his head out of habit, Han Shuo smiled wryly and walked towards Emily. He took out the demon's lair edge and helped Emily cut off the restraints on her hands and feet. He said gently, "Wash up first. We'll talk in a bit." Han Shuo raised his vigilance as he spoke, inwardly guarding against Emily's sudden outburst of violence and harm him. However, Emily didn't make any abnormal movements after the restraints on her body were removed. Her eyes only continuously roamed over Han Shuo's body, seeming to want to see Han Shuo clearly. Emily nodded her head apathetically after staring at Han Shuo for a while. She tightened the robes around her body and walked towards the pool. Emily's body stumbled halfway and she almost fell to the ground. Her face flushed red and she cursed lowly before slowing down her steps. When she walked into the pool, she threw the robes around her body far away in front of Han Shuo, revealing her graceful, mature body. She began to wash up without any reservations. Looking fiercely at Emily's mature body, Han Shuo, who just experienced the pleasure of intimacy, felt his heart run wild again. However, he said with a deadpan expression, "Hey, I'm still here. It won't be good for you to take off all your clothes and wash up, will it?" Suddenly turning around, Emily's towering twin peaks, smooth abdomen, and a smear of dark skin between her legs were completely exposed to Han Shuo. Glaring fiercely at Han Shuo, Emily said, You've seen and touched, and now you're pretending to be proper in front of me. You really aren't just ordinarily shameless. Humph, if I go too far away, who knows if you'll take the opportunity to escape. I'll watch you closely. Originally, Han Shuo really did plan on taking the opportunity to escape, but when he heard her say this, he smiled awkwardly and said, I'm not that kind of irresponsible person. Ha ha. Take your time washing up. I'll keep watch for you. After a while, under Han Shuo's visual enjoyment, Emily, who'd washed herself clean and changed into a new set of gorgeous magic robes, walked up to Han Shuo with her radiant beauty. She first looked at the little skull holding the bone knife next to her with surprise, then stared at Han Shuo and asked, after thinking for so long, Do you know how to explain yourself to me? Han Shuo, who'd been watching for a long time, pulled Emily into his arms and fiercely kissed Emily's rosy lips. His large hands began to roam unceremoniously all over Emily's voluptuous body. An intoxicating and wonderful feeling slowly spread in Han Shuo's heart as their tongues intertwined and rubbed. Emily struggled fiercely at first, but even though the restraints on her hands and feet were removed, Emily still couldn't break free from Han Shuo's embrace. Under the effects of Han Shuo's long kiss, her body actually slowly softened and her struggles became more and more powerless. In the end, her tongue actually took the initiative to entangle in Han Shuo's mouth like a little snake. After a while, when the two felt that it was difficult to breathe, they finally separated while panting heavily. Then Han Shuo nibbled on the sensitive tip of Emily's red ear and said softly, Then you're my woman. When these words were spoken, Emily's body first stiffened, and then she wrapped around Han Shuo like a snake. She also bit on the tip of Han Shuo's ear and said, Humph, shameless brat, at least you know what's good for you. Laughing wildly and complacently, Han Shuo grabbed Emily by the waist and picked her up. Amidst Emily's unrelenting cries, he gave her another round of fierce conquest, only stopping when Emily was about to faint. 3 days later, Han Shuo and Emily appeared on the road to the cemetery of death. The two had originally been hostile, but after 3 days of entanglement and intimacy, they suddenly seemed incomparably close. During this process, Han Shuo's strong physique made Emily feel as if she wanted to die. For the first 2 days, Emily walked unsteadily, and Emily's initial extreme satisfaction turned into fear and trepidation. She had no choice but to beg Han Shuo to let go in the end to recover. Having tasted the sweetness, Han Shuo finally knew that the taste of a woman was indeed indescribably wonderful. These 2 days of conquest made Han Shuo feel that he had lived his life in vain. He had completely indulged himself in depravity. As they got closer and closer to the cemetery of death, Han Shuo suddenly had a preposterous feeling as he looked at the beautiful Emily beside him. Neither of the two had taken the initiative to reveal their identities, and neither had asked the other. Therefore, even now, Han Shuo didn't know Emily's identity. At this time, the only thing that Han Shuo felt was inappropriate was that he didn't know how to face Fanny in the future. Han Shuo had true feelings for Fanny. This Emily had only come together because of the absurd situation. He didn't know how to deal with her in the future, so he could only take one step at a time. However, as they got closer to the cemetery of death, Han Shuo couldn't help but worry. The cemetery of death was Han Shuo's greatest secret. The fastest way to the empire was through the transportation matrix in the cemetery of death. However, Emily had made it clear that she wanted to pester him. Now that he didn't know anything about Emily's identity, Han Shuo didn't dare to take the risk of telling her the secret. Therefore, he appeared to be in a difficult position. Don't worry, the curse technique that I cast on you was only a lie. You don't need to be so worried. That kind of strong curse technique requires the medium of your body. If I really were to cast it, it wouldn't be as simple as a light kiss. I would have to pay a great price myself. Emily saw that Han Shuo had been frowning the entire way and thought that Han Shuo was worried about this. She couldn't help but smile and speak comfortingly. Han Shuo started. Although he wasn't worried about this matter, he still felt a bit glad when he heard that the curse technique was fake. He then thought of the strange feeling in his body after Emily had kissed him. He furrowed his brow and looked suspiciously at Emily. He asked, "But I clearly felt a strange energy enter my body at that time. What's going on?" "Ha ha! That's a low-level disease spell that I cast to purposely give you a misconception." Emily looked proudly at Han Shuo and explained with a smile. Pausing, Emily suddenly thought of something and stared oddly at Han Shuo. "Speaking of this disease spell, I forgot that you should have been sick a long time ago. You're just a little necromancer. How is it that not only are you completely fine now, but you even have endless stamina when you're doing that bad thing? What's going on?" Ordinary disease spells naturally wouldn't have much of an effect on his abnormal body. The repeated forging of magical yuan had created an extraordinarily strong physique for Han Shuo. Add to that the fact that Emily had always thought that Han Shuo was only a necromancer. It was no wonder that she would be so baffled. However, Han Shuo didn't explain and only chuckled oddly without saying anything. Secretive little brat. Emily didn't mind either as she rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and rebuked. Suddenly, Han Shuo creased his brow. One of the original demons patrolling the surroundings had detected people that shouldn't be here. Wind Archmage Duke and Senior Swordsman Eric. Last time at the Empire's Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo had gone to the Dark Mantle to report on his work. Since then, Old Witch Camilla had disappeared without a trace. Duke and Eric had also hastily returned to the Kasi Empire. Han Shuo hadn't thought that he would run into the two again after only 20 days. Someone saw the cemetery of death in the vicinity, but that person suddenly died a violent death very soon after. Eric brandished his long sword and parted the lush shrubbery in the surroundings, speaking as he opened up a path in front of them. It looks like the cemetery of death should be nearby. The dark mantle of the Lancelot Empire is indeed very frightening. I don't know how Camilla's identity was exposed, but she was killed that very night. It's a good thing we were smart enough to leave immediately. Otherwise, we would have been hard-pressed to escape death if we'd stayed any longer. Old Mage Duke creased his brow and spoke in a low voice, revealing some information to Han Shuo. It looked like Camilla had indeed been disposed of by the Dark Mantle. "Hey, hey, hey!" A shout that grew louder and louder abruptly rang out from Emily's mouth. When Han Shuo came back to his senses, Emily gently rubbed Han Shuo's face and asked merrily, "My adorable little brat, what evil thoughts are you thinking of that made you so engrossed in your thoughts?" There's a sound from the south. Let's go take a look." Duke, who was walking over unhurriedly, suddenly made a shushing gesture at Eric and then spoke softly. He immediately used a levitation spell to fly up and quickly approached Han Shuo and Emily. "Someone's coming. Let's hurry and hide." Han Shuo had been about to respond when he sensed Duke's movements and hastily called out to Emily. He used the observation of the other original demon to grab Emily's waist and run towards a large tree on the left. When they arrived, Han Shuo said lowly, "Use a levitation spell to climb up the tree and stay with me." Han Shuo agilely climbed up the tree after he'd spoken. He landed in a large patch of dense foliage in the blink of an eye and waved his hand at Emily, who was already floating in the middle of the tree. "Why didn't I hear anything? Aren't you making too much of a fuss over nothing?" Emily asked softly, puzzled, but obediently made her way into the dense foliage and leaned comfortably against Han Shuo, twisting her snake-like body. "Sure." Han Shuo made a shushing gesture and then took a deep breath. His heartbeat and breathing immediately calmed down. Emily had originally thought that Han Shuo was making a fuss over nothing and was about to tease Han Shuo again when she suddenly frowned and also felt movement. Emily chanted a magical incantation in a low voice, and a cloud of gray mist appeared out of thin air, enveloping the two's position. As an archmage as well, Emily naturally had sensitive hearing. However, because a wind archmage trained in the wind element, Her hearing was indeed a bit more sensitive than the average Archmage's. Otherwise, Duke wouldn't have been able to hear Emily's shout at all. "It's Duke of Kasi Empire." Emily's eyes suddenly revealed a murderous intent when Duke appeared, and she exclaimed lowly. Han Shoa was shocked when he heard these words and looked at Emily with great astonishment. He never would have thought that Emily would know Duke. Chapter 121. Duke had used a levitation spell to arrive here and surveyed the surroundings from above, but didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. After a while, the senior swordsman Eric also hurried over from afar and carefully flipped through the bushes for a while. He raised his head and said to Duke in the sky, "Mr. Duke, there's no movement." Wind Archmage Duke closed his eyes and didn't respond. He concentrated on listening to the sound of the wind, as if he wanted to obtain some clues from the sound of the wind. Han Shua and Emily were completely concealed within the dense foliage. Emily had also set up a layer of dark, major magic barrier around them. Dark, major magic was mysterious and unfathomable, and had always been adept at concealment. Duke should have a hard time detecting the dark, major magic barrier that Emily had set up as a fellow Archmage. After a low exclamation, Emily looked at Han Shua with extreme astonishment and said, "How did you do it?" Startled, Han Shua looked at Duke in the distance and made a careful hand gesture, indicating that Emily shouldn't speak and disturb Duke and Eric. Extending a slender finger to tap Han Shua's forehead, Emily said with a smile, "What are you so sneaky about? There are dense foliage around us, and the barrier I just set up also has sound insulation. Even if Duke is a wind Archmage, he can forget about hearing our conversation. What are you so worried about?" Emily spoke several times in a row, but Duke continued to listen with his eyes closed in the distance. It looked like he really hadn't discovered anything. Letting out a sigh of relief, Han Shua grabbed Emily's finger and licked it, causing Emily to roll her eyes at Han Shua. "Hurry up and tell me, how did you do it?" Emily stared at Han Shua with a flushed face and asked. At this moment, Emily was leaning on Han Shua's left side, with most of her body pressed against Han Shua. Her full breasts were resting on Han Shua's left arm, and her slender, smooth thighs were pressed tightly against Han Shua's waist. The alluring Emily had an irresistible allure to Han Shua, who had just had a taste. Chuckling softly, Han Shua said, "So there's sound insulation. Ha ha, we haven't tried doing it on a tree yet." Han Shua pulled Emily into his arms as soon as he'd finished speaking. He moved to hold her perky butt and coiled it around her waist, immediately moving his hands up and down her body without restraint. Emily, who had just been licked by Han Shua, was so unbridled by Han Shua's teasing that her cheeks and neck were flushed red. She opened her mouth and gasped, "Duke is right beside us, and there's also Eric observing below. We can't do this, it's too embarrassing." "It's fine, this is more exciting, haha." After taking off Emily's clothes, Han Shua moved his mouth close to Emily's fragrant ears, gently kissing them while whispering with a smirk. After such a series of teasing, Emily finally couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a seductive moan from her fragrant lips. He forgot all the words he had just said, and no longer cared that he was on a big tree and that there were two enemies observing him. He took the initiative to reach out and take off Han Shua's clothes, twisting his plump buttocks to find a position. Oh! As soon as they entered, the two of them let out an ecstatic moan at the same time. After a moment, when Emily's entire body went limp and she cried out loudly, everything slowly calmed down. Maintaining her original position, Emily lay on Han Shua's chest and used her index finger to draw small circles on Han Shua's chest. She asked again, "How did you do that just now?" At this time, Wind Archmage Duke and Eric had long since left. An original demon was trailing far behind the two of them, reflecting everything it observed into Han Shua's mind. Because the two of them had come with the goal of searching the cemetery of death, their walking speed wasn't fast. It would be difficult for them to escape the surveillance of the original demon in a short amount of time, and thus Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry. His large hand unconsciously moved up and down Emily's smooth back as Han Shuo asked, "What do you mean? How did I do it?" "I'm a dark archmage, but even I wasn't able to detect Duke's approach. You're only a little necromancer. How did you detect this activity? In addition, as a mage, your proficiency and agility in climbing trees is even more exaggerated than the average swordsman. I even saw how you adjusted your breathing and heartbeat. What's going on?" Under Han Shuo's affectionate caresses, Emily moaned softly as she asked Han Shuo. After a moment of silence, Han Shuo opened his mouth to speak. "Apart from training in necromancy magic, I've also trained in a set of miraculous martial arts techniques. This set of miraculous martial arts techniques is different from the usual fighting aura, and thus I can be considered a magic swordsman. The uniqueness just now was all due to the influence of this martial arts technique." Straightening her body slightly, Emily looked at Han Shuo in amazement. "There's such a miraculous martial arts technique. Then can you fight like a swordsman?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo said with certainty, "Of course I can." Then his brow creased. Han Shuo looked doubtfully at Emily and asked, "How do you know these two people?" It was Emily's turn to be silent after these words were spoken. Emily hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "I've never told you everything about myself because I was afraid of bringing you trouble. I'm actually a citizen of the Lancelot Empire. The reason I've escorted the goods that Medivh smuggled back to the Brute Merchant Alliance this time was to investigate a matter. I wanted to find out just who in the Empire this batch of war materials was being sent to. Frankly speaking, I belong to a secret organization. Duke and Eric harbored unspeakable secrets when they came to the Empire this time. Their actions threatened the Empire's interests, so our organization made a move against the two. Although I'm not in the Empire, I have the authority to know everything that happened. I also saw Duke and Eric's portraits in the organization's data. The organization is currently sending people to track down the two's whereabouts, saying that they may have appeared at the Empire's borders. Because I was returning to the Empire from the borders, I paid some attention and found out so much information. Although our organization has its own individual space and usually won't interfere with everyone's lives, it won't do much good if you know too much." A soft voice sounded from Emily's mouth as she narrated the course of events, including Emily's identity. When Emily finished speaking, Han Shuo suddenly had a strange smile on his face. This gave Emily a fright, thinking that something had happened to Han Shuo. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Don't worry, our organization listens directly to His Majesty the King and only exists for the sake of the Empire's safety. Moreover, we won't interfere with the lives of our members. I don't think we'll be a threat to you." "Oh, are you afraid of me? Are you preparing to abandon me?" Emily first explained, but when she saw Han Shuo shake his head and smile strangely, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. This man had already obtained everything she wanted, and was so cute when he was bad. Her heart had finally enjoyed a few days of peace and comfort after so many years. No matter what, she couldn't just let him leave, Emily thought in a fluster. Amidst Emily's fear, her previously flushed face appeared to be at a loss for what to do. Towards the end, her voice sounded like she was about to cry. No matter how strong and mature a woman was, once she gave her heart and soul to a man, she would show weakness and fear in front of the man who had obtained everything she wanted. Emily was naturally no exception. After a while, Han Shuo looked at Emily with a shadow of a smile and said, "Your organization is called the Dark Mantle, right?" Shocked, Emily straightened her body and looked at Han Shuo with extreme shock. She asked, "How did you know?" The space ring lit up and the iron medallion that symbolized the identity of a Dark Mantle member suddenly appeared in Han Shuo's palm. Han Shuo said to Emily, "Because I'm also a Dark Mantle member." Emily, haha, who would have thought that we'd be on the same side? "Quick, let me see your iron medallion and let me know what level you're at." Han Shua laughed strangely as he held Emily's small hand and touched her space ring with his finger. Annoying bad brat. Emily stared blankly for a while, then suddenly started giggling. She suddenly lay on Han Shua's chest, crying tears of joy. She stuck out her tongue and first licked Han Shua's chest. Han Shua let out a soft groan of comfort and then fiercely bit down with her silver teeth, making Han Shua scream. "Let's see if you dare bully me again, Humph." Emily giggled proudly when she saw Han Shua scream. She put on an act of fiercely glaring at Han Shua before stopping. Feeling that the distance between them and the original demons was gradually increasing, Han Shua suddenly straightened his clothes and did the same for Emily. He opened his mouth to say, "Let's follow Duke and see what he's up to." When Han Shua finished speaking, Emily chanted an incantation in a low voice, and the gray aura that had been shrouding the surroundings suddenly disappeared without a trace. Han Shua then poked his body out from the leaves and hugged Emily. He jumped down from the tree amidst her screams and stood steadily in the shrubbery behind them, not causing any harm to Emily's body. Han Shua and Emily exchanged some information while using the original demons to follow Duke. Han Shua also told Emily some of his recent experiences in the dark forest. However, he only picked out the things that could be said and kept the things that needed to be hidden from her. "Small fry of the 3 stars, you have to listen to me in the future. Otherwise, I can directly punish you." After learning that Han Shua was only a low-level Han Shua, Emily couldn't help but laugh and tease Han Shua along the way. One of the 3 heavyweights of the dark world, Candide, was the highest level of the 5-day emissary. Emily, who was already a 3rd-day emissary, must also have a very high status within the Dark Mantle. No wonder she had the authority to obtain so much information. Who would have thought that you were a 3rd-day emissary? Ha ha! So what if you are a 3rd-day emissary? You're still moaning under my crotch. If I want you to live, you'll live. If I want you to die, you'll die. Han Shua laughed proudly as he slapped Emily's round bottom. "Boorish and annoying bad boy, I'll make you obedient sooner or later." Emily held on to Han Shua's arm and pinched Han Shua in response. She wasn't angry at Han Shua's boorishness. His body suddenly froze. Through the observation of the original demons, Han Shua discovered that Duke and Eric had actually found traces of the Cemetery of Death. Duke furrowed his brow as he continuously wandered around the area around the Cemetery of Death. It looked like he'd discovered something. Emily, who'd stopped along with Han Shua, looked at Han Shua in astonishment. She opened her mouth and asked, "What's wrong with you now? You won't blame me for saying that I want to tame you, right? You know that I'm just joking with you." Shaking his head, Han Shua said lowly, "Should we kill Duke and Eric?" "Not for the time being. If my guesses are correct, that old fox Candide must have wanted to figure out Duke's intentions before letting him live. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't have been able to leave the Lancelot Empire alive. You've just joined the Dark Mantle and don't know how powerful the Dark Mantle is. How could a Wind Archmage and Senior Swordsman escape from that old fox Candide's hands?" Emily mused for a moment and opened her mouth to explain to Han Shua. "I actually understand because I listened directly to Candide's orders," Han Shua said lowly. Covering her mouth and looking at Han Shua in astonishment, Emily exclaimed softly, "You're joking, right? You're only a 3rd Dark Star. You don't have the right to be under his command?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua said, "If you don't believe me, you can check the Dark Mantle's internal records. I was brought into the organization by Candide to begin with. He said that from now on, I'll be under his direct command. That's how it is." Emily actually believed Han Shua when he said this. She then smiled charmingly and stroked Han Shua's cheek, saying, "You're quite something. How did that old fox set his sights on you?" "Let's not talk about this. Let's hurry up and catch up. I think Duke and Eric are planning to do something." Han Shua suddenly opened his mouth and pulled Emily in the direction of Duke and Eric. Using the original demon's vision, Han Shuo discovered that Duke and Eric were pacing back and forth around the cemetery of death. It looked like Duke must have discovered something. He was chanting a magic incantation and releasing a few wind spells, whistling around the cemetery of death in an attempt to obtain some clues. It was at this moment that the concealed original demons discovered a figure crouching in the bushes. This person was dressed in dark brown clothing, the color of his clothing blending in with the trees. He crouched there unmoving, and it was indeed difficult to discover him if one didn't look closely. His clothing and actions were obviously targeted at Duke and Eric. Having just received some information from Emily, Han Shuo immediately understood that this person was likely sent by the Dark Mantle to spy on Duke and Eric. The wind spells blew wildly, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. One of the winds blew over and coincidentally smashed into his body. Although the person crouched in place and didn't move at all, his body was scraped up and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Who's there?" Duke's ears were sharper than one's imagination. He actually heard the cry of pain from so far away. Duke, who'd been in the bushes, suddenly used the levitation spell again to float in the air and fly in the direction of that person. Seeing that his whereabouts had been exposed, he immediately stood up and planned to quickly leave this place. However, Wind Archmage Duke's speed was obviously faster than this person's. He arrived behind him with a whoosh after the levitation spell had been cast. "It's you Dark Mantle people again. You're indeed like ghosts that won't go away. I have to say, you Dark Mantle people are indeed extraordinarily resourceful to be able to discover us, even though we're already in the dark forest." Duke laughed lightly and then started chanting a magic incantation. A strong wind suddenly blew in front of the Dark Mantle member who was trying to leave, hindering his forward speed. The strong winds formed wind blades and crisscrossed in the air as they shot towards the Dark Mantle member. After his body was obstructed, a dagger appeared in his hand. First, he agilely rolled in the shrubbery, dodging most of the wind blades at the front. Then, he waved the dagger to block the other wind blades. A series of clanging sounds rang out. Although his dagger had blocked a few wind blades, 2 deep bloody gashes had appeared on his legs. Not good. The location of the thief, who was spying on them, seems to have been exposed. Let's hurry over. You deal with Duke. I'll deal with Senior Swordsman Eric. Han Shuo was afraid that the cemetery of death would be exposed and wanted to borrow Emily's strength to thoroughly kill Duke and Eric in one fell swoop. Therefore, he immediately cried out in alarm when he saw this situation unfold. Emily's expression changed when she heard Han Shuo's words. A set of gray clothes suddenly appeared and wrapped around her entire body in an instant. She also used the levitation spell to hover in the air and said, "Be careful," to Han Shuo before taking the lead to fly out. Apart from serving in the dark underworld, many of the Dark Mantle members had other identities. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't easily reveal their true identities to others. This was the basic practice of Dark Mantle members. After Emily left, Han Shuo also took out a set of gray clothes to cover his entire body. 2 of the original demons flew towards Duke, while the other kept a close eye on Eric. Han Shuo was very familiar with this area and quickly ran over from another path, planning to intercept Eric midway and kill him first. By now, Han Shuo's injuries had more or less healed. After experiencing the demonization last time, Han Shuo's magical yuan had actually increased by a large margin. Now that the magical yuan was circulating, Han Shuo had a completely carefree feeling. When Eric heard Duke's voice, he hefted his long sword and flew quickly while being cautious and vigilant. When he reached a small, uneven slope, Han Shuo suddenly chanted a magic incantation. A bone spear suddenly formed and pierced towards Eric. The crossbow fired as soon as the bone spear appeared. After the crossbow fired, Han Shuo's body also shot out like lightning. When Duke saw the 2 attacks coming at him, he actually completely disregarded his image in his panic and used the most practical, but extremely ugly, method of rolling like a donkey. He didn't care about his image at all as he rolled forward. This ugly method was very useful as he actually managed to dodge Han Shua's 2 waves of attacks. After that, Eric appeared directly in front of Han Shua and stabbed out with a sword full of dark green fighting aura. Han Shua hastily brought out the Demon Slayer edge, but his arm was shaken slightly from the impact. Eric also gave a muffled groan and didn't continue to attack Han Shua. He stood up and immediately chased in Duke's direction, snorting lightly. Han Shua raised the Demon Slayer edge and quickly followed. The other original demon, observing Duke, discovered that Emily had already started fighting with Duke. It looked like Emily had the upper hand, but it was a pity that Emily seemed to have arrived a step too late. The dark mantle thief's body was now crisscrossed with cuts, and it looked like he was already dead. "Mr. Duke, I'm here." Eric shouted loudly and rushed over with his sword. Duke's expression shook as he was fighting with Emily. However, when he saw Han Shua behind Eric, he suddenly waved the staff in his hand and released a hurricane spell, lifting Han Shua's running body into the air and flinging him into the distance. At this moment, the eye of darkness that Han Shua had stored away in his space ring actually flew out of the space ring on its own accord. It shot out a sparkling green light and opened up the boundary protecting the Cemetery of Death. Han Shua's body also crashed into the Cemetery of Death. Oh my God, the Cemetery of Death has actually appeared. Duke had been preparing to turn around and deal with Emily when he saw the green light shoot out in the air and reveal the strange scene of the Cemetery of Death. He immediately cried out in ecstasy and suddenly charged in without regard for anything else. On the other side, Eric and Emily were also inexplicably shocked. They first stared blankly, then simultaneously charged in with all their might before the boundary of the Cemetery of Death closed. Chapter 122. Within the Cemetery of Death that was littered with white bones, the wondrous building in front of them held a strong attraction for Duke. In that moment, Duke only cared about looking around in surprise and didn't continue to make a move against Han Shua. However, when Emily entered the Cemetery of Death, the first thing she did wasn't to observe the surroundings, but to fly in front of Han Shua and ask anxiously, "Are you all right?" If it was an ordinary person who fell from such a high altitude, perhaps they would have suffered some injuries. However, Han Shua was completely unharmed. Shaking his head at Emily, Han Shua stood up with a darkened face, his gaze firmly fixed on Wind Archmage Duke in the distance. Duke was excitedly observing his surroundings. When Senior Swordsman Eric arrived next to him, he said joyfully, "This is the Cemetery of Death. There's no mistaking it. I didn't think that we'd actually be able to enter. Mr. Duke, we've been researching for a long time and haven't discovered anything, but when the green light was emitted from that person's body, it seems that the boundary of the Cemetery of Death opened. It's very strange." Eric looked at Han Shua from afar and said lowly to Duke. Nodding, Duke said, "Indeed, it looks like this person is a bit odd, and the green light just now gave me a familiar feeling. It seems to have come from the Eye of Darkness." When these words were spoken, Eric was greatly shocked and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Grasping the Demon Slayer edge in his hand, Han Shua chanted an incantation, and the 7-winged little skull appeared, bone dagger in hand. 3 zombie warriors appeared one after another, each holding a wooden club and standing side by side with the little skull, blocking in front of Han Shua and Emily. "You were the one who opened the boundary of the Cemetery of Death?" Emily let out a sigh of relief when she saw that Han Shua was fine. She then thought back to the previous situation and asked Han Shua with great confusion. Nodding, Han Shua's face darkened as he said, "That's right, the Cemetery of Death was opened by something on me. This time Duke and Eric must die. Help me deal with Duke. I'll explain it to you after we kill them." Emily didn't ask anything after hearing Han Shua's words. She obediently gripped her magic staff and stared at the approaching Wind Archmage Duke with a baleful expression. "He's actually a necromancer. Looks like he won't be easy to deal with. Eric had fought with Han Shua before and felt that Han Shua's strength wasn't inferior to his own. Now that he saw Han Shua even summon a zombie warrior, he said with a frown, "Let's kill them first. We're excavating the secrets of the cemetery of death." Duke snorted lightly, his body floating in the air as he rushed over. Eric didn't say anything else, he was just stunned for a moment. Then he followed behind Duke and rushed over. A melodious chant surged out of Emily's mouth. The magic staff in her hand suddenly shot out several snake-like strands of black air, entangling the flying Duke. When Duke saw the black aura approaching, his face became extremely solemn. A tornado suddenly formed in front of him, and the white bones on the ground flew up. The tornado swept towards the black aura, and all the black aura was sucked into it. Snorting coldly, Emily said to Han Shua, "Be careful." She also leapt into the air and waved the magic staff in her hand, starting a fierce battle with Duke in midair. "Let's not sit around either." Han Shua grinned and laughed. Little Skull had already surrounded Eric with the 3 zombie warriors. At the same time, Han Shua used the original demons to look behind Eric and Duke, observing their every move. "Do you think 3 zombies and a skeleton can stop me?" Eric exclaimed in disdain, the long sword in his hand blossoming with dark green fighting aura. His body was like a bulldozer, kicking up a cloud of dust as he charged towards Han Shua. Laughing coldly in his heart, Han Shua used his mental strength to control the zombie warriors and Little Skull to block his path. The Little Skull, who should have been as fast as lightning, was deliberately controlled by Han Shua, becoming as slow as the zombie warriors. Eric, who was flying over, formed a ball of light with his dark green fighting aura, enveloping one of the zombie warriors within. The sound of bones shattering came from the body of the first zombie warrior. Under the effect of the dark green fighting aura, the first zombie warrior's body broke into several pieces like a stiff piece of wood. Tilting his body in disdain, Eric nimbly dodged the blows of the 2 zombie warriors' wooden sticks. With a thrust of his long sword, the other zombie warrior's neck was cut open, its body on the verge of collapse. Little Skull approached with the bone knife in hand, leaning against the other zombie warrior. He raised the bone knife in his hand stiffly and swung it at Eric. Eric could easily handle even the zombie warriors. Now that the Little Skull raised the bone knife to stab at him, Eric didn't take it to heart at all. He casually raised his sword to block the attack with some impatience. It was at this moment that the bone knife, which had been abnormally slow, suddenly sped up dozens of times. The originally stiff and slow Little Skull's body was now so nimble that it left him flabbergasted. Eric had just raised the long sword in his hand, but before he could make a move, the bone knife had already landed on his chest. Eric retreated, scared out of his wits. However, he was still a beat too slow. With a booft, a large piece of flesh flew out of his chest. Eric cried out in pain and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? What kind of skeletal warrior is this?" Unfortunately, the Little Skull didn't have any reaction to Eric's exclamation. After the successful stab, it pressed forward relentlessly. Before Eric could steady himself, the Little Skull was already in front of him. When Eric condensed his fighting aura back into his long sword, the 7 bone spikes on the Little Skull's back flew out at the same time. After making a semicircle, they all accurately stabbed into Eric's body. The 7 bone spikes pierced through Eric's neck, forehead, and heart. He didn't have time to release the fighting aura he had condensed, and his body fell straight down. Even in death, the fear on his face didn't disappear. Duke and Emily, who were fighting, noticed the commotion at the same time. When they saw Eric die tragically with 7 bone spikes, they were both shocked. However, accompanying the shock was Duke's worry and Emily's joy. Emily had already witnessed the Little Skull's miraculous abilities last time. Even the dark archmage Emily was powerless against the Little Skull's pursuit. The Little Skull's agility and speed had long since left a deep impression on Emily. now that she saw that the 7 bone spikes on the little skull's back could even injure people. She had a deeper understanding of the mysteries of Han Shuo. Duke was having a bit of a hard time dealing with Emily's attacks. He'd originally hoped that Eric would help him after taking care of Han Shuo. He hadn't thought that the battle-hardened Eric would die so quickly, and that Han Shuo, who was standing there, hadn't moved at all. This made Duke feel a bit flustered. What, you want to run? Can you get away today? The original demons noticed that Duke's eyes were flickering after taking care of Eric. Han Shuo moved closer to Duke and looked at him with a supercilious smile, opening his mouth to mock. Duke's face suddenly grew cold as his normally amiable features became slightly sinister. He stared at Han Shuo and said, "You're courting death!" Many sharp bone fragments on the ground suddenly shot through the air towards Han Shuo with a wave of Duke's magic staff. The sound of breaking through the air was ear-piercing, and the power was quite astonishing. When Emily saw that Han Shuo was under attack, she was even more nervous than Han Shuo as she chanted a dark magic spell. A pitch-black hole appeared out of thin air before the sharp bone fragments' attacks had even reached Han Shuo. All the bone fragments were attracted by the dark hole and were all sucked in. Duke, who just released his attack, not only didn't continue to attack, but instead leapt out and fled. It looked like he'd seen that Emily was worried about Han Shuo, so he'd made a move to attack Han Shuo so that Emily could salvage the situation and then seize the opportunity to escape. It was a pity that it was easy to enter the cemetery of death, but difficult to leave. The Eye of Darkness once again landed in Han Shuo's space ring. Without the help of the Eye of Darkness, even a wind archmage like him would be unable to undo the boundary. With a bang, a green light shone from the barrier. Duke's body staggered as he was affected by the barrier's power. He could no longer maintain his levitation and fell from the sky. A few broken bones pierced his calf and waist, injuring him immediately. "My condolences." Han Shuo smiled coldly as he approached Duke and surrounded Duke with Emily's little skull. Han Shuo tore off the mask on his face and said, "Long time no see, benevolent Mr. Duke." Duke cried out in pain and raised his head to see Han Shuo reveal his true face. He said fearfully, "How can it be you? I remember seeing you once at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Aren't you that necromancy major student?" Nodding, Han Shuo smiled darkly and said, "That's right, it's me." He took out the Eye of Darkness as he spoke and flashed it in his palm. He continued, "Last time in the cemetery behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, I was the little errand boy who found your tracks. Ha ha! Dylan's Eye of Darkness was buried underground and I obtained it in the end. You didn't think that I'd still be alive, did you? The tables have turned not too long ago. So you've obtained the Eye of Darkness. No wonder the boundary of the Cemetery of Death was opened when your body lit up just now," Duke said with sudden realization. 3 zombie warriors once again appeared. A total of 4 zombies and Little Skull slowly walked towards Archmage Duke. Han Shuo aimed his crossbow at Duke while Emily chanted a dark magic incantation. Little Skull's 7 bone daggers danced in the air, officially deciding Duke's death. After the 7 bone spurs flew out, Duke used wind blades to defend himself, but the 4 zombie warriors and the little skeleton's approach made him feel that it was quite troublesome. When Han Shuo's crossbow shot out, it pierced through Duke's hastily dodging thigh and nailed him to the ground. Before Han Shuo could take out the demon's lair edge, Emily's dark magic enveloped Duke. Thick smoke rose from Duke's body in an instant, and he became another set of ghastly white bones in the Cemetery of Death. When Little Skull approached Duke, he took off the space ring from his bony finger and handed it over to Han Shuo along with Senior Swordsman Eric's pockets. Emily's bright eyes stared fixedly at the Little Skull and froze for a while as she watched Little Skull's actions. She finally couldn't bear it any longer and asked Han Shuo with extreme curiosity, "Can you tell me just what's going on with this miraculous Little Skull warrior?" Haha, it's nothing much. I just used a secret art to refine it. That's why it's so miraculous. Rubbing the little skull's smooth skull, Han Shuo smiled as he picked up the spoils of war and spoke carelessly. Emily glared fiercely at Han Shuo and said huffily, "Just how many more things are you hiding from me? Why do you have the Eye of Darkness? Why can you refine such miraculous skeletal warriors? You're just a little necromancer. How can you have such uncommon martial arts? Just what is going on?" At this point, some things had to be explained. Han Shuo explained everything that had happened in the Necromancy Major, including the discovery of the Cemetery of Death, to Emily. However, Han Shuo still did mention a word about how to refine the little skull and magical yuan. These words greatly shocked Emily. While Emily was deep in thought, Han Shuo started searching through the items of Wind Archmages Duke and Eric. But after a while, Han Shuo discovered that Eric was a pauper with nothing of value in his pockets. As an Archmage, Duke should have some wealth, but he'd set up a magical boundary within his space ring. Han Shuo had no way of breaking through the boundary and obtaining any useful items within. After a while, Emily's face was grave as she looked at Han Shuo. "Apart from you and me, who else knows that you've obtained the Eye of Darkness and can enter and exit the Cemetery of Death as you please?" "No one else knows." Han Shuo looked at Emily and hesitated before asking, "What do you plan on doing?" "Since this is the case, then we'll keep this a secret. Duke and Eric are dead anyways, and the thief sent by the organization to chase after them was also killed by Duke. No one knows of this matter even now. From now on, the Cemetery of Death will be a secret that you can enjoy alone. It's the foundation for you to train yourself and slowly control the dark forest." Emily looked deeply at Han Shuo and said lowly. After staring blankly for a while, Han Shuo smiled faintly and abruptly pulled Emily into his arms, chuckling, "You're my woman, all right. I thought you'd want me to contribute the secret of the Cemetery of Death to the organization." Rolling her eyes unhappily at Han Shuo, Emily said, "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If you wanted to tell this secret to the organization, you would have done so a long time ago. Why would you wait until now to say it? I understand what this Cemetery of Death means to you. This Cemetery of Death is very important to your future development. Since we're already in this state, I naturally have to think for you." Han Shuo was truly a bit touched when he heard Emily's words. He thought to himself that women were indeed unreasonable creatures. Once their hearts and minds were captured, all of their previous perseverance would collapse with a bang. These words meant that between the Dark Mantle and Han Shuo, Emily had chosen Han Shuo. If Han Shuo and the Dark Mantle had a conflict one day, it looked like Emily could stand against the Dark Mantle for Han Shuo. "All right, you said that the purpose of this trip was to investigate the whereabouts of that batch of weapons. I've used the forest troll this time and looted this batch of resources. Will this affect your mission?" Han Shuo thought for a moment when he saw that Emily was thinking for his sake. He suddenly remembered what Emily had said last time and opened his mouth to ask Emily about it. Beaming with joy and giggling for a while, Emily looked at Han Shuo affectionately and said under Han Shuo's astonished gaze, "Bad boy, you finally know how to think for me. How nice." Han Shuo was speechless. He thought back to what had happened earlier and realized that he hadn't thought for Emily at all. He'd been thinking for himself from start to finish. Han Shuo felt a bit embarrassed when she said this and smiled awkwardly. "You don't need to worry too much about this matter. I actually knew where this batch of resources was being sent to. I just wanted to catch him red-handed and make him have nothing to say. Although this batch of resources has been intercepted, many of the McGrady Guild's people have escaped. They'll certainly think of a way to redeem the siege items from the forest troll's hands. If someone buys the siege resources from the forest troll, you just need to let them deal with them the way they were, and you'll be doing me a great favor. When they get their hands on those items, they'll still deliver them to my target. I'll capture him then, and it won't affect the overall situation." Emily looked at Han Shuo and said with a smile. Nodding, Han Shuo said, "No problem. I'll return to the dark forest again when I get some rations back to the Empire. I'll talk to the forest troll then, and it won't affect your plans. Right, you can't open Duke's space ring anyway. Why don't you give it to me? I'll think of a way to find someone to open the boundary and see what's inside. Okay, you can take it. Han Shuo readily handed Duke's space ring to Emily. His thoughts raced as he suddenly remembered Yuna's beautiful space ring. Yuna was only an adept mage, and logically speaking, Emily, who was a level higher, should be able to open the boundary she'd set up. Therefore, Han Shuo took out Yuna's space ring and handed it to Emily. This space ring has a boundary set up as well, but the person was an adept mage. I think you should be able to open the boundary inside and see what's inside. She didn't ask Han Shuo how he'd obtained this space ring. Emily held the space ring in her hand, took a deep breath, and focused her mental strength. The emerald green space ring suddenly lit up, accompanied by a strong magical ripple. The space ring lit up to a certain degree and then suddenly dimmed. Exhaling lightly, a few items suddenly appeared in Emily's hand. Some female undergarments, a crystal card, a book on water magic, and some medicine for bandaging wounds. Staring oddly at Han Shuo, Emily said, I hadn't thought that you'd be such a heartless person. How did this woman die in your hands? After flipping through Emily's hand and discovering that there wasn't anything of value, Han Shuo only put away the emerald green space ring and said with a smile, A lewd woman betrayed me, so I killed her out of anger. It's a very normal thing. Pa, I don't believe you, Emily said. All right, there's only 2 days left before I have to report to the organization. I need to leave the cemetery of death as soon as possible. You should already know about my identity and background. We'll leave this place for now, and you can attend to your matters first, whether it's through the Dark Mantle or the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. I think it won't be hard for you to find me. Let's leave this place first. Han Shuo thought of a pile of things to do and said to Emily, All right, although you're a dishonest little brat, it won't be hard for me to find you. I'll ask you one last question. Between Brian and this weird name Han Shuo, which one should I call you? Emily said, Han Shuo. This is a new name given to me by the person who taught me martial techniques. I want you to call me by this name in the future. Han Shuo thought for a moment and responded, nodding and not asking any more questions. Han Shuo took Emily around the Cemetery of Death. The two left the Cemetery of Death through the central transportation matrix amidst Emily's surprised gasps of admiration. Chapter 123. After leaving the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo and Emily went their separate ways. As a senior member of the Dark Mantle, Emily still had a mission to complete and couldn't always stay by Han Shuo's side. It had been a long time since he'd returned to the academy, and Han Shuo missed Fanny a bit. But now that Emily's matter had occurred, Han Shuo didn't know how to face Fanny. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo didn't immediately return to the academy, but instead walked towards the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Han Shuo had asked Phoebe to help him search for the materials to refine the Earth Elite Zombie. Now that so much time had passed, it was time to ask her if she'd finished. In addition, some of the treasures from the Forest Troll's Holy Land in the Space Ring also had to be dealt with through Phoebe. Add to that the rations for the Forest Troll and dwarves to get through the winter, so it was necessary to go to the Buzzed Merchant Guild. After the incident with Grover, Phoebe had already grasped the majority of power in the Buzzed Merchant Guild. After a few visits, everyone in the guild knew Han Shuo. This time, when Han Shuo arrived at the door, the guards didn't even announce their arrival and let Han Shuo directly in. As he walked towards the living room, Han Shuo suddenly heard Fabian's voice reprimanding a servant in one of the rooms. Your father spent gold coins to let you in. You must work hard. Otherwise, even with my position in the guild, I won't be able to protect you. Understood, uncle. Another voice that Han Shuo was familiar with replied honestly. When this voice sounded, Han Shuo's body sped up in surprise. When he arrived at the door to a room, he pushed it open without knocking due to his agitated emotions, startling Fabian, who was inside. He immediately cried out in alarm. "Who dares trespass on my territory?" "It's me, Mr. Fabian." Han Shua chuckled and strode in. Fabian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Han Shua's voice and walked out of the room with a chuckle. He opened his mouth and said, "So it's you. Ha ha! Are you here to look for our Miss Phoebe again?" Another stout figure also quickly rushed out from the inner room. When he saw Han Shua, he yelled with indescribable surprise, "Brian, why is it you? Why are you also at the Buzzed Merchant Guild?" "Hee, could it be that you're also a member of the Buzzed Merchant Guild? Then we can be colleagues again, right?" Little Fatty Jack had grown a little taller, but his weight seemed to have increased a little faster. He rushed out of the room with large strides, causing the ground to make pung-pung sounds. "Long time no see, Jack. Why are you in the Buzzed Merchant Guild?" Han Shua was also quite happy to see Jack this time. Little Fatty Jack was the closest friend that Han Shua had met when he'd first arrived at the academy. Han Shua had given him a sum of money last time, and Han Shua had thought that he'd never see him again. Who would have thought that he'd be able to see him again after such a short period of time? "You two know each other?" Fabian was a bit surprised and looked at Jack, then at Han Shua. Nodding, Han Shua smiled and explained, "When I was at the academy, Jack and I worked as errand boys together." "Ha ha! Not only do we know each other, but we also have a very good relationship." "Yes, Uncle, Brian is so awesome. I didn't think that I'd be able to run into him here," Jack said quite happily. "Mr. Fabian, I'd like to catch up with your nephew first. I'll go see Miss Phoebe in a moment. Please help me put in the word." Han Shua smiled faintly at Fabian. Han Shua had saved both Fabian and Phoebe's lives. Add to that the fact that he'd brought great business with him a few times. Fabian had long since viewed Han Shua as a benefactor. Therefore, when he heard Han Shua's words, he immediately agreed readily, and even winked at Jack, as if he wanted to hint something to Jack. It was a pity that the excited Jack didn't notice his uncle's hint. Rather, it was the more mature and experienced Han Shua who saw everything clearly and couldn't help but snicker endlessly in his heart. When Fabian left, Han Shua immediately asked, "Jack, how did you come to the Buzzed Merchant Guild?" "You gave me some gold coins last time, and I left the academy. When I got home, I didn't know what to do, so I helped my father butcher cows and sheep. I saw that the family was poor, so I secretly took one of the gold coins you gave me and exchanged it for bits and pieces to give to my father. But he still discovered my secret afterwards, so I told him that I'd found a bag of gold coins on the road. My father thought that I couldn't always be a butcher, so he took half of the gold coins and found my Uncle Fabian, asking him to help me learn bookkeeping from a teacher in the Buzzed Merchant Guild. That's how it is. Oh, right. Why are you at the Buzzed Merchant Guild? I saw that my uncle seemed to be quite respectful to you. What's going on?" Jack looked at Han Shua with surprise and asked in confusion. Han Shua casually said a few words to fool Jack. He and Jack talked about old times for a while. From Jack's expression and tone, Han Shua felt that he was quite willing to work for the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Therefore, Han Shua decided to help Jack a bit and was going to ask Phoebe to put in a few words for him. He believed that Phoebe would have to sell him some face. It was no wonder that he was happy to stay here. When he'd been an errand boy at the academy, not only had Jack had to work day and night, but he was often bullied by other students and errand boys. His days naturally weren't too good. Now that he was at the Buzzed Merchant Guild, at least no one dared to do anything to him with the care of Fabian, Phoebe's person. Compared to the hard work of an errand boy, learning things now was much easier and more interesting. It was no wonder that Jack liked it here so much. They chatted for a long time until Fabian came over to urge Han Shua and tell Han Shua that Miss Phoebe was waiting for him. Han Shua finally patted Jack's shoulder and said with a smile, "Then I'll be leaving first. Since you're in the Buzzed Merchant Guild, we'll have many opportunities to meet in the future." "All right, You can go and do your thing. If you have time, remember to come visit me often. Although I'm doing well here, I don't have many friends. I understand. After walking away from Fabian's room, Han Shua's sensitive ears immediately overheard Fabian and Jack's conversation. Fabian's words were nothing more than for Jack to get along well with Han Shua, and that Han Shua was his benefactor and the like. Phoebe was still as beautiful and moving as ever. She wore a navy blue dress that fit her tall, slender figure and outstanding temperament, making her look even more elegant and dignified. Her beautiful cheeks, which were lightly rouged, were smooth and supple, and a faint blush was hidden between her cheeks. Her bright eyes and white teeth were embedded in her face that was like a work of art. She appeared so perfect and flawless. You've disappeared for almost a month. What do you plan to talk about this time? The maids around them had long since left. Phoebe sat upright in the hall, holding a cup of fragrant tea in her hand and sipping it leisurely. She flicked a glance at Han Shua lightly and said faintly, "It's only been a month. Why does Miss Phoebe seem to have become a bit more beautiful?" Han Shua was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Phoebe had never purposely dressed herself up when he'd met her before, but it was obvious that she'd put on some light makeup this time. Therefore, in Han Shua's eyes, Phoebe's beauty had indeed increased a bit. Phoebe's eyes lit up when these words were spoken, and the faint blush on her cheeks began to spread. The corners of her lips curved in a cheerful smile as she said softly, "I haven't seen you for a month, but you've become more and more glib." Laughing heartily, Han Shua walked rudely in front of Phoebe and took the teapot and teacups from in front of Phoebe. He poured a cup of tea for himself and took a sip before saying, "Before we get down to business, I hope you'll do me a favor and help me remind that friend of mine." Phoebe wasn't surprised. She nodded her sparkling chin twice and said in a cool voice, "I heard from Fabian just now that you're friends with that little fatty." "Ha ha! He's such an honest person. How would he know a friend like you?" Laughing involuntarily, Han Shua scratched his head and said, "How can you say that? Am I not honest enough?" "Humph. If you can be considered honest, then there's no one in this world who doesn't follow the rules. I remember all the bad things you've done to me. How dare you call yourself honest?" Phoebe rolled her eyes prettily and glared fiercely at Han Shua. Fiercely drinking a mouthful of tea to hide his awkwardness, Han Shua said with a sheepish smile, "Let's not talk about the past. You still haven't agreed to help me take care of Jack." "No problem. I'll help you take good care of him. It's easy to help you with a small matter like this, but the other matter is a bit trickier," Phoebe said meaningfully. Starting, Han Shua looked at Phoebe in surprise and asked, "What's the trouble?" "It's about the materials you asked me to help you purchase." Phoebe thought for a moment and said, "The refining of the Earth Elite zombie was something that Han Shua was determined to obtain." Now that he heard Phoebe say that she'd run into trouble, Han Shua immediately became a bit nervous and hurriedly asked, "What trouble? Is it that your guild can't find those materials?" Shaking her head, Phoebe's dainty eyebrows creased slightly, and she sighed lowly. "With the abilities of our Bus Merchant Guild, as long as something truly exists in the world, we can find a way to obtain it as long as someone can pay the price. I originally thought that the materials you needed wouldn't be worth too much gold coins, but who would have thought that after asking in detail, I discovered that those unknown items were all extremely expensive. According to my calculations, those materials add up to at least 30,000 gold coins. Although I'm the person in charge of the Bust Merchant Guild, I've just taken over as the chairman. I can't completely cover up such a large transaction for you, because every transaction will leave a record." When he'd heard that she'd run into trouble, Han Shua had been a bit worried, but now that he saw that it was because of the gold coins, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. The current Han Shua might be lacking in other things, but he couldn't take away all the gold coins at once. Therefore, when he heard Phoebe say that it was because of the price, he immediately smiled. "What are you smiling about? I know you have some savings, but 30,000 gold coins isn't a small sum. I can privately give you 10,000, but because it's my father's savings, I can't use it before I turn 25. I can only take out this much. You're still smiling. I'm talking about serious matters. Phoebe furrowed her brow and tried to think of a way for Han Shuo, but Han Shuo grinned as if nothing had happened. This made Phoebe a bit angry. Right, how old are you now? Han Shuo started and opened his mouth to ask Phoebe. Her face reddening, Phoebe appeared a bit bashful. After a moment of hesitation, she snuck a glance at Han Shuo with a bashful expression and said, 23, what about you? 17, Han Shuo said. Phoebe's face paled and she appeared a bit panicked. She hastily exclaimed, Are you joking? Do you speak and look like a 17-year-old? When she said this, Han Shuo finally remembered that when he'd possessed Brian's body, he'd already been 24 years old. Brian's originally small and skinny body had completely gained the physique of an adult due to the training of magical yuan. Add to that his original speech and experience, and he didn't look like a 17-year-old no matter how one looked at him. Dazed for a moment, Han Shuo chuckled and said, I'm joking with you, I'm 24. When he said this, Phoebe let out an obvious sigh of relief and then smiled ruefully at Han Shuo. Don't get any ideas about me. I'll need another 2 years before I'm 25. I don't think you can wait 2 years, so let's think of something else. A smile still hung at the corners of his lips as he blew into the space ring and rubbed it with his finger. Pieces of gold, jewels, jade, and precious stones appeared one after another in the hall. In that moment, the hall was filled with the light of jewels and jewels. All kinds of dazzling and resplendent light made the hall look extremely luxurious. Is this enough? Han Shuo looked at the dazed Phoebe and asked with a smile. The riches in the hall had been obtained by the forest troll after many years of plundering. When they were taken out of the space ring and piled up in front of Phoebe, it did indeed create a strong impact on her. Heart of the Blue Sea, Jade of Bow City, Madani's necklace, King Finley's crown. Phoebe's beautiful face was filled with shock as her slender fingers flipped through the treasures that had appeared and murmured these wondrous names in a low voice. After a while, Phoebe took a few deep breaths and then looked deeply at Han Shuo. She asked, Many of the missing treasures are in there. Did you rob an enormous dragon? Shaking his head with a low laugh, Han Shuo said, Don't ask about how I got my hands on them. Just tell me if these things are enough for me to trade for those materials. I can't calculate the value of these treasures at the moment, but I think that the value of these treasures is definitely over 30,000 gold coins. Phoebe's bright eyes continued to stare fixedly at Han Shuo as she slowly responded. Nodding, Han Shuo said readily, All right then, these things are flashy but have no substance. They're not worth much to me. Put them away and give me a price to sell them. I need the materials I mentioned earlier, and I hope you can help me purchase a space ring with a larger capacity. I also need to take the rations from last time. There are so many treasures. Aren't you afraid that I'll give you a random price that'll make you lose out? Phoebe looked at Han Shuo and stared blankly for a while. A faint smile blossomed at the corners of her lips as she asked Han Shuo, I believe you won't. Han Shuo said with a smile and then said, I'll come back in a few days. I hope you'll have prepared what I need by then. Let's eat before you leave. Phoebe nodded. When she saw that Han Shuo was about to leave after leaving behind the treasures, she hesitated and suddenly said softly. When these words left her mouth, Han Shuo felt a bit baffled, but Phoebe could help him a lot right now. Although Han Shuo still had many things to take care of, a meal wouldn't take too long. Therefore, he nodded readily and agreed. The location of the meal was the fake mountain that Phoebe and Han Shuo had squeezed through last time. This place had been refurbished, and the surroundings were filled with all sorts of valuable flowers and plants. The branches and leaves of some verdant, soft plants wrapped around the stone pillars of the fake mountain, giving it a rather charming appearance. After the maids placed the dishes and wine on the tables and chairs in the small pagoda, Han Shuo felt a bit uncomfortable. His gaze kept wandering to the crack in the fake mountain that Phoebe had squeezed through, and he kept thinking about what had happened here last time. Phoebe looked very natural, as if she didn't care about that spot at all. She waved her hand to dismiss all the maids and guards around her, and then enthusiastically urged Han Shuo to drink wine and eat tea. This change in attitude made Han Shuo feel a bit uncomfortable. After the wine and meat entered his stomach, although Han Shuo didn't become intoxicated due to the effects of magical yuan, now that he had tasted a woman, Han Shuo didn't know why he kept thinking about how he had violated Phoebe last time. His eyes, which had been looking at Phoebe seriously, had unwittingly gained a few other colors. Phoebe saw the change in Han Shuo's eyes. Perhaps it was because she had drunk some sweet wine, but her cheeks were even more rosy and beautiful. Phoebe's charm skyrocketed after her cold facade was removed, causing Han Shuo's thoughts to run wild as he looked at her. Chapter 124. Why are you looking at me like that? Phoebe drank another glass of translucent red wine, her eyes sparkling with a wondrous light as she flicked a glance at Han Shuo and spoke in a low voice. No, nothing. Han Shuo panicked and stammered a bit. Then why are you drooling? Phoebe pointed at the corner of Han Shuo's mouth and said with a mischievous smile. He touched his lower lip and didn't know why, but there really were some traces of water. Han Shuo said awkwardly, it's not saliva, it's wine. It really is wine. Oh, Phoebe said with amusement, so it's wine. You're already so old. How can you even miss wine? This is quite interesting. He felt that the atmosphere wasn't quite right. Han Shuo felt quite comfortable as he listened to Phoebe's gentle words. His mind was filled with thoughts, and his eyes couldn't help but look towards the crack in the fake mountain. Since we started eating, you've looked towards the crack in the fake mountain on the left 9 times. Just what is there that is worthy of your attention? Phoebe's beautiful eyes turned and landed on Han Shuo's body as she asked softly. Panicking, Han Shuo blurted out, How did you know that I kept looking there? How did you know that I've looked there 9 times? Phoebe's face grew even redder when she heard this question. She spat lightly and said in a low voice, You were looking all over the place like a thief. I was sitting right across from you, so of course I saw everything. I know that you were thinking of something bad when you were looking over there. Then what do you think I was thinking of? After experiencing what had just happened, Han Shuo suddenly felt that he was in a bit of a passive position. Demonic cultivators had always been unafraid of all conventions. They were the most carefree when they could achieve what they wanted, regardless of what others thought or said. Having suddenly understood, Han Shuo no longer looked around and stared directly at Phoebe with a smile. Phoebe was stunned, and the blush on her face spread to her slender, white neck. She stammered for quite a while and didn't manage to squeeze out a clear word with a red face. Her expression was even more awkward than Han Shuo's. Han Shuo laughed heartily when he saw Phoebe like this. He felt that his previous depression and passivity had been completely swept away. He said merrily, I didn't think that Miss Phoebe would care so much about me. You've even remembered how many times I looked. I'm truly overwhelmed by your favor. Brian, shut your mouth. I've discovered that you're full of bad ideas. It looks like I'll definitely lose a lot of money doing business with you in the future. Phoebe flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared fiercely at Han Shuo as she complained. After hearing Phoebe's words, Han Shuo suddenly recalled the matter of the McGrady Guild. His expression turned serious as he said to Phoebe, Speaking of doing business, I suddenly recalled something. Last time you mentioned the McGrady Guild, you said that this guild is your competitor. Is that right? Han Shuo's sudden mention of this matter surprised Phoebe a bit. She looked at Han Shuo in astonishment, and Phoebe nodded, replying, That's right, the McGrady Guild is a member of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Recently, they've frequently come to our Lancelot Empire to do business. The goods they transport don't pass through the Empire's cities and towns, so they don't have to pay customs duties to the Empire. When the goods reach the Empire, the prices are kept very low, and this has had some impact on our guild. Smiling faintly, Han Shuo said, "It is indeed possible to obtain generous profits without going through the proper channels, especially in some profiteering industries that the Empire prohibits. One can obtain even more frightening rewards. The McGrady Guild sure dares to do so." "Why did you suddenly mention the McGrady Guild?" Phoebe looked at Han Shuo in puzzlement and asked. "I have a friend in the Dark Forest. He's in a special line of business and recently robbed the McGrady Guild's caravan and obtained many luxurious items. He wants me to take care of them. I wonder if I can do it through you? Bandits are bandits. What special line of business? There are all kinds of bandits in the Dark Forest. There's nothing strange about it. Ha ha! The McGrady Guild doesn't dare travel through the Empire cities in order to avoid the expensive customs duties. However, this naturally increases the danger, but the McGrady Guild has private guards. Very few bandits are blind enough to touch them. Your friend was able to steal goods from the hands of the McGrady Guild. He's not simple." "Of course. Oh, right. Do you dare accept the goods of the McGrady Guild?" "Our guild dares accept anything as long as it's not used in war or siege. It's said that the Empire has been investigating this area very closely recently. Therefore, if it's war equipment for siege, then forget it." Han Shuo thought of what Emily had mentioned after Phoebe's words and vaguely understood something. However, Han Shuo had long since promised Emily that he'd only planned on selling some items used by nobles to Phoebe. He didn't have any misgivings. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I've eaten enough today. I'll come find you in a few days. Help me take care of my business as soon as possible." Han Shuo comforted Phoebe and stood up, preparing to leave. Seeing that Han Shuo was about to leave, Phoebe hesitated and said to Han Shuo with some embarrassment, "Actually, I also have something I'd like to trouble you with." Looking at Phoebe in shock, Han Shuo said, "What is it?" "I have to attend a banquet in 5 days. If I go to the banquet alone, some annoying people may bother me. I want you to attend with me as my boyfriend like last time." Phoebe looked up and down bashfully at Han Shuo and said softly. Smiling ruefully, Han Shuo shook his head and said, "Forget it. I don't want to be your shield anymore. I'll be in danger if I make others jealous and plot against me from behind. Why don't you find someone else?" "No," Phoebe shouted loudly and then explained with a frown. "I've already brought you to meet the founding elders of the Merchant Guild last time. If I suddenly change to someone else in a month's time, then everyone will surely think that I'm a fickle woman. This absolutely won't do." Han Shuo was still hesitant and seemed to be in a bit of a dilemma. Phoebe stared at Han Shuo a few times and said in a huff, "If someone doesn't agree, then I won't be serious when I do things. It'll be normal for things to be delayed for 10 days to half a month." This was what Han Shuo didn't want to see the most. Hearing Phoebe say this, Han Shuo really had no choice but to agree. He nodded helplessly and said, "All right then, just don't blame me for embarrassing you when the time comes. That's more like it. How can you let me bring someone else to the banquet? Wouldn't you be worried if someone took advantage of me?" Phoebe saw that Han Shuo had agreed, and a faint smile reappeared on her face. She asked Han Shuo, "Then aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you?" Han Shuo rolled his eyes at Phoebe and said unhappily. When these words came out, Phoebe's beautiful face blushed again. She turned her head away and didn't dare look at Han Shuo. She said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid. You've already taken advantage of everything that you should have." Han Shuo's heart fluttered, and he saw the redness on Phoebe's neck and ears from behind. For some reason, he blurted out, "Not everything. We haven't even had sex yet." When these words left his mouth, Han Shuo immediately reacted. He didn't wait for Phoebe to speak, and immediately got up to quickly walk outside. He said in a fluster, "I'm full, so I'll be leaving first. I'll come back in 5 days. You stinking scoundrel who spouts nonsense." Phoebe never would have thought that Han Shuo would say this. She immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and cursed at Han Shua's fleeing figure. When Han Shua's figure had disappeared even faster, she finally laughed lowly and said, "Damn it, you dare say such things to me. Humph, you're getting bolder and bolder." It was just past noon when he left the buzzed merchant guild. It had been almost a month since he'd last reported to the Dark Mantle. Therefore, after looking at the time, Han Shua hired a carriage and walked out of the Dark Mantle stronghold. Han Shua disembarked from the carriage when he was a street away from the stronghold. He released the 3 original demons to patrol the surroundings and walked towards the manor alone. "Boss, you finally arrived. I calculated the days and knew that you'd have to report here in the near future. Therefore, I purposely swapped shifts with someone else and waited for you to come over to bring you into the organization." The thief Chester came out as soon as Han Shua arrived and spoke in a low, excited voice. Why do you call me boss?" Han Shua looked oddly at Chester and asked in confusion, "I'll be following you in the future and hope that you'll give me some pointers." "Of course, I have to show respect to you," Chester said to Han Shua as if it was a matter of course. "This title doesn't sound good. We'll just call each other by their original names in the future." "Ha ha! But don't worry if there are any good missions, I'll ask to bring you along," Han Shua said. Chester was quite delighted when he received Han Shua's assurance. He enthusiastically led Han Shua inside and chattered nonstop, asking where Han Shua had been during this time and if he'd gone on any missions. Han Shua casually responded to Chester's questions and slowly walked into the interior of the Dark Mantle. This time, Han Shua wasn't surprised and easily arrived at Candid's room. "Oh, you really came. I thought Emily was lying to me." Candide sat in a dark corner and seemed to be studying something with a magic bottle in his hand. He didn't even raise his head when Han Shua entered. Han Shua didn't expect Emily to mention him and was a bit surprised. He didn't know what Emily had said in front of Candide, so he stood there silently. After a while, Candide put away the medicine bottle in his hand and said lowly with his perpetually gloomy face, "Emily said that she met you by chance in the dark forest and greatly admires your style and abilities." This really surprised me. I hadn't thought that Emily, who has such high standards, would give you such an evaluation. It looks like you do have some unique qualities. Nonsense. Emily is my woman. Of course, she'll say good things about me. Han Shua thought proudly in his heart, but his expression was the same as usual. He said, "It's been a month since the last mission. I've come to report in according to the rules and ask if there are any other missions along the way." The Dark Mantle usually didn't interfere with personal matters, so Han Shua didn't explain anything about how he'd met Emily. Since Emily had already said it, she must have concealed everything that needed to be concealed. As long as Han Shua didn't speak out of turn, nothing would happen to him. Nodding, Candide said, "Emily praised you and indicated that she wants you to complete her mission with her. You'll share the credit when the time comes. What do you think? You're someone by my side, so even Emily can't use you as she pleases without your permission. But if you're willing, that's another matter entirely." With the current relationship between Han Shua and Emily, there was naturally no reason not to agree. Not to mention that Emily's mission required Han Shua to transport the goods through the forest troll. He'd already been implicated without even realizing it. If this became a mission and he could obtain credit, then it would be even more worthwhile. "No problem. I'm willing to help her complete the mission." Han Shua didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. He paused and said, "The thief Chester who brought me here is very astute. Can we let him participate as well? The mission is Emily's. Emily has the final say on whether or not we need another person. You can just ask her directly." Candide replied faintly. He then paused and said, "Emily is Amy's younger sister. Her status in the Dark Mantle isn't low, so it'll be beneficial for you to interact more with her. However, Emily's identity in reality is a bit mysterious. You should pay attention to this so that others don't gossip about you." Ames was one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, and was responsible for monitoring and investigating the various nobles and high officials of the empire. He was a person who was completely active in the political arena of the Dark Mantle, and was a powerful person who held great power. Han Shuo didn't expect that Emily was his younger sister. In addition, there seemed to be some problems with Emily's other identity that Candide spoke of. This caused Han Shuo to be a bit surprised. He didn't know what Candide's words were referring to. So you still don't know about this. I'll give you a hint, and you'll be fine as long as you pay attention to it. Emma, let's leave it at that. She's already taken a look at your information and can easily find you. Come see me after you and her complete the mission, Candide said as he looked at Han Shuo. Chapter 125. When he left the Dark Mantle, Han Shuo gave Chester some instructions and told him to wait for his news. Han Shuo didn't linger after exiting the Dark Mantle and returned to the academy. When he was about to arrive at the academy, he got off the car and walked to the graveyard behind the mountain, entering the mausoleum that led to the Cemetery of Death. He didn't return to the Cemetery of Death from this place. Han Shuo rubbed his space ring and took out the brain-shaped fruit of Dagmar. Han Shuo used a special container to seal the 3 fruits of Dagmar. Han Shuo took out one of the fruits of Dagmar and observed it for a moment. He discovered that this fruit of Dagmar wasn't outstanding on the outside and looked a bit ugly. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo sat down cross-legged and hesitated for a moment before swallowing the fruit of Dagmar that was only a bit bigger than a fist. It tasted a bit bitter and hard to chew. Compared to normal fruits, this fruit of Dagmar was quite unpleasant to eat. When Han Shuo had completely swallowed the fruit of Dagmar, he immediately circulated his magical yuan and started circulating it, slowly condensing it towards his head. Nothing out of the ordinary happened in the beginning, but after a while Han Shuo slowly began to feel that something wasn't right. Waves of strange, whirlpool-like energy emanated from his abdomen, rising from his lower abdomen and spinning towards his head. This strange whirlpool-like energy caused a piercing pain that seeped into the bone wherever it passed. Even with the tenacity of Han Shuo's body and the firmness of his will, he still felt that it was a bit unbearable. When these waves of strange energy flowed into Han Shuo's head, Han Shuo's mind was greatly shaken, as if hundreds of cannonballs had exploded at the same time. Booms continuously rang out in his head. Along with the ferocious roars was a bone-piercing pain in his brain. After his brain had been developed by magical yuan, the sensitivity of his 5 senses had greatly increased. Han Shuo could feel that the patterns on both sides of his brain seemed to be filled to the brim with this whirlpool-like power. It was somewhat similar to Han Shuo's expansion of meridians. Because of the fruit of Dagmar, Han Shuo's brain was being developed bit by bit in a miraculous manner. This process was so strange and mysterious that even Han Shuo himself didn't know what was happening. The intense pain had already completely submerged Han Shuo. If it were an ordinary person, they would basically become an idiot or a lunatic under the intense stimulation of the brain. This was because the human brain was the most complicated thing in the world. Any abnormal change in the brain could cause an earth-shattering change in a person. This kind of bone-piercing pain that penetrated deep into the human heart would immediately cause a normal person to go insane and never recover. Even someone as mentally tough as Han Shuo, under the effects of the fruit of Dagmar and the constant protection of the magical yuan, was tormented to the point of hovering between life and death. Others would have no choice but to die. His entire body trembling, Han Shuo sat cross-legged, sweat pouring down like rain. A roar that hadn't been released in a long time once again erupted from Han Shuo's mouth uncontrollably. In the end, the ground Han Shuo sat on was drenched in sweat. His originally low roars gradually weakened, and his lips trembled just like his body. After maintaining this position for a long time, Han Shuo fell stiffly onto the moist ground, falling into unconsciousness in an instant. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shuo slowly woke up. When he woke up, Han Shuo felt a splitting headache and his entire body ached. Raising his head and moving his body, Han Shua's heart was immediately filled with ecstasy. In the dusky tomb, Han Shua could even clearly see the minute veins on the stone slab a few meters above his head. Although Han Shua's vision had always been very clear, the feeling now was even more magical. Han Shua almost didn't dare believe it in that moment. When he observed his surroundings, Han Shua's amazement overflowed when he discovered that he could clearly see everything within the dusky tomb if he looked closely. His two eyes seemed to have become magnifying glasses, and when he slowly and casually gazed at something a few meters away, the distance seemed to be pulled closer bit by bit. What was originally a small dot would slowly be magnified, and finally, Han Shua could see it with incomparable clarity. This feeling was quite peculiar, and Han Shua understood that this was definitely due to the effects of the fruit of Dagmar. If he couldn't immediately consume the fruit of Dagmar again, then Han Shua would have wanted nothing more than to consume the remaining two. In his ecstasy, Han Shua sat down and meditated for a while. Indeed, he discovered that the concentration and circulation speed of his mental strength had also greatly increased. In this way, the speed at which Han Shua obtained mental strength through meditation could be further increased. When using magic against others and his mental strength was exhausted, Han Shua's recovery speed through meditation would definitely be far greater than that of an ordinary person. This meant that whether it was training or fighting, Han Shua would be able to obtain a faster tempo than ordinary mages. The overjoyed Han Shua didn't continue to stay here. Now that he felt that his mental strength had improved, Han Shua decided to continue advancing to the next level of necromancy magic. By now, Han Shua had completely grasped and could skillfully use the basic necromancy magic. As his mental strength increased, Han Shua was confident that he would be able to make breakthroughs even faster. It looked like it wouldn't be a difficult task to advance to an adept mage and graduate from the necromancy major in a short period of time. When Han Shua had been injured a few days ago, he'd studied the intermediate level magic by himself for a few days. Han Shua was still a bit unfamiliar with some of the knowledge within. Now that he'd returned, it looked like it was time to ask Fanny for an explanation. After crawling out of the tomb, the outside was covered in silver. The sky was bright, and it had actually snowed heavily. The heavy snow enveloped the scenery in all directions, turning it into a world of white snow as far as the eye could see. The cold wind blew down, and his originally wet body suddenly felt a bit cold. In this world of ice and snow, Han Shua changed out of his wet clothes and faced the world of silver naked. After looking into the distance, his vision greatly increased. If Han Shua's eyes could be said to have the effect of a magnifying glass when he was in the tomb, then when he walked out of the tomb and gazed into the distance, Han Shua's eyes continuously expanded. It was as if he'd gained the function of a telescope, taking in the scenery from extremely far away. The hissing sounds of a few small animals in the surrounding trees, as well as the sound of the wind blowing in the surroundings, were all so clear under the careful listening of Han Shua. It was so miraculous that Han Shua almost couldn't help but want to howl out loud. Although Han Shua's current physical body didn't fear the changing seasons at all, in order to not appear too out of the ordinary, Han Shua still took out a new set of thicker clothes from his space ring and changed into them. He wrapped up his naked body and walked in the direction of the necromancy major. Under the cover of the heavy snow, the scenery had a unique charm. Bits and pieces of his time with Fanny constantly surfaced in Han Shua's mind as he walked. However, every time he thought of his current relationship with Emily, Han Shua didn't quite dare face Fanny. As soon as he arrived at the Dark Major, ear-splitting shouts immediately sounded in Han Shua's ears. The voices were filled with excitement and shouts, as if some grand banquet was being held. Han Shua was stunned and didn't know what was happening. Because there were many buildings in the way to the Dark Major, Han Shua couldn't see anything with his astonishing eyesight. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Han Shua didn't need to release the original demons to observe, so he quickened his footsteps and quickly walked over. The Dark Major's Plaza was filled with numerous teachers and students. There were students of the Dark Major and Necromancy Major, as well as teachers and students of other magic majors. There were even a few knights and swordsmen mixed in. It was an extremely bustling scene. After accommodating over 100 people, the enormous plaza also seemed a bit crowded. Many of the students on the periphery squeezed in with all their might. There were even a few dirty fellows who stared at some of the female students and did their best to lean on them, causing light shouts and screams to ring out. After arriving here, Han Shua had originally planned on using the original demons to spy, but he felt strong magical pulses in the surroundings. It looked like a magical boundary had been set up in the plaza. It wouldn't be good if he accidentally let the original demons collide with the magical boundary and attract the attention of others. Therefore, after only a moment's hesitation, Han Shua didn't release the original demons. Instead, he relied on his tough, physical body and similarly squeezed in. Under Han Shua's forceful squeeze, the few Thunder Mages in front of him glared angrily at Han Shua. However, Han Shua didn't care at all and ignored them as he forced his way through. The gap between these people's thin and weak bodies and Han Shua's wasn't small. They were easily pushed aside by Han Shua and forced a path in. His extraordinary vision came into play at this moment. Han Shua saw Lisa in front of him and immediately pushed aside the others around him, squeezing his way towards Lisa. Along the way, everyone frowned and cursed under their breath. When he reached Lisa's side, Han Shua saw a wretched-looking swordsman staring shiftily at Lisa's now towering breasts, attempting to get closer to Lisa and take advantage of the situation. Now that Han Shua had arrived inside, he discovered that a magical boundary had been set up in the plaza. A group of people seemed to be in the middle of a magical contest. No wonder it had attracted the attention of all parties. Lisa was paying full attention to the exciting fight in the plaza and would shout loudly from time to time. She was just as excited as Amy and Athena beside her, and didn't care about the prying eyes of others at all. The swordsman finally made it to Lisa's side with great difficulty. He stared at Lisa's breasts with a lustful look, licking his face as he moved closer, wanting to take advantage of the situation. With a bang, Han Shua suddenly appeared midway and abruptly rammed into the swordsman who was trying to get close to Lisa. He directly pushed the swordsman into the crowd of male wind mages behind him, receiving a round of curses and a few vicious punches in the back. Han Shua then smiled merrily at the swordsman who had just come to a stop in the distance. He stood contentedly next to Lisa and even purposefully rammed forward, leaning against Lisa's back. The swordsman, who was about to succeed, showed an angry and gloomy expression when Han Shua did this. He raised his middle finger at Han Shua from afar and mouthed to Han Shua, "You cut the line!" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua had a proud look on his face and also slowly mouthed, "How about it?" Rolling his eyes, the swordsman felt a bit helpless. His eyes darted around in a circle, and he intended to search for another target. It was at this moment that Lisa suddenly exerted force from the back of her elbow and suddenly bombarded Han Shua's chest, catching Han Shua off guard. However, an attack of this level was basically useless against Han Shua's body. However, the swordsman on the other side immediately showed an expression of schadenfreude and looked excitedly at Han Shua, preparing to be unlucky. Another blind guy coming over to take advantage of me. How annoying. Lisa called out in an impatient, low voice, and then turned her head to glare angrily over. However, when she saw that it was actually Han Shua, she immediately showed a pleasantly surprised expression and hastily asked Han Shua, why are you back?" I didn't know it was you. Did I hurt you just now?" Seeing that the guy on the other side was gloating and waiting for him to be unlucky, Han Shua pretended to rub his chest, showing an expression that seemed to be in great pain. Lisa was greatly shocked and immediately reached out her small hand in a panic, rubbing Han Shua's chest. Because it was already crowded here, Lisa was already pressed against Han Shuo's chest when she did this. The swordsman, who'd been waiting to see Han Shuo's misfortune, was immediately flabbergasted when he saw this situation occur. A proud smile hung on Han Shuo's face, and he mouthed to the swordsman in the distance, "I'm awesome, aren't I?" The swordsman didn't say anything else, and stuck his thumb out at Han Shuo from afar, indicating that he admired Han Shuo's awesomeness. He then turned his head and fixed his eyes on the other girl, squeezing through the crowd again. It looked like he wanted to try and see if he could have the same romantic encounter as Han Shuo. By this time, Han Shuo could already clearly see the battle taking place in the plaza. Therefore, he watched the fight between the dark major students and the light major students and searched for traces of Fanny in the crowd. Chapter 126. Every winter, according to tradition, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force would host a competition between schools. The winners would receive generous prizes to motivate the students to study even harder. This was the time when the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was at its busiest. The competition between the various majors was no longer just for the prizes, but also concerned the reputation of a major and the teachers' faces. Even the future of the teachers of each major was tightly linked to this competition. Therefore, at this time every year, all the faculties would send out their strongest students to participate in this competition. On one hand, it was for the sake of the students themselves, and on the other hand, it was for the sake of the teachers of each faculty and their future status in the academy. The dark major and light major had always been sworn enemies and had fought openly and covertly with each other for many years. The competition between the dark major and light major this time was for the sake of obtaining the title of first major. This was why so many spectators had come. An enormous magical barrier enveloped the entire plaza. With the premise that no lives would be lost, the dark major and light major had each sent 5 people to participate. A good show was currently playing out in the plaza. Han Shuo's gaze roamed all around, finally spotting Fanny sitting in the back corner amidst the row of teachers at the front desk. The stands had been raised a bit higher, and there were teachers of each major, including the dean. It looked like they were paying a great deal of attention to this time's competition. "Is there anyone from our necromancy major participating?" Lisa explained the situation to Han Shuo. Han Shuo was startled for a moment and then asked Lisa. Shaking her head, Lisa said, "Our necromancy major is a branch of the dark major, because the dark major teachers and students are afraid that we'll drag them down. They didn't even count us in this time's competition. Therefore, it's been the dark major students fighting from beginning to end, and our necromancy major doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. So that's how it is. Who do you think will win this time, light major or dark major?" Han Shuo stared at the 2 people in the center of the plaza and asked casually, "I don't know. The dark major and light major have always been the 2 strongest majors in the academy. For so many years, the 2 departments had taken turns to obtain the title of the #1 department in the academy, and no department had been able to keep winning. The dark major obtained victory last year, but the team leader of the dark major has already graduated and left, while the person from the light major is still here. I think the dark major is in a bit of danger this time." Lisa observed the situation in the plaza and explained to Han Shuo, "Aye, it's a pity that there's nothing about our necromancy major. For so many years, the dark major has always excluded us in every competition. Although Master Fanny and Master Jean have worked very hard, because of this their status in the academy has been deteriorating day by day. Look, Master Fanny can only sit in the last row, and Master Jean doesn't even dare appear here because he's afraid that others will laugh at him. Our necromancy major has really failed." Amy said dejectedly, shaking her head, "There's nothing we can do about it. The dark creatures that our necromancy major summons are naturally countered by light magic. Without the help of summoned creatures, it's very difficult for necromancers to gain the upper hand against light major attacks. It's no wonder that Master Fanny can only helplessly accept the dark major's arrangements and not let us participate, because that's just asking for trouble. Athena was similarly dejected as she chatted idly with Amy. The plaza wasn't completely flat and unobstructed. On the contrary, there were all sorts of fake mountains and trees placed in the spacious plaza, and uneven ravines had been added to the ground. Because they wanted the students to get used to the real environment, the battlefield was a bit more complicated. At this moment, the 5 dark major and light major students were in the plaza, using fake trees and strange rocks to conceal their bodies. They would occasionally take the opportunity to attack each other and then use the terrain to retreat or regroup with their teammates. The plaza that was protected by an enormous magical barrier appeared to be dimly lit. It looked like this effect was also purposefully made to facilitate better teamwork. Both sides were testing each other out at this moment and hadn't truly clashed yet. Suddenly, a member of the dark major suddenly clutched his stomach and collapsed. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and his face was deathly white. Dark Archmage Deo's face abruptly changed when he saw this happen. He immediately said to Dean Emma, "Dean, Phyllide seems to be feeling unwell. I'd like to pause the match and take a look at the situation." Space Grand Magus Emma also looked with a bit of astonishment at Phyllide, who'd fallen to the ground. She seemed to find it strange that Phyllide would suddenly collapse before the true battle had even begun. She nodded when she heard Deo's words. "Let's pause for a moment and see what's going on with Deo." Emma then waved her hand, and an enormous magical barrier suddenly lit up. The other dark major students brought the pained Phyllide in front of Deo. Dark Archmage Deo and a few other dark major teachers surrounded Phyllide and examined him. In the end, Deo's face darkened as he said to Emma, "Dean, Phyllide ate some food that he shouldn't have. I don't think he can participate in the competition this time." "Oh my gosh, what's going on?" Apparently, Phyllide is about to graduate as well, and is about to become an adept mage in the Dark Major. He's currently the captain of the Dark Major and has the highest strength. If he suddenly can't compete, then the Dark Major has even less hope this time. Athena looked at Phyllide's pale face from afar and said with some worry. Lisa nodded and said, "Yes, the Light Major's Kilung was the captain of the Light Major last year. It's said that Kilung already has the strength of an adept mage, but he's purposefully delayed his advancement for this time's match. Originally, Phyllide would have been able to put up a fight, but now that something like this has happened, it looks like the Dark Major has no hope at all." Han Shua's ears were sharp as he watched Emma and the others in the distance. He could clearly hear Emma and Deo's conversation. Because of Phyllide's problem, Deo tried to convince Dean Emma to postpone the match for a few days. However, Emma used the Academy's rules as a reason and refused Deo's suggestion. She only agreed to have Deo send out another Dark Major student to fight in Phylide's place. An enraged Deo argued with Emma in a shrill voice, saying that this was a conspiracy and insisting that Emma change the schedule of the match. It was a pity that Archmage Deo was only a Dark Major teacher after all and naturally couldn't compare to Dean Emma. Deo, who was unable to convince Emma, said furiously, "Since this is the case, then we won't compete. Others can say whatever they want this time. Master Deo, please be mindful of your status. Although a bit of an accident has occurred, I hope you don't want to change the Academy's traditions. Please find a replacement for this time's match and smoothly finish it." Emma, who had always had a kind expression, was obviously a bit angry as she stared at Deo and said solemnly. Emma was able to sit in the position of Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, not only because she herself was a space Grand Magus, but also because she also possessed an unquestionable dignity. Deo was immediately dumbfounded when such a serious warning left her mouth. Thinking for a moment with a darkened face, Deo turned to look at Fanny in the corner and said, "Master Fanny, the Necromancy Major has never participated in so many years of matches. I'm thinking that the Necromancy Major should also send out someone to take Phylide's place and continue the match this time." Fanny, who had been sitting in the back row and looking expressionlessly at the surrounding situation, immediately started when she heard Deo's words. She then suddenly reacted and her charming face changed color. Full of anger, she said, "Master Deo, what do you mean by this?" Anyone who understood could see that Deo was purposefully saying this to Fanny because Phyllide had left and he knew that he had no way of winning. Adding to that his anger towards Dean Emma, Deo had purposefully said this to her. Even if he lost this way, those with discerning eyes could see that Deo's actions were completely because he was in a bad mood. After all, the necromancy major was famed for being weak. If Deo wanted to fight, he wouldn't choose the necromancy major. Deo's actions were obviously looking down on the necromancy major, and could even be said to be an insult. Master Fanny, as a part of the dark major, the necromancy major should also put in some effort for the dark major. Don't you think so? A dark major teacher on the side naturally understood Deo's meaning, and spoke up after thinking for a moment. Some of the teachers next to Fanny looked at Fanny, rejoicing in her misfortune. Of course, there were also some who revealed looks of sympathy. However, the necromancy major was famed for being weak, so no one expressed anything. Most of them looked like they were watching a good show. Why didn't you think of the necromancy major normally? You found someone to be your shield at this time, yet you've thought of our major. I don't agree with this. Without the necromancy major students participating, Fanny's face had already lost all light. She had only hoped that the match would end quickly, so that she wouldn't have to endure the ridicule and sympathy of others. Who would have thought that she would be insulted by Deo in the end? This immediately triggered Fanny's temper. Han Shoa was well aware that Fanny was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. Under normal circumstances, Fanny would treat others with a smile and wouldn't argue with others. However, once someone crossed her bottom line, Fanny wouldn't show any weakness and would resist. This time, Deo had obviously crossed Fanny's bottom line. The conversations of the teachers in the stands weren't able to be transmitted to this side. Lisa and the others were all baffled and didn't know why Fanny had suddenly stood up in anger. When they heard Han Shoa explain with a dark face, they were all enraged and cursed Deo for his shamelessness. His strong body was put to good use at this moment, pushing aside anyone who stood in his way. Han Shoa walked to the stands amidst the students' curses and suddenly said in a loud voice, "Master Fanny, I wish to fight in Phyllide's place. I hope you will allow me." Seeing Fanny being insulted, Han Shoa could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He shouted with a serious face, his voice loud and clear, traveling far and wide from the stands. The surroundings of the plaza were silent for a moment, and then immediately exploded into a huge hubbub. Everyone's gazes instantly gathered on Han Shoa's side, brimming with curiosity and excitement, as if they wanted to figure out what was going on. Who is this person? He's got some guts. Humph, he's overestimating himself. Even Phyllide knows that he's no match for our major, and pretended to be sick to withdraw. To think that someone would invite humiliation. Isn't that our major's Brian? When did he return? Chatter and chatter immediately rang through the entire plaza. All the teachers, students, and teachers looked curiously at Han Shoa and inquired about Han Shoa's background and identity from the people around them. Fanny started, and her eyes sparkled when she saw Han Shoa appear. A beautiful smile blossomed on her enraged face as she said softly to Han Shoa, "Forget it. Can't you see that someone is purposefully using us as a shield?" Nodding, Han Shoa looked at the nonchalant Deo with a dark face and said to Fanny, "I know, but I still want to give it a try. Our necromancy major has been quiet for so long. It's time for us to appear in everyone's eyes." The competition this time concerned the status of the teachers in the future. As a teacher of the necromancy major, Fanny was now being framed by Deo and the others. Han Shoa naturally wouldn't allow this to continue. Han Shoa's resolute gaze seemed to reveal some sort of message. Fanny looked dazedly at Han Shoa for a few seconds and finally nodded. She said to Deo, "All right, I agree to your request. Let him fight in Phylide's place." After a while, Han Shua's identity was quickly revealed through the necromancy major students. His experiences from his life as an errand boy to the Dark Forest were known to all the teachers and students in the plaza in a short amount of time. In particular, the old witch Camilla's mouth revealed the anecdotes of Fanny and Han Shua being in the same room late at night, and Han Shua being in Fanny's bed. This filled everyone's imaginations with endless fanciful thoughts. The sounds of discussion grew louder and louder, and everyone's gazes on Han Shua became more and more heated. It's decided then. He'll replace Philide and immediately fight the light major. Go up and make a gesture. It won't take too much time if it ends early. Deo nodded and said to Fanny, Chapter 127. Under Deo's cold gaze, Han Shua nodded woodenly and didn't say much. He only looked deeply at Fanny and walked towards the magical boundary within the plaza. When he arrived next to Dean Emma looked kindly at Han Shua and asked kindly, You're called Brian? Han Shua started and looked suspiciously at Dean Emma, saying, That's right, how did you know? Ha, of course I know you. You were the one who contributed greatly to the necromancy major in the Dark Forest. Go in and have a good fight. You're a pretty good fellow. Emma looked merrily at Han Shua and said slowly. Han Shua felt that Emma's words seemed to have another meaning from Emma's gaze. But Han Shua didn't understand what Emma meant. He didn't pursue the matter and nodded politely to Dean Emma, walking towards the plaza. After Emma opened the magical boundary, Han Shua, the Dark Major group, and the 5 Light Major students all walked into the plaza. Han Shua suddenly discovered that the interior was vastly different from what he saw from the outside as soon as he entered. Although the interior of the plaza felt dimly lit from the outside, he could still make out the general outlines of everything within. However, when Han Shua walked in himself, he discovered that the interior of the plaza was much darker than the outside. There was even a faint mist curling around the surroundings. The existence of all sorts of trees, fake mountains, and ravines made the entire plaza seem like a battlefield with many obstacles. Han Shua didn't dare release the original demons within the magical boundary. After all, there were many observers outside. Not only were there archmages of various majors, but there was also Dean Emma, who was a space Grand Magus. With so many strong people watching and the existence of the boundary, Han Shua didn't dare risk releasing the original demons. But even without the use of the original demons, Han Shua, whose brain had been developed, wasn't affected by the mist and darkness in the slightest. His hearing and eyesight were far superior to any of the other students present. Using his eyesight, Han Shua discovered that the group of 5 from the light department, led by Keelan, seemed to be setting up something. On the other hand, the 4 members of the dark faction hung their heads dejectedly, as if they were only willing to fight after bracing themselves. Come to think of it, after losing Fred, they knew from Dior's conversation that Dior had given up on this battle. Letting them fight was just a formality. Of course, they didn't want to go on stage and lose face in a battle that they were bound to lose, but they couldn't disobey Dior's orders. It was no wonder that they were dejected and had no morale. From the moment they entered the arena, the group of 4 from the Dark Major hadn't discussed any details of the fight with Han Shua. It looked like they really did plan on doing as Deo had said, and just casually came up. Han Shua was standing next to the 4 of them, so he didn't say anything when he saw their expressions. He only chanted a series of magical incantations, summoning a few little skull and zombie warriors. As Han Shua chanted, the speed at which the little skull and zombie warriors appeared was a bit faster than usual. 6 skeletal warriors and 3 zombie warriors appeared in the arena in the blink of an eye. There seemed to be no gap between them, and their speed was surprisingly fast. Oh, this fellow's speed of summoning incantations is surprisingly fast. So many summoned creatures have appeared in the blink of an eye. The crowd of onlookers were filled with magic students and teachers from all over. They naturally understood that the speed at which a spell was chanted had to be in perfect harmony with the speed at which mental strength was condensed. If the gap between 2 spells was very short, that meant that the speed at which mental strength was condensed was also very fast. Therefore, when they saw Han Shuo summon so many dark creatures so quickly, they all revealed astonished looks. Even Dean Emma's eyes lit up as she looked at Han Shuo, full of interest, as if very curious about what Han Shuo was preparing to do. Light magic is the bane of dark creatures. Rather than wasting mental strength to summon dark creatures, he might as well save it for necromancy magic. A dark major teacher said mockingly as he looked at Han Shuo. Fanny was sitting next to him, and these words were obviously meant for Fanny to hear. Fanny's face turned angry as she snorted softly, but she didn't say anything. Han Shuo couldn't help but be secretly delighted after summoning these skeletal warriors and zombie warriors. Han Shuo could feel that summoning so many dark creatures in the past had expended quite a bit of mental strength. However, after summoning so many dark creatures this time, Han Shuo felt that the mental strength expenditure was almost negligible. This meant that because of the effects of the fruit, Han Shuo's mental strength had also increased in passing. The delighted Han Shuo once again chanted necromancy magic, and a few more skeletal warriors and zombie warriors appeared on the ground, as well as a few ghouls. When summoning these dark creatures, Han Shuo had already left the dark major students by himself and arrived at the leftmost corner of the plaza. There were fake mountains and fake trees in the surroundings, and there was also the lingering mist. Therefore, the light major and dark major students couldn't see what Han Shuo was doing. After the dark creatures had come out, they brandished the weapons in their hands according to Han Shuo's orders and quickly started setting up traps. Rope after rope was used to dig a bigger and deeper trench, setting up a trap. The skeletal warriors used bone knives to work quickly, while the ghouls quickly moved the soil and piled it up in front, forming a wall that blocked people from entering. Then, the zombie warriors used the wooden sticks in their hands to pound the loose soil into a thicker layer. The three types of dark creatures began to methodically work together under the control of Han Shuo's mental strength. Under the watchful eyes of the teachers and students of the various majors outside the plaza, he openly set up the sinister traps, as if he were a calm hunter on the hunt. In the beginning, everyone had been waiting to watch a joke, but when they saw so many dark creatures come out and quickly get to work setting up the traps, their expressions changed from amusement to caution. As long as a necromancer's mental strength is strong enough, they can summon an endless stream of dark creatures. Only a necromancer can use large amounts of dark creatures to complete some projects that require large amounts of manual labor. This advantage is something that no other major can compare to. This kid's methods make full use of the necromancy major's advantage of being able to use dark creatures. His mind is quite nimble. I think that the match this time will be a bit interesting. Dean Emma smiled faintly as she flicked a glance at Deo of the Dark Major. Snorting lightly, Deo's expression was still cold as he said, "Once these traps are set up, people will only fall for them if they want to lure them in. I think that this necromancy kid will have a hard time accomplishing this. When he appears in front of the light major student's door, a wave of magical attacks will be enough to take him down. Then all the traps he's set up will be useless." As he spoke, Deo couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. He thought that if he'd instructed the other four to work together with Han Shuo earlier, they might have been able to lure the light major students into the traps. Perhaps an accident really would have happened. It was a pity that the match had officially begun at this time and Deo had no way to go about it, no matter how much he regretted it. He could only coldly observe everything that was happening in the plaza. Fanny's bright eyes focused on Han Shuo's body, not relaxing for even a moment. She didn't even pay attention to the mocking and ridicule of those around her. Some people say that a man is the most charming when he's doing something seriously. At this moment, Han Shuo's expression was calm, his movements unhurried, and the corners of his mouth even carried a calm self-confidence. Add to that the fact that Han Shuo's current actions were all for Fanny, so the current Han Shuo did indeed have an inexplicable and wonderful attraction for Fanny. Because of the magical boundary, the noise and scenery outside the plaza were all blocked out when he entered the plaza. Therefore, after Han Shuo entered, he couldn't see anything outside of the magical boundary. The dark creatures were still busily working. Having given the order, Han Shuo began to walk in the shadows of the large trees and fake mountains. He was like a shadow, silently approaching the center of the light major and dark major students. Han Shuo's movements weren't big, and he didn't deliberately display his agility or speed. However, Han Shuo's vision of the scenery, as well as his control of the various gaps, had already reached a godly level. Between the shadows of the large trees and fake mountains, there would usually be a bright area that needed to be passed through. As long as the other students paid a little attention, they would be able to see someone passing through. When these students walked, they would constantly turn their heads to observe their surroundings. Usually, the instant they shifted their gazes or just happened to blink, Han Shuo would suddenly pass through the two shadows. This kind of momentary gap was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for most people. It could even be said to be a godly skill. However, the current Han Shuo had truly done it. Therefore, no one was able to discover any traces of Han Shuo, who had been moving stealthily in the shadows, all the way to the fake mountains in the center of the light major and dark major students. The teachers and students observing from the outside were also very curious as to why they didn't seem to notice Han Shuo when he was slowly approaching them. This strange phenomenon made them feel that something was off. However, Emma and the other archmages with her astonishing eyesight all noticed this anomaly at the same time. Emma's eyes lit up, but she didn't say anything. However, the wind and water archmages exchanged a look of shock. They hadn't been paying much attention to him before, but they instantly focused their attention on Han Shuo. Dao's face darkened even more. He hadn't thought that Han Shuo would have such exaggerated judgment and eyesight. His gaze involuntarily flickered to Fanny behind him as he was shocked. He didn't know if Han Shuo's miraculous abilities had been taught to him by Fanny. Han Shuo had stopped in the shadows of a fake mountain, his body frozen in place. The light major students spread out and stood up, their footsteps light and slow as they paid attention to their surroundings. They slowly approached the dark major, and even used the surrounding trees and fake mountains to conceal their tracks. It looked like they hadn't underestimated their enemy because of Philide's retreat. On the other hand, the four dark major students lazily approached the center with sullen expressions. Their mouths were constantly grumbling, as if expressing the grievances in their hearts. In their current state, they would probably be defeated in the first wave of light major attacks. Suddenly, a light major student approached Han Shuo's side and set his eyes on the fake mountain in the shadows where Han Shuo was hiding. He kept an eye on the direction the dark major student would appear in as he approached Han Shuo's fake mountain without any precautions. This light major student was about 10 steps away from the person closest to him. When he first arrived, he glanced at the surroundings of the fake mountain. When he didn't see anything out of the ordinary, he didn't pay too much attention to it. He let down his guard and walked in. Han Shuo's body seemed to have merged into one with the shadows. He stood there as still as a boulder. The spectators outside all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the light major student approach Han Shuo's shadow. The entire area suddenly became deathly silent. Suddenly, Han Shuo, who was in the shadows of the fake mountain, was like a demon hidden in the darkness. A pair of demonic arms suddenly spread out, one hand covering the light major's mouth and the other suddenly grabbing onto his body, dragging the light major student into the darkness. While the light major student's face was filled with shock, Han Shuo punched the back of his head. The light major student's body went limp and he immediately fainted. In the darkness, Han Shuo dragged the light major student into the shadows and quickly changed their clothes. Soon after, he openly walked out of the shadows and slowly approached the center. The 5 light major students were about 10 steps away from each other, just enough for them to see the person next to them. But because of the fog and darkness, They could only determine who they were from their clothes and couldn't clearly see their faces, adding to the fact that their winter clothes were thicker and their bodies were a little bloated. Han Shua's appearance didn't attract anyone's attention. It was a pity that the teachers and students outside the plaza had seen everything that had happened. The clamor outside had already reached a frenzied state. The necromancy major's entourage had suddenly become the main characters at this moment. Lisa and the others' crazed cries sounded so high even in the noisy plaza. My gosh, unbelievable. He can actually take down someone just like that. The 5 light major students have been observing for a long time. How could they not have noticed his approach? How is this possible? He's now a member of the light major. I think the light major's in big trouble this time. Haha, a teammate next to them has suddenly become a ticking time bomb and no one knows about it. This is quite interesting. Incredulous discussions rose and fell. The students still found it a bit hard to believe, but the truth was right in front of them and they had no choice but to believe it. Master Fanny, this student of yours is quite interesting. Beside her, Deo's aloof face had softened quite a bit. He looked at Fanny, who also had a normal expression, but her eyebrows were twitching slightly and she was obviously suppressing her excitement. Feeling a wave of comfort in her heart, Fanny flicked a cold glance at Deo and said mockingly, "How could I? I just had someone make up the numbers. Master Deo overpraises me." Deo didn't say much after being deflated. His expression was also a bit nervous as his gaze swept around the plaza, paying attention to the subsequent developments. Fanny's heart was filled with joy at this moment. Because of the weakness of her major, Fanny had always suffered the mockery and sarcasm of others. Now, because of Han Shua's rise to prominence, the gazes of others on her were full of surprise and incredulity. Deo didn't even retort when people ridiculed him. This made Fanny's heart overflow with joy. Everyone had their vanity, especially Fanny, who was often struck down by others. Now that the situation had suddenly reversed, Fanny's joy and comfort were 100 times more intense. When she looked at Han Shou again, she felt that he was pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at him. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a sweet smile. Within the arena, Han Shuan naturally didn't know that his performance had already caused a huge uproar outside the arena. He calmly and heavily strode forward, slowly approaching the center with the other 4 light major students. The 4 dark major students gradually appeared from another direction. They were also in a loose formation, maintaining a suitable distance between each other. When they saw the 5 light major students, the 4 dark major students' footsteps abruptly halted. 2 sleeping spells and 2 hand of darkness spells were chanted from the mouths of the 4 dark major students. The 2 sleeping spells formed a ring and floated towards Han Shu'a and the light major students on the other side. 2 enormous palms also suddenly formed in the dusky sky, grabbing towards the other 2 light major students. The captain of the light major, Qilong, coldly watched all of this with indifference because not a single one of the dark major's attacks landed on him. Perhaps they themselves knew that these moves were ineffective against Qilong. Han Shua also suffered the attack of a sleeping spell. At this moment, his body slanted and he quickly took a few steps, already dodging the dark major student's sleeping spells. The student standing next to Han Shua didn't panic even after the hand of darkness appeared above his head. A radiant sword slash suddenly appeared, striking towards the hand of darkness in the air. At this moment, a bone spear appeared out of nowhere, followed closely by another bone spear, stabbing towards the radiant sword slash with lightning speed. 2 popping sounds rang out as the bone spear and the radiant sword slash turned into white light and dissipated. At the same time, an agony of the soul spell appeared in front of the light major student along with the hand of darkness. The sudden change completely disrupted the light major student's thoughts. Before he could react, the agony of the soul spell had already landed on his body. Then, the hand of darkness suddenly wrapped around his body and grabbed him. "Dalan, what's wrong?" Keelung, who was in the distance, immediately exclaimed when he saw the situation and walked over. Dalan, who was next to Han Shuo, immediately reacted. Although Han Shuo's chanting had been extremely soft, the two of them were too close, so he could still hear it. At this moment, the anxious Dalan tried to warn Keelung to pay attention to Han Shuo. Unfortunately, Dalan, who was being held tightly by the hand of darkness, was panting more and more rapidly. In the distance, a dark major student excitedly cast the hand of darkness, and Dalan was knocked unconscious by the hand of darkness. Apart from this fainted one, the other light major students easily dealt with the dark major's attacks. Keelung, who didn't encounter any attacks, quickly approached Dalan, wanting to check on Dalan's condition. Between Han Shuo and Keelung was the unconscious Dalan. As Keelung moved, Han Shuo also approached the unconscious Dalan at the same time, seemingly wanting to see how Dalan was doing. The light major's captain, Keelung, was the first to approach Dalan. He had just squatted down and was about to check on Dalan's condition. 3 bone spears appeared one after another, followed by 2 bone arrows and an agony of the soul spell. Keelung, who was squatting down, suddenly got a shock. When he suddenly stood up, he finally saw Han Shuo's face. He couldn't help but yell, "Not good!" After he finished chanting an incantation, a light element shockwave was released from his chest in a semicircle. Several bone spears and bone arrows, as well as the agony of the soul spell, were destroyed in an instant. However, when the shockwave fell, a few more bone arrows followed closely behind. This gave Keelung a huge shock, and he hurriedly dodged backwards. The release of magic depended on the strength of one's mental strength and the speed at which they condensed. The time between 2 spells could be shortened, but in theory, the more powerful and destructive a spell that consumed a lot of mental strength, the longer the time between spells would be. For example, the bone arrows, which were very low power spells, consumed very little mental strength, so the time between spells was very small. Looking at the current situation, after Keelung released the shockwave spell, he should need a buffer period to stop. Unfortunately, Han Shuo didn't give him any chance. The 3 bone arrows that flew out from behind made him a little flustered, and he didn't dodge in time and was shot in the buttocks. Billy is that guy from the necromancy major in disguise. This person is too sinister. Let's take him down first. Keelung, who had been shot in the buttocks by a bone arrow, rubbed his buttocks and yelled loudly. The other 2 light major students who had dodged the dark major's attack only paused when they heard Keelung's yell. They immediately joined up with Keelung and attacked Han Shuo. At this moment, Han Shuo gave a long laugh and raised his voice. "Those who have fainted and fallen are already out. You 3 against the 5 of us. I think it won't be easy for you to win." Han Shuo didn't continue to stay in place after he'd spoken, and ran towards the trap that had been set up earlier with the speed that a normal mage should have. Keelung and the other 2 froze for a second, and then Keelung said resolutely, "Take down this guy first. The other 4 dark major students have lost their will to fight, so we'll take care of them last." The other 2 from the light major nodded at the same time when they heard Keelung's words, and rushed towards Han Shuo with Keelung. The remaining 4 dark major students looked at each other, and then one of them shouted, "Damn it, there's 5 of us now. What are the 3 of them afraid of? Let's take them out together." In this way, Han Shuo could be seen running forward with the 3 light major students, chasing fiercely from behind. Behind Keelung and the other 2, the 4 dark major students chased fiercely after Keelung and the other 2, forming a strange scene. There was a hubbub of noise outside the arena at this moment. If one were to say that Han Shuo had just taken down someone in the shadows, then there was still some element of luck involved. However, when he fought with Keelung afterwards and used the speed of his magic release to injure Keelung's buttocks, this already proved that Han Shuo's strength was absolutely out of the ordinary. Add to that the fact that they'd seen the trap that Han Shuo had set up earlier, and now that they saw Han Shuo run in that direction, the onlookers immediately knew that Han Shuo was harboring some sinister intentions. Oh, damn it, why is it like this? Light Archmage Voigtlander, who'd always had the smile of victory in his grasp, couldn't help but groan at this moment. The appearance of this kind of situation was obviously completely outside of his expectations. Master Fanny, this student of yours is quite impressive. Who would have thought that the necromancy major would have such a talent? It's truly inconceivable. All of a sudden, the attitudes of the teachers who'd often ridiculed Fanny suddenly changed, and they all spoke to Fanny with emotion. This moment was the most glorious and proud moment that Fanny had been in the necromancy major for so many years. Han Shuo's actions had won the respect of everyone for Fanny. Wild with joy, Fanny smiled slightly in a reserved manner and said faintly, "It's nothing much. Our necromancy major is full of talents. It's just that everyone keeps a low profile. Now you should know how shallow your previous knowledge was." When these words were spoken, the teachers on the side looked at each other in astonishment. They hadn't thought that because of Han Shuo's sudden rise, Fanny's aura would immediately rise as well. Chapter 128. Amidst the clamor outside the plaza, Han Shuo's body leapt through the wall that the zombie warriors had created earlier and landed on the flat ground behind it. A few steps behind Han Shuo was the trap that the skeletal warriors had dug. There were a few tree branches blocking the mouth of the trap, and the ghouls had covered the outside with mud. It looked very normal. The dark creatures that had completed their mission dispersed under Han Shuo's command, hiding behind the surrounding trees and fake mountains. Then Han Shuo stood behind the earthen wall and once again released bone spears and bone arrows to attack the 3 light major students that were quickly approaching. "Humph, you're asking for trouble if you want to fight openly." Qi Lung approached, and 2 radiant sword slashes flew out from the front, destroying the attacks that Han Shuo had shot at him. Then, together with the other 2 students, they quickly closed in on Han Shuo. The other 2 students, who were about to reach Han Shuo, also chanted magical incantations and blasted down the earthen wall that Han Shuo had just piled up. One of them had just stepped in when Han Shuo saw him step on the rope and abruptly gave an order to the zombie he was controlling. The zombie warrior standing in the distance suddenly tightened its grip on the rope, and the loose rope abruptly tightened under the light major student's foot. It suddenly wrapped around the student's ankle and sent him flying. "Damn it!" Qi Lung shouted angrily. Just as he was about to make a move to save the light major student, Han Shuo, who had retreated from his original spot, began to release bone spear attacks at him from another direction, forcing him to temporarily retreat. However, the other student quickly released a radiant sword slash and cut through the rope, causing the student to fall from the sky and cry out loudly in pain. A large rock that had been entangled by the rope suddenly rolled down from the fake mountain on the left, crashing towards Qi Lung and the others. Qi Lung and the other 2 were shocked and simultaneously released magic to defend against the falling rock. Then they hurriedly closed in on the direction of the trap. Light magic did have a miraculous restraining effect on dark creatures. However, from beginning to end, the dark creatures that Han Shuo had summoned hadn't faced them head-on. Instead, they'd used other items to attack the 3 light major students. This made it so that the restraining effect of the light major on the dark creatures couldn't be fully utilized. Finally, the 4 dark major students chasing from behind also caught up to this place. When they saw that the 3 from the light major were hurriedly dealing with the attacks of the traps, they immediately joined the fray, excitedly. They arrived not far in front of them and started chanting dark magic, planning to add insult to injury and lend Han Shuo a helping hand. Suddenly, a magic incantation came out of Qi Lung's mouth, and a blinding light suddenly shot out from the dark sky. This light was so bright that everyone's eyes were temporarily blinded for a moment. Even the other 2 light major students who were caught off guard couldn't see their surroundings with their eyes open. Qi Lung, who had closed his eyes earlier, calculated the time for the strong light spell to run out, and suddenly opened them, intending to give everyone who was temporarily blinded a devastating blow that could turn the tide of the battle. Unfortunately, when he opened his eyes and didn't even have time to chant the spell, he saw a dozen skeletal warriors and zombie warriors surround him. Pushed by the two zombies, his body retreated uncomfortably, and then he fell into the trap. The other light and dark major students, who were temporarily blinded, stood there anxiously. Then, dark creatures approached them one by one, lifted or pushed them, and threw all of them into the trap. Not a single one was spared. The strong light spell did indeed have a great stimulating effect on the eyes of ordinary people. Han Shuo had also been hit by it, but Han Shuo's body was different from ordinary people's, and his eyes recovered extremely quickly. The strong light spell, which would normally take 10 seconds to recover, had only blinded Han Shuo for 2 seconds. Then, before the strong light spell's power had completely faded and Qilong hadn't even opened his eyes, Han Shuo had already recovered. He commanded the dark creatures and forcefully turned the tides of the battle that could have had a great change, and decided the outcome of the match in one fell swoop. It wasn't just the light major students. Even the 4 from the dark major were all taken care of by Han Shuo and sent into the trap. The trap had been dug very deep and contained a few minor mages who didn't know the levitation spell. There were also dark creatures lifting large rocks above them, ready to roll down at any moment. This was the end of the match. Deo, who'd just seen Han Shuo's abnormally eye-catching performance, had originally warmed up and become excited. But when he saw that Han Shuo hadn't even let the dark major students go and had thrown them into the trap, he snorted coldly and tensed up his face again. He said to Fanny beside him, "Your student has no team spirit at all. What good things have you done? I saw that your 4 students had no morale from start to finish and didn't have any use at all. Brian must have thought they were useless. That's why he gave them a reminder. It was just a joke, it's no big deal." Fanny was in high spirits as she laughed merrily, giving tit for tat to Deo. On the other side, the light major Archmage Voigtlander stood up with a gloomy and dejected face. He waved his sleeves and said a few words to Emma before leaving the plaza, leaving only Master Beecher to preside over the rest of the matters. Logically speaking, since the Necromancy Major was part of the Dark Major and Han Shuo had replaced Phyllide in the match, it should have been the Dark Major's victory this time. It was a pity that Han Shuo's actions were obviously a slap to Deo's face. This didn't make Deo feel the slightest bit happy. When he saw Voigtlander leave, Deo casually gave instructions to the teacher behind him and also bid farewell to Dean Emma, leaving with a dejected face. The Necromancy Major students exploded into enthusiastic cheers. This moment was the most exalted moment for the Necromancy Major in many years. The Necromancy Major had always been suppressed and ridiculed, but because of Han Shuo's sudden appearance, not only had he redeemed Fanny's face, but he had also won glory for all the Necromancy students. When the magical boundary opened and Han Shuo walked out, he immediately saw the fiery joy in Fanny's eyes and heard the cheers of the other Necromancy Major students. Although the situation is a bit odd, I still have to announce that the Dark Major is the winner of this time's match. The 5 students who participated in the match will receive 5 space rings that I personally refined. In addition, each of you will receive a magic staff. I hope that you will continue to work hard. When Han Shuo walked out, Emma's voice sounded leisurely and spread throughout the plaza. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo was the first to walk to Emma's side and receive the prize for this time's match from her hands. On the other side, the Dark Major and the others had climbed out of the trap with great difficulty with the help of others. Just as they were about to settle the score with Han Shuo, a smile once again appeared on their faces when they heard Emma's announcement, and they eagerly walked towards Emma. When he received the space ring, Han Shuo inspected it with his mental strength and was very satisfied. This space ring had been personally refined by Space Grand Magus Emma, and its capacity was at least 5 times larger than the one that Han Shuo was currently wearing. The materials needed for such a large capacity space ring should be even rarer. It looked like only a space Grand Magus would be able to refine it. Up until now, Han Shuo had never used a magic staff. When he received this magic staff and infused it with his mental strength, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that there was another small space within the magic staff that actually had the function of storing mental strength. After casually casting a spell, he discovered that after the magic circulated to the magic staff, the speed of the spell increased by a small margin. It looked like this magic staff had the function of storing a small amount of mental strength and increasing the speed of casting spells. It was no wonder that every mage was willing to risk their lives to obtain a suitable magic staff. A wondrous magic staff indeed had the function of increasing a mage's strength more or less. After receiving the space ring and magic staff, Han Shuo didn't linger in the plaza for too long. He smiled and nodded at Fanny from afar, then left by himself, leaving all the remaining matters for Fanny and the others to handle. Wait, Brian. Han Shuo's departure didn't escape the gazes of the many students in the plaza. However, the crowd only looked at him in amazement and whispered amongst themselves, but didn't make any moves. However, when Lisa saw Han Shuo leave, she called out loudly from afar and chased after Han Shuo. After leaving the plaza and arriving in the direction of the necromancy training field, Lisa's face was inexplicably excited. She stared at Han Shuo and kept asking, "You were too strong today. You took care of all of them by yourself, as clean and efficient as the floating clouds and flowing water. How did you do it?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said nonchalantly, "It's not that I'm too strong. It's that they're too weak." During his trip to the dark forest, the people Han Shuo had met were all true adept mages or adept swordsmen. He'd even met the sword master Trunks and Archmage Emily. The McGrady Guild's guards, including Duke and Eric, were all experts who'd experienced hundreds of battles and had astounding strength. Having fought with these people, Han Shuo had experienced all sorts of situations. Now that he was facing off against these students who hadn't even reached the adept mage level and had even less battle experience, he naturally had the upper hand. It would be strange if he didn't win. If Han Shuo had used the Little Skull, his own martial arts techniques, and the Demon's Lair edge, then he wouldn't even need to use any tricks or schemes. In that case, he wouldn't even need to use any tricks or schemes. He would be able to use brute force to completely destroy the 5 light major students, leaving them with no room to resist at all. "When did you become so strong?" Lisa looked at Han Shuo in high spirits and asked curiously. Grasping the magic staff in his hand, Han Shuo infused his mental strength and started practicing the bone prison spell that a journeyman necromancer should know. As he chanted the incantation, his mental strength poured into the magic staff and used the staff as a primer, attempting to activate the bone prison spell of necromancy magic. The bone prison spell was a spell used to imprison the enemy. Once it was deployed, it would form a prison made purely of white bones and forcefully bind the enemy, rendering them unable to move. Necromancy magic with enough mental strength could control every single bone in the bone prison. Not only could it trap someone, but it could also use the bones in the bone prison to rebind any part of the person's body, turning the white bones into soft but tough vines. It was quite miraculous. The first time he'd used the bone prison spell, dozens of white bones had appeared in the air, but they couldn't truly form a bone prison. As Han Shuo relaxed his mind, the white bones couldn't flexibly assemble into a bone prison and fell to the ground with a loud crash. "My strength is about the same as yours, so I can't say that I'm that strong. If you practice diligently, I think your accomplishments will be even greater. Who knows? Maybe you'll be able to represent our major in next year's competition." Han Shuo continued to practice the bone prison art as he responded carelessly to Lisa's words. Lisa made a wry face at Han Shuo when she heard Han Shuo's words, and then sighed lightly. "I'm too stupid. I've studied necromancy magic for so long, but I'm not as good as you who've studied it for a few months." "No, There are so many necromancy major students. Your strength is already quite good. Haha, I'm saying that if you work harder, you'll improve even faster. I think that the magic of our necromancy major isn't any worse than the other majors. It's just that there aren't many people practicing necromancy magic now, so there aren't many experts. Han Shuo spoke carelessly with Lisa as he practiced the bone prison spell over and over again. After a while, some other necromancy major students seemed to have recognized the power of necromancy magic for the first time because of Han Shuo's exploits today. They hadn't even eaten yet as they excitedly came to the training fields and started practicing magic over and over again. Han Shuo actually stopped his magic practice when the other students appeared, avoiding the enthusiastic words of the students and walking out of the training fields. Han Shuo looked left and right when he left the training fields and walked towards Fanny's lab when he saw that there was no one around. When Han Shuo arrived at Fanny's lab, he discovered that the door was still locked. It looked like Fanny hadn't returned yet. Logically speaking, Fanny would usually be in the lab at this time. If she hadn't returned yet, it looked like she'd been delayed by the necromancy major's exploits today. Not in a hurry, Han Shuo sat down on the grass behind Fanny's lab and took out the necromancy magic books he'd obtained from the Cemetery of Death to study. The 3 original demons patrolled in 3 different directions and weren't afraid that someone would suddenly approach. They slowly studied the bone prison spell that they were about to master. After a while, the space in front of Han Shuo suddenly warped. A beam of light flashed, and Dean Emma appeared in front of Han Shuo. Startled, Han Shuo immediately put the necromancy magic books back into his space ring. He then put on a smile and said to Dean Emma, "Hello, Dean, what are you doing here?" Dean Emma looked up and down kindly at Han Shuo, her furrowed face brimming with an appreciative smile. She said, "You're a hard-working fellow, all right, not letting go of even a moment's time. You're still studying magic books when you're waiting for Fanny. No wonder you've achieved so much in just a few short months." Han Shuo felt a bit baffled when Emma spoke these words. He didn't know why Emma would appear here without a trace and say such strange things to him. After thinking for a bit, Han Shuo frowned and looked at Emma, asking directly, "You didn't come here just to find me, did you?" Nodding, Emma said straightforwardly, "Of course." "Ha ha, I didn't suddenly appear here because my use of spatial magic failed." "Then, what business do you have with me?" Han Shuo hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to ask again. Emma smiled amiably at Han Shuo's question and said, "Actually, I'm grateful to you. If it wasn't for your discovery regarding Camilla's matter last time, I wouldn't have known that she was a member of the Kasi Empire's dark underworld organization." Han Shuo was shocked when he heard these words. Han Shuo hadn't told anyone else apart from Candide about this matter. Now that Emma suddenly said these words, Han Shuo was truly shocked. Thinking quickly in his mind, Han Shuo stared at Emma and asked, "Did Lord Candide tell you?" Nodding, Emma smiled. "Clever young fellow, my old man says that you're a talent. Fanny mentioned this to me last time as well. After today's match, I've discovered that you're indeed a bit mysterious. However, I won't ask you why. I've come here today just to persuade you of one thing." With a face full of astonishment, Han Shuo never would have thought that Emma and Candide of the Dark Mantle would be husband and wife. No wonder Emma had looked at him so strangely before the match. "What do you want to tell me?" After a moment of daze, Han Shuo looked at Emma and said, "I can see from your gaze that you have a very good impression of Fanny, but I hope that before your strength is strong enough, you won't have any emotional entanglements with Fanny. Because if you're still a student who hasn't graduated, it won't be a good thing for both you and Fanny when your relationship really crosses that bottom line. Especially for Fanny, it might attract some unnecessary trouble." Emma looked at Han Shuo and sincerely advised. She paused and opened her mouth again. "I'm saying this for your and Fanny's own good. I hope you can listen to my advice. When you graduate from the necromancy major and your strength surpasses Fanny's, I can still help you if you and Fanny run into trouble in your relationship at that time. Oh, now that Fanny is here, I'll be leaving first. Emma's figure once again disappeared into thin air after she finished speaking. When Emma had just disappeared, Han Shuo also sensed Fanny's approach. Chapter 129. What are you doing here? Her face brimming with a joyful smile. Fanny called out in pleasant surprise when she saw Han Shuo from afar. Leaving the grass behind the lab, Han Shuo strode towards Fanny and said, I came to find you. I saw that you hadn't returned yet, so I waited for a while. Dean Emma's words just now made Han Shuo have no choice but to consider things carefully. From Dean Emma's words, Han Shuo understood that if he and Fanny really did get into some sort of relationship dispute within the academy, it might really affect each other somewhat. Han Shuo himself wasn't afraid of anything, but if it affected Fanny, that wasn't something Han Shuo wanted to see. Come in first, and we'll talk. Fanny was smiling a lot more than usual today because she was in a good mood. She gestured for Han Shuo to hurry in after opening the lab door. When Han Shuo arrived at the lab, Fanny's beautiful eyes stared at Han Shuo's face with a bit of a burning passion. She said, I really should thank you this time. The teachers of the other majors are too much to treat our major like this. Ha! You don't know how funny their faces were after you won. I've never been as happy as I am today in so long. Then, how are you going to thank me? Han Shuo found a stool and sat down after entering. He then looked at Fanny with sparkling eyes and asked with a smile. Fanny's face flushed red. She seemed to think of something and seemed to be a bit afraid to look at Han Shuo. She turned her head and said lowly, How do you want me to thank you? Give me a kiss. Han Shuo blurted out as if he hadn't thought it through at all. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Han Shuo felt like he was in trouble. He laughed it off and said, I'm joking. Unexpectedly, Fanny didn't immediately get angry. She stood there with a red face and muttered to herself for a moment. She shyly walked towards Han Shuo and before Han Shuo could react, kissed Han Shuo's left cheek with lightning speed. Perverted brat, you've gotten what you wanted now, haven't you? After kissing Han Shuo, Fanny didn't dare look at Han Shuo again. She abruptly turned around and pretended to clean up the mess in the lab as if nothing had happened. However, the deep red on the back of her neck and the trembling of her shoulders already exposed her excitement. Han Shuo stood there in a daze and reached out to touch the cheek that Fanny had kissed. He felt the slightly damp fragrance on his cheek and couldn't help but use his finger to dab at the wet spot. He then stuck his finger into his lips and sucked. Seeing that Han Shuo didn't say anything, Fanny finally couldn't help but turn around and look. She just happened to see Han Shuo's somewhat ambiguous and lewd actions. She immediately stomped her foot in anger and shouted, Damn it, you're really perverted! At this time, Han Shuo had long since forgotten all about Emma's previous persuasion. He licked his lips in lust and said, How am I perverted? You're just too charming. I actually wanted you to kiss my lips from the beginning, but you seem to have kissed the wrong place. That didn't count. Let's do it again. Han Shuo closed his eyes after speaking and moved his lips forward. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like he was lustful. Fanny only felt a knot of anger when she saw Han Shuo's appearance. Her slender right hand suddenly reached out and pinched Han Shuo's cheek. She shouted delicately, Bad brat, how dare you push your luck? Han Shuo immediately knew that he wouldn't be able to do as he wished when he heard Fanny's sweet cry and hurriedly opened his eyes. He was about to retreat when he suddenly saw Fanny's white, tender right hand reach out to pinch his cheek. His heart stirred, and Han Shuo didn't even think as he moved his mouth forward like lightning. He licked Fanny's beautiful palm and then retreated like lightning. With a soft "oh" sound, Fanny's body shook as if she'd been struck by lightning. She couldn't help but moan softly for a moment. She then reacted and said with a huff, You bad brat, you're becoming more and more unbridled. You're dead for sure. An enraged Fanny flew straight for Han Shuo as soon as she finished speaking, seeming to want to settle scores with Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who'd just taken liberties with Fanny, felt his heart sway and found it harder and harder to control himself. Han Shuo in particular discovered that Fanny's attitude towards him was vastly different from usual, perhaps because she was too happy. Under normal circumstances, Fanny would have been furious and berated when Han Shuo made such an excessive request to kiss her. Who would have thought that not only did she not berate him this time, but Fanny actually agreed to such an excessive request? Han Shuo had just licked her palm, so her current bashfulness was clearly greater than her anger. Han Shuo could clearly sense that Fanny was a bit different from usual at this moment. Han Shuo didn't dodge when he saw Fanny rush towards him. He waited until she was about to reach Han Shuo and reach out to teach Han Shuo a lesson when Han Shuo suddenly reached out like lightning and grabbed Fanny's outstretched hand, pulling Fanny directly into his embrace. A faint fragrance suddenly rushed into Han Shuo's nose and mouth. As soon as the mesmerizing, dainty body entered Han Shuo's embrace, her curvaceous body pressed tightly against Han Shuo's body. This immediately made Han Shuo, who wasn't a virgin, feel an intense disturbance in an instant. At this time, Emma's earlier persuasion, including the knot in his heart caused by his relationship with Emily, were all tossed to the highest heavens. His large hand wrapped around Fanny's waist, and he suddenly plunged his mouth towards Fanny's cherry lips, greedily and fiercely tasting. Fanny, whose body was bound by Han Shuo, couldn't move at all. Even if she wanted to resist, she couldn't shake Han Shuo. After a burst of MMM sounds, her small hand suddenly pounded on Han Shuo's body with all her might. However, as Han Shuo greedily tasted and his large tongue stirred in her fragrant lips, an incomparably wonderful feeling slowly rippled in Fanny's heart. Slowly, the originally forceful pounding gradually became a bit weak. In the end, not only did Fanny's two hands stop struggling, she even unexpectedly wrapped around Han Shuo's thick back and neck. She slightly raised her neck to respond to Han Shuo's greedy invasion. Her almond-shaped eyes became misty, and the temperature of her body slowly rose. It was as if she had fallen into a sweet dream and was willing to sink into it. The incomparably wonderful feeling instantly spread throughout Han Shuo's body. Such a wonderful person that he had yearned for day and night was being hugged and kissed by him. This kind of spiritual enjoyment was enough for Han Shuo to moan out loud. Fanny's small tongue responded in the back, giving Han Shuo even more pleasure like a flash flood. The originally simple kiss slowly became uncontrollable, and Han Shuo's large hand involuntarily moved towards Fanny's fragrant buttocks. His erect lower body also gradually took the initiative to find a suitable angle. Suddenly, the sinking Fanny clearly felt the fiery hardness of an iron rod at her waist. She instantly understood the current situation and immediately began to struggle without a care for anything else. Because of Fanny's cooperation, Han Shuo's body couldn't help but relax. He didn't expect that Fanny would suddenly have such an intense resistance, and was immediately pushed away by Fanny. Fanny, who had pushed Han Shuo away, stood there with a flushed face. She panted heavily, as if she wanted to say something, but because of her agitation, she couldn't say a complete sentence. Han Shuo looked firmly at Fanny and said slowly in a deep voice, "Master Fanny, I think you should know that I like you." Han Shuo's expression was serious and resolute, and his deep voice seemed to carry a strange attraction. Fanny's heart trembled, and she was obviously a bit flustered. She didn't dare meet Han Shuo's gaze at this moment, averting her head and saying hastily, "Don't say any more. I don't want to talk about this topic for now. If you can advance to Adept Mage and graduate from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, I'll consider giving you a chance." With her back to Han Shuo, Fanny was still panting unevenly, and her neck was completely red. Behind her, Han Shuo looked at Fanny a few times, and then walked towards her with firm steps. He suddenly reached out and hugged Fanny from behind. Han Shuo said softly, "You've been the goddess of my dreams since a long time ago. Your kindness and passion moved my heart, and your beauty made it even harder for me to extricate myself. I think my life has already been ruined by your hands." In the beginning, when Han Shuo hugged Fanny, Fanny's body trembled, and she wanted to struggle. However, when Han Shuo's passionate confession left his mouth, Fanny's body suddenly went limp, and her entire person seemed to melt. She fell powerlessly onto Han Shuo's chest, her cherry lips panting uncontrollably. "Really, I don't think I can escape your spell. I don't care about the reputation of the necromancy major, personal glory, or the bountiful prizes. I just don't want to see anyone insult you. So I fought without a care in the world. This is all for you. You should have known my feelings a long time ago." Han Shuo changed the way he spoke the passionate words of love, speaking them with sincerity and numbness. This caused Fanny's body to become hotter and hotter, and the sound of her breathing became louder and louder due to her agitated emotions. After a while, Fanny suddenly said shyly in a low voice, I actually know. However, our current identities aren't too suitable. Otherwise, it would be disadvantageous to both of us. If you graduate from the necromancy major, then we can, When these words were spoken, Fanny's inner thoughts were immediately exposed. Han Shuo's heart was instantly drowned in ecstasy. He then tightened his arms around Fanny's soft waist that didn't have a trace of excess fat. He moved his mouth to Fanny's sparkling ear, and after lightly biting it, he exhaled a breath of hot air into it. He said mischievously, "I don't know, tell me what we can do." Han Shuo held Fanny in his arms, and could clearly feel Fanny's body tremble violently from his nibbling on Fanny's fragrant ear. This kind of charming and gentle flirting had a different kind of flavor to it compared to the stimulating kiss just now. Han Shuo was enjoying this feeling very much. "You bad little brat. What sins have I committed to have a student like you? All right, if you graduate from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, then I can be your girlfriend. Are you satisfied now?" Fanny turned around and rolled her eyes at Han Shuo with a face full of shyness, speaking softly with a red face. His heart filled with ecstasy and pride. Han Shuo only felt that this was the happiest moment of his life. He only stood there with a silly smile on his face and didn't move, not saying a single word. "Get out. I don't want to see you today. No matter what you have to say, hold it in right now. I want to be alone." When Han Shuo didn't say anything, Fanny shyly pushed Han Shuo towards the door. Just when Han Shuo had been pushed to the door by Fanny, Han Shuo suddenly extended a hand with a grin and blocked the door that Fanny was about to close. He then said to Fanny, "Wait a moment." With Han Shuo's hand blocking the door, Fanny couldn't directly close it. She glared at Han Shuo with a red face and said with a huff, "What else do you want? Haven't you bullied me enough today?" No. Han Shuo defended himself and said with a smile, "I've agreed to everything you said. However, I received a space ring personally made by Dean Emma after winning today's match. This space ring has a much higher capacity and quality than the one I'm using now, so my current space ring is temporarily useless. I want to give my space ring to you to use." Han Shuo looked at Fanny with a smile and said gently, "I can't accept anything from you anymore. If I wear your space ring, then others will definitely misunderstand our relationship. That won't do." Fanny's face was red as she refused Han Shuo's gift. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment when he heard Fanny's words and then reacted. Han Shuo had originally planned on giving Yuna's space ring to Fanny to use, but because he'd received Emma's space ring at the last minute, he'd only planned on giving his to Fanny. He hadn't thought that Fanny would have such misgivings. "Then, I'll give this space ring to you. I don't think anyone will be able to see any clues from this space ring." Han Shuo took out Yuna's space ring and handed it to Fanny. "I've already said that I can't accept it." Fanny still didn't agree. "If you don't accept it, then I won't leave." I'm giving it to you, so just take it." Regardless of whether Fanny agreed or not, Han Shua shoved it into her hands and immediately left without waiting for her to say anything, disappearing without a trace in a few steps.